want you to stay till I'm in the grave, till I rot away, dead and buried, till I'm in the casket you carry. If you go, I'm going too. 'Cause it was always you. If I'm going blue, please don't save me. Nothing left to lose without my baby. Birds of a feather, we should stick together. I know I said I'll never think I would be better alone. Can't change the weather, might not be forever, but if it's forever, it's even better. And I don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I could love you more. It might not be long, but baby, I love you till the day that I die. Till the day that I die. Till the light leaves my eyes. Day that I die. I want you to see what it means to me. You wouldn't believe if I told you. You wouldn't admit compliments I throw you. But you're so full of shit. But I don't know what I'm crying for. I don't think I could love you more. Not be long, but baby, I going live right now on Twitch and YouTube. Is my eyes. Oh, what the fuck? Have I been unmuted this whole time? Fuck. Man. I was just about to tweet that, like, we're live. Oh, I didn't know I was unmuted. Well. Shit. Well, shit. Oh, man. Hi, guys. Morning. Good morning, guys. If you guys have just woken up for the day, good morning. If you guys are just waking up. Well, good morning. If you guys have been at work. Hi, I hope you guys are having a nice day. But also, isn't it, like, literally the weekend? Therefore, it's, like, alright, right? Aw, thank you, Fel. Thanks, guys. Having a better day now that you're in it, Bessie. Thank you. I was just doing some back-end stuff while I was starting up stream. But anyways, I'm glad that you guys are here and good morning. I work till 5 p.m. Oh, that blows. Even on the weekends? I mean, I guess, like, there are people who work on the weekends. It's me. I've woken up and I've been at work. Oh, fuck, dude. 07's in the chat. I saw some people were asking. So today, what we're reacting to, right? It's gonna be the history of World of Warcraft. So we're watching things like why did each race join the Horde? The most important human in Warcraft history. Warcraft villains who did nothing wrong. Okay? Warcraft's most overpowered king. Garrosh did nothing wrong. The top 10 worst and most painful grinds in WoW. Now that we've actually played WoW, right? And like maybe and I we've been talking about like wanting to do like the whole time, what is it called? Timekeeping, whatever it's called? I'm not entirely sure. But we got really interested in like potentially wanting to play like the old raids. So now like Mimi and I were like, oh yeah, we should totally like work hard to like make alts so that we can play like retail or something. Been playing WoW since we got introduced to your content. Glad you seem to enjoy the game and its lore. I enjoy the game a lot. I think the lore is very interesting. I think the lore, right? I'm not sure if it's because it's retconned. Like they like retcon bits of it, but it's like some aspects I'm still a little like, I don't really know. Time walking, yeah, that's the term for it. So we were talking about potentially like grinding accounts so that we can play the upcoming time walking event. And today is the day. Today we're gonna learn all about like the time walking stuff. I guess that's what it's called, right? Oh, this shit is so zoomed in. What the fuck? So our first video is gonna be why did they join the Horde? Because why did they? Also, I didn't start the timer. If you guys didn't know, we hit the sub goal to eat Nutella on a hot dog. So look forward to that. Heck, I'll even like make it like extra gross and I'll put like cheese on it. Trust. They retconned a lot for sure. I remember back in Warcraft 3 where demons and the undead were just kind of one big evil faction. Yeah, that's like, I feel like they retconned stuff, so it got a little like confusing for me, if that makes sense. So I kind of want to do like a little bit more of a deep dive on the lore, because so far all of the lore that I've learned is from the cinematics, right? And I feel like the cinematics are great, but they don't really teach you, you know, the core stuff. Revan, thanks for the resub. Thank you. Will you do more hardcore leveling? We will be doing more hardcore leveling, but it'll be with my girls. It'll be with the girls. Because we wanna all do like we wanna all do like raids together and whatnot. So we've agreed that like keeping everyone's levels like at like an equal level would be better. Bye RH, bye bye. Did Dolox tell the orcs they have to join the Horde as well? See, I'm pretty sure the history of the Horde all came from the dual logs being like, you gotta join the Horde. Yeah, I further research into WoW, like, it's become like abundantly clear that there are like outside media, right? That you kind of have to consume as well. And I'm just here like, I don't know where to buy the books anymore. Maybe on like Amazon or something. But honestly, YouTube videos will probably explain it to me. Hi, Shab. Yeah, right. I mean, I remember years ago, like, there were Warhammer books. I remember seeing Warhammer books. I couldn't quite tell you what they're about, but I remember seeing Warhammer books. So, like, WoW books don't surprise me. Also, I don't think it's... I've never actually seen a WoW book, like, in the wild. You know? So, I don't know about that. Hi, Maka, hi! Love for your in-game lore books and classic because it's everything that was good before getting revamped after Shadowlands, pretty much. They have WoW books and bookstores here in Singapore? I don't know if I've ever seen one, to be quite honest with you. Yeah, Warhammer lore is also very scuffed. I am basically the guy in the meme, you know, the one with the like conspiracy board behind him with all the like little strings attached. That is literally me with like WoW and like Warhammer lore. They have audiobooks. Oh, okay, that'd be great. That'd be great. WoW books are just awesome. Are they good? Like, I'm down to like listen to the audiobooks. The only thing about it is that yeah, it'd probably be like when I'm doing things, you know? I just finished watching your YouTube upload on the guy who punched a judge just because he got super poly. The number of people who crash out in public events low-key frighten me. Because it's like, my brother in Christ, you're an adult. Have some, like, emotional control. Thank you for blessing my crops. I listen to books on Audible when I have a hard time focusing when I read. Yeah, I feel that. I don't mind listening to like Audible, but sometimes like, you know how even though you're listening to like an audiobook, you still kind of like zone out, right? Yeah, me with a detective board behind me trying to figure out why Illidan did nothing wrong. Although I'ma be real with you, I think he did many things wrong. Number one, he was just kind of like, he was a massive, like, shrimp who got, like, cocked, right? He just really wanted his brother's wife. Isn't that, like, his, like, TLDR, his entire backstory? Like, I mean, I guess, like, the dedication's kind of insane, but also, like, my guy. There's, like, plenty of, like, you know... There's, like, plenty of women in the sea. I want to eventually watch, like, SCP videos one day. The only thing about it is that SCP videos, like, I only know Peanut. Right? That's, like, the only one that I really, like, know. I thought about playing, like, some of the SCP games, but honestly, I don't know enough about the lore. I was thinking of getting one of the Warhammer, like, omnibus. I don't know how to say it. I just call it, like, an omnibus, but yeah. Oh my goodness, Fel, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you. I have no idea why it's the default. It's the default star, but thank you so much, Bessie. Thank you. And also, thank you for the 100 bits, Zach. I'm so excited that we got Partner Plus. Now we might get, like, bigger splits, which is kind of insane. Yeah, there's, like, plenty of women, bro. He's, like, so mad at his brother because, like, his brother, his girl, like, prefers his brother. And it's, like... My guy was just like that. He was just built like that. Thanks for the 50 bits, Zach. Thank you. Also, Zona, yeah, honestly true. Yeah, I know like a few of the SCPs. What happened, the timer went up 20 hours. Mac, it's hella donos. But tomorrow's gonna be an exciting day. I just realized I did not time it. It just so happened that tomorrow, which is, by the way, day 69 of the subathon. Nice. It's also gonna be a 12-hour MGS stream, so hey. Nice. Exactly, right? Right? He had a whole... Yeah, I don't even know. Like, my guy had like a fucking army, right? My guy fucking Illidan, by the way, had a fucking army, which included women, and he was like, no, only that one in particular, which I guess, like, nice. Which I also guess is like, you know, it makes sense. It like makes so much sense because he's like he's just a lover boy. He's just a lover boy. But also like Illidan, come on, man, stop drinking the like toxic like Baja Blast already. Howard, thanks for becoming a member. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. There's so many like SCPs. There's like an IKEA SCP too, right? Bro, I fucking love IKEA. I need to like go to IKEA soon. Yeah, I mean, I guess he is just like a down bad lover boy, but at the same time, it's like, yo, I don't know if becoming like addicted to like, if being addicted to like Mountain Dew was the right call, bro. You know, like, don't do that. That's bad. Like, Illidan, that's really bad. Like, don't do that, guys. But yeah, I'm glad. So because today is gonna be a react, remember we will be hiding the subathon UI. But next week we will be having slight changes. Because the timer has gone up like exponentially, I might have to start doing sleeping streams, which means that we will not be dual streaming as often. We will be doing the reacts on YouTube and Twitch, but for the most part, other streams will be held on Twitch only, so that I can have like sleep moments where we bring the timer down. If not, guys, we're gonna go past day 69 into day more than 69. Is it true that the Costco CEO retired? $1.50 cola plus glizzy combo was nice while it lasted. He retired. That's crazy. Oh my god, that was so nice. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. My last US trip, I probably, if there's one place that I ate at repeatedly, it was probably the Costco food court. Cause I just get like a hot dog and like go, right? Cause my friend and I, we really like the what is it? Like Costco, we like walking around Costco. I don't know, it's an Asian thing. Don't at me, I don't fucking know. But I ate so many fucking hot dogs, it was crazy. 10,000 years of yearning for your brother's wife is a bit much. I think it's a little excessive. I'm not gonna lie. Like at that point, guy, my brother in Christ just take the L. But he's like, no, I'm gonna be angry. Shine, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Amount you got in game if you bought Mountain Dew. Really? Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy. Sam's Club sells a combo. I love Sam's Club. Day 851 subathon. I've been sub since the first day of the subathon. I've seen 3 children born here. That is insane. That is so fucking funny. Warda, thanks for the reset. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. You know what's the thing? As a non-American, I have seriously contemplated like buying a Costco membership just so I can go in Costco. We don't have that here. If you guys like didn't know, in Singapore we don't have like stores that sell you like things in bulk. So the concept of Costco and the gigantic things that they sell there is so interesting to me. So like, as a clinically insane, as a representative of the clinically insane, I love Costco. You know, them selling coffins doesn't surprise me, but like, is it honestly a better deal though? That's my question. By the way, the first video is why did they join the Horde? Warcraft race origins explained. Mac, thank you so much for the 4,000 bits. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Mac, thank you so much. It went up by an hour. Mac, what if I might break your heart, but what if I wanted to do a power hour? Would that be insane? I only remember that like in Singapore we got like some WoW crossover stuff, like WoW like crossing over into like I think it was some drink at like 7-Eleven or something, and they had like promo codes for it, and I was like, oh, this is cool. If only I played fucking WoW. But it's okay. I've been seeing a lot of VTubers from Singapore lately. I'm not surprised. Like VTubing is nice because like Singapore is a tiny fucking country, right? It's like maybe an hour across. So like I don't want to be like identified or anything. Like I don't want to be like identified or anything. Therefore, you know. Yeah, I'm excited because like today we're kind of doing like a deep dive into like the actual like lore behind everything without reading the books. You know, if you get what I mean, like without reading the books. So I'm excited. I'm just gonna tell you guys now, we are hiding the subathon goals, and we will also be hiding, you guessed it, the alerts. Just for a bit, not for a long time. We'll be hiding the alerts for a little bit so that like nothing pops up and distracts us from like Warcraft race origins. Explained. Look at that. He says explained in like capital letters. We gotta know. We just gotta know. Should do a YouTube intro. Oh my god, one day we'll do the YouTube intro. Yay, lore! Okay, guys, are you ready for this like deep dive into the history of WoW? Wait, let me just double check something real quick, cause if I fuck this up, right? This might be a bad video again. Okay, no, we're good. We're fine. We're fine. We're chilling. Okay. We're not chilling. Hold up. Where did my screen go? Hi. Okay. There we go. We're big chilling, guys. Are we ready?
The Horde in World of Warcraft have always been a unique force on Azeroth. They're a conglomeration of the disparate...
I had no idea that this was a thing, but also the pandas joined the Horde? Okay. So we have the cows, right? We have the trolls, we have the orcs, we have the elves. I don't know who this guy is. This is another cow, a goblin? There's like another like assassin dude in the corner. I don't know what race he is, but there's so the pandas are in the Horde, and there's like a little fox guy in the Horde too. Right? I will replay the intro because you guys said it was a little too soft. This guy used to edit for me. Oh my god, not the flex. So that's the undead. Pandas are from both sides. Oh, I want to play a panda so fucking bad. It's pee pee popo time. Shut up, Deluxe. Oh my god. You know what we have on the we have, okay. Guys, what do you think? So on today's playlist, right? We have a video from Hiruma Red X. What if he copy strikes me? Wouldn't that be crazy?
The Horde in World of Warcraft have always been a unique force on Azeroth. They're a conglomeration of the disparate
Wait. Is there like something floating in the back? What is... Oh no, it's this guy's fit. Oh, I was confused. So this is a Zandalari troll, by the way. Ah. Now he's cool. Are you sure about that, Hiruma Red X? I don't know. This Hiruma Red X guy, he's got a lot more subscribers than I do. What if he like, you know, copy strikes me? That'd be frightening. Ah, yeah, okay, this makes sense. I was like, is there something floating in the back? There's more of this? There's more people in the back? Okay, understandable. Have a nice day.
Casts of the fringe factions on the planet.
Ooh.
Each playable race all have their own unique reasons for joining the Horde. Some join through fleshed out methods of storytelling and world building. Others, not so much.
Yeah.
But in order to understand why each race joined the Horde, we need to understand how the Horde as we know it today was even founded in the first place.
Roar!
We'll start right at the end of the Second War on Azeroth, so right after the second Warcraft game.
Okay.
And the Horde lost this war. Pretty bad, actually.
No, stop. Is this real?
And the
Wait.
Horde lost this war. Pretty bad.
That's so BM. Can you actually do that in the game? That is so fucking funny. I love that. I love that. Bro, yesterday when we were playing, right? People in the general chat of WoW are so insane. They're actually insane. Platinum WoW, yeah, his voice is real nice too. Damn. Dude, okay, so Sunny and I, we were orcs, right? And the entire time, every time we were like slash downs, we were just hella twerking. We were just hella twerking. It was so funny. We were like, oh yeah, let's dance in front of the girls. And then like our character started like throwing it back, and I was like, oh my god, this was a Christian stream. We were so young and so innocent, and now we're just like hella, you know, just throwing it back. It was like low-key like a mating dance. It was crazy. It was so fucking funny.
Bad, actually. During these two wars, the orcs invaded Azeroth, all hyped up on demon blood, which made them giga powerful, bloodthirsty, mean, and green.
Right.
But now that demon blood was wearing off, leaving them with a nasty, lethargic hangover, and during their years-long murder bender, they forgot all about their orcish culture that they had developed on their home planet of Draenor. So after the orcs lost the...
Okay. I want to play as a human because these dances are insane, by the way.
Second War, they either fled back to their home world or they were rounded up and placed in camps by the Alliance. One of these captured orcs was named Thrall, and he joined Orgrim Doomhammer and helped in liberating these captured orcs and helped leading them in their old, traditional, honorable orcish ways.
Let's go!
This was a new era for the orcs. Now, they were focused on their own self-preservation in this strange new world they found themselves in, and this is effectively a soft reboot for the faction as a whole.
When did he die? What?
During the orcs' liberation, Orgrim Doomhammer dies, and Thrall takes his place as the new war chief of the Horde. And he gets to wear Doomhammer's armor and...
Okay, I remember Orgrim Doomhammer now. Oh, I remember now. Dude, yesterday, I'm not even gonna lie, when we were playing, like, Classic WoW, right? And I saw, like, Sarfang, I was like, oh my god, it's my Oshi. I was ready to just AFK right in front of that man's. I'm just saying. Dude, but hi guys, hi. I'm enjoying this so far. Oh my god, Green Jesus, round 2, baby.
And wield his fancy weapon.
Ooh.
Sometime later, deep in the war chief's sleep, suddenly, he is granted a vision. Thrall, there's a new Warcraft game coming out, Warcraft 3, Reign of Chaos. I need you to travel to the continent of Kalimdor. It's like super important, man.
Oh yeah, Medivh's the one who started it, right? Yo, what the fuck?
So Thrall and the Horde steal some Alliance boats and set sail for the continent of Kalimdor. But on their way, they get caught up in a storm and settle on a remote island.
Bro, stop. You're so funny. Eh?
Tazdingo man.
While on
Ooh.
the island, Thrall meets Sen'jin, the aged witch doctor and chieftain of the Darkspear
Oh.
tribe. And
I just want you guys to know that no matter what anyone tells me, I firmly believe that all of the conversations in this video happened the exact way that this guy is telling me it was. Okay, you guys can tell me no, it was more detailed than that. Nope. He definitely said Warcraft 3 is coming out, therefore you gotta go to this like fucking place. I'm just saying. Why would Platinum WoW lie to us, right? Why? Therefore, are you having a good day or a bad day today? We always have very alright days. I just started my day. I don't know if it's good or bad yet. I mean, I'm enjoying my day so far. So hey, it's probably a good day. Yeah, right? It 100% went down like that. It couldn't possibly have gone any other way.
even by troll standards, which are typically unsuccessful, the Darkspear had quite the troubled past.
Oh.
The tribe was originally from Stranglethorn Vale, but were bullied out of the forest by the other troll tribes.
No.
The Darkspear then fled to the island they are on now. But more recently, a Kael'thas expedition of humans established an outpost on the island and are hunting down Thrall's band of orcs. Even worse, a tribe of Murlocs are sacrificing people in order to please a Naga sea witch. This entire scenario happens in Warcraft 3, and during the campaign, the orcs and the trolls team up to eliminate the human threat, but the Murlocs take Sen'jin and Thrall by surprise and capture them. And I think a lot of people forget that—
Wait, what the fuck is a Murloc? Is that the fish people? Are they just the fish people? This UI is so old, it's kind of crazy. Okay, so Murlocs are fish people. Also, now I think I've definitely seen this before. When I was a kid, I got babysat, right? So my babysitter's we would go to like my babysitter's house, and my babysitter's older brother would always be playing. Now I know he was playing WoW, right? And I'd sit next to him and just watch him play WoW for like hours. I didn't even know it was WoW at that point in time. Fuck. Hunchback fish people. Oh, I kind of love that for them. Also, old Thrall has like a crazy fucking look. I love that.
that Murlocs weren't always just like these silly little comic relief fish people. Like in Warcraft 3, they had some deep, intimidating ass voices.
Your meddling magics will no longer interfere with our plans, Leather Dweller.
Thrall fights back against the Murlocs, but Zul'jin is sacrificed by the evil amphibian creatures.
No!
And with his last dying breath, he asks Thrall to take his tribe with him because the Sea Witch just cursed this place and a volcano just erupted and the whole island is sinking. So Thrall, the Orcs, and the Darkspear Trolls and their new leader, Zul'jin, Zul'jin's son, all pile into their boats and set sail for Kael'thas.
It's Zul'jin, our second Oshi, who, by the way, I still don't know if he made like a terrible choice picking Sylvanas, but I mean, he made that choice. But I do like Zul'jin very much, though. That's not bad as Warcraft 3. Okay, then I need someone to explain to me. So Warcraft 3 is also separate from World of Warcraft. Then is that what you're telling me? I don't know, guys. I'm just saying, if my race got fucking murked by like a bunch of fish people, I'd be like sashimi for dinner every fucking day. He didn't. Oh yeah. The Loa told him to make Sylvanas. You know what? Yeah. They're all prequel games. Okay, that makes sense. Cause like I always just thought that like Warcraft 3 was just like what people were calling like, you know, the start of like World of Warcraft. I was like, oh, and now I know it's a separate game. Okay, I got it then. Yeah. So I was like, oh, this is just a Warcraft 4 then, huh? Cool. Okay. That makes sense. Cause like, I think that like this is something that honestly has to be explained if you're new, right? Classic is 4, retail is 5? Really? The Loas told me it makes Sylvanas with some BS lore in the voice of the jailer. It was the jailer? That's crazy. Oh my god. Every bad thing. Oh man, fuck the jailer. All my homies hate the jailer. Am I right, chat? Type 1 in the chat if you hate the jailer. Trust. Oh, it wasn't the jailer? Oh, okay, it was some other dude. Okay, never mind. Well, still type 1 if you hate the jailer. I love the jailer. His overly like drawn like nipple was so distracting. I hated it. Like every other bit of him was like kind of like whatever, but then the hyper detailed nipple was like insane. I was like, brother, why?
Darkspear Trolls established themselves in Durotar and the Echo Isles.
Ooh.
Finally, the Darkspear Trolls had a place they could call home.
Ooh.
Throughout history, they had been plagued with famine and war, but now, as a part of the Horde, they can start to build a life of prosperity with their newly found Horde allies.
Friendship! What the fuck? Cow!
Someone call for the doctor?
The Horde then meet the Tauren, who have a very similar story to the Orcs and Trolls. The Tauren are a tribal, shamanistic race who have lived in harmony with nature for generations. Only recently, the Centaur have been encroaching on their lands and threaten to drive the Tauren to extinction. Thrall meets the Tauren leader, Karen Bloodhoof, and helps the cow people claim the lanes of Mulgore, and in return, the Tauren join the Horde.
Okay, hold up. Is the Horde basically just a club of people who got fucking bullied off of their land? Is that it? The power of friendship? It's just a bully. It's just everyone who gets fucking bullied. I kind of love that. Friendship, the power of friendship is truly magical, guys.
For the Horde.
Yeah, for the
So
Horde.
far, this whole reinvention of the Horde has been told through Warcraft 3. And this game ends with the Horde helping fight back a demonic invasion and then building the city of Orgrimmar.
Orgrimmar!
So right now, there are 3 races in the Horde that all share many similarities.
He named this, so the city is named Orgrimmar after his like dead bestie, who was the OG chief, right? Okay. But Thrall is still alive, like all the way till now, right? So how many years have canonically passed in like, how many years have like canonically passed, or is Thrall just like alive like 5 ever? Is he like immortal as fuck? Yeah, the orcs got bullied, trolls got bullied, the cows got bullied, the undead got bullied. Everyone's getting fucking bullied out here in this. This is not the economy. He's like 50? Oh, 25 years? We watched 11 hours of cinematics for 25 years to pass? I'm just saying. That's some Pokemon level shit. That's honestly some Pokemon level shit, huh? Thrall is basically Ash Ketchum.
They all are groups of tribal warriors with cultures focused around honor and shamanism, trying to thrive in a world that threatens their existence. But it wouldn't be till World of Warcraft that a new race would alter the dynamic of the Horde. And this is one of my favorite instances of world building in the Warcraft universe.
Oh, that's like the taxi that we took yesterday, huh?
The Forsaken were formerly the citizens of Lordaeron, who were enslaved and undeath by the Lich King, then later broken from the shackles of his domination magic. But one must ask if their free will is a blessing or a curse.
Lich King mentioned, guys. The Lich King was fucking mentioned. Let's go, gamers! Guys, the world of, like, okay, the world of World of Warcraft must be so stressful because there's, like, constantly, like, threats every 4 years, right? There's, like, threats every 4 years that you gotta beat. Like, you have no time to even, like, take a break. Like, even if I want to have, like, kids or something, it'd be like, yeah, you know, sick. In another 3 more years, there's gonna be a new big bad that I'm gonna have to fucking kill. Every year? Oh, every year there's a fucking war, dude. Oh, 7's in the chat. Let's go. Also, yeah, OG Lich King mentioned. Let's fucking go.
Gone are the days of their lives when they were living. A distant memory as their kingdom crumbles around them and their shambling bodies decay. They are a people cursed to live in the light-forsaken echo of their past.
Oh no.
And yet, it is the only place they can call home.
Okay, this is a very weird segue, but you know how, like, they're undead, right? And, like, basically their, like, flesh is rotting off. I kind of admire the dedication that, you know, her titties are still on, if that makes sense. Would you rather live in WoW or Warhammer? Infinitely WoW, because it feels like as a peasant I could still have, like, a, you know, a good life ish. You know, if my village doesn't get, you know, fucking, like, raided by, like, Sylvanas or something, I think I could still live a relatively good life. In Warhammer, absolutely not. I would be eating, like, fucking corpse cakes or whatever it's called. But yeah, I kind of love the dedication to the rack. I'm just saying, you know, hey.
Home, as the outside world shuns them as monsters, no different than the scourge which they had broken free from.
Oh no!
The Forsaken's only hope for their continued perseverance is through their Banshee Queen, Sylvanas Windrunner, who promises to lead her cursed people to a better existence, no matter the cost. Forces like the Scarlet Crusade threaten the Forsaken's survival, and in order to ensure their safety, they must find new allies on Azeroth.
The Horde! Let's
At
fucking
first,
go!
Sylvanas sent emissaries to the Horde and Alliance.
Victory for Sylvanas.
The Alliance emissary was never heard from again.
Oh.
But the Horde emissary, surprisingly, found allies from an unexpected source.
I'm gonna be for real. So if I were the Alliance people and like a zombie came up to me and was like, my people are getting like attacked and like we need help, I would genuinely be like, what the fuck? I'm gonna be for real. So I'd be like, what the fuck? Why are you talking to me? I feel like shit. This is low-key frightening. Also, we are watching a video on the Scarlet Crusade because I don't know what the Scarlet Crusade is, and I don't think there was a cinematic like that went super in detail about it, so we are gonna be watching. So we are gonna be like watching a video on it. But yeah, I feel like, sir, shouldn't you, I don't know, be like dead or something? Oh, they have living relatives in the Alliance, but they got oh, that is sad. That is sad. That is fucking sad. Dude, I don't know. If my like dad came back from the dead to be like, hey, I need help, I'd be like, okay. But also like, what the fuck? That's kind of, I don't know if it's racist. I feel like okay, the fact that the undead are considered like a separate race is like confusing to me, only because, right, they're basically zombies, right? I feel like seeing my dead relative get reanimated would be a trippy experience for literally anybody. For literally anyone, it would be a trippy experience. It'd be like, I could have sworn you were dead, but now you're alive. You're like alive and you're like coming back home like all like, you know, all dead and shit. I'd be like, what? What are we talking about? We're talking about like the undead race in like World of Warcraft. There's a book where you try to reunite the undead with their when it goes well, because she want to. Oh my god, Sylvanas is insane. Aren't just zombies? They're not zombies. Okay. There's a meeting with the Forsaken. Oh, that is okay. You know what? That is nice. That is nice. You know what? We stand family reunions here. I love that for them.
Source. They met with the Tauren, specifically Hamel Rune Totem, who saw a chance at redemption for the Forsaken. I mean, if they didn't help them, who would? Surely it wouldn't be the Alliance. The undead ambassadors meet with the Horde leaders and explain that they're merely seeking a cure for their undead affliction. Just
oh no, they want to be cured.
The plague in their laboratories, feeding poison to living beings for fun, and have lobotomized slaves.
What? Wait, what? Run that shit back by me one more time. I just went, aw, that's so cute. And now it's like, huh? We were just like, oh yeah, you know, this shit's real fucking cute. I'm so happy for that, for them. They get to like, you know, go home to their families and also go, oh yeah, they're also like lobotomizing people, guys. What? Like, excuse me? I'm gonna send this video to like Mamie and Leah just to see their reaction to like the undead. Look, we're all just silly little guys. We all commit a little crime once in a while. It's a silly little thing that we do, huh?
That is just all about finding a cure, of course. Yeah, finding a cure. And perhaps the Horde and their shamanistic ways could be the breakthrough they need to find it.
I guess.
At first, the Horde leaders were unsure about this whole idea. During the Third War, they fought the Scourge. Were these Forsaken really that different? But on the other hand, they have a fortified city in the Eastern Kingdoms, a part of Azeroth with virtually no Horde presence, and it could be a crucial asset to the Horde. Upon further discussion, the shamans of the Earthen Ring suggested that it was the Horde's obligation, no, it was their duty to aid the Forsaken. The orcs were also labeled as monsters after drinking the demon blood, and only just recently altered their course for redemption. Couldn't you say the Forsaken are trying to do the same? And so, the Forsaken were officially accepted into the Horde, although their partnership with the other Horde races was not as tight-knit. Regardless, the Forsaken were allowed to establish was not as tight-knit.
They would later grow closer to the other Horde races? Okay, cool. Also, I'm just saying, at this point, I think my favorite are the Cow guys, because I think the Cow guys are like... so far, I don't think the Cow guys have committed genocide, and that's like, you know, a +1 in my books. You know? I think the Cow guys are like the best. Everyone else is like morally like questionable. The Tauren though, fucking chill as fuck. I love them.
Regardless, the Forsaken were allowed to establish an embassy in Thunderbluff called the Pools of Vision. But the Forsaken would be critical in the recruitment for the next race to join the Horde. In the very north of the Eastern Kingdoms, the Kingdom of Kael'thas was reeling in pain after the Third War. The High Elves of Kael'thas took the full brunt of the Scourge. 90% of their population was slaughtered, and their font of power, the Sunwell, was corrupted, then destroyed.
Right!
After this devastating defeat, the Blood Elves struggled to satiate their addiction to magic and ripped the arcane from living things and used fell magic to rebuild their kingdom, causing their eyes to turn green from its radiating influence.
Right!
They renamed themselves to the Blood Elves.
Okay, she's kind of sexy though. I'ma be for reals. Okay, whatever the female elves are like putting down, I am picking it up. Also, eventually the cows do go a little genocidal, huh? I do remember that bit. But also, she is very hot. The man, he's alright. The lady though,
And their leader, Kael'thas Sunstrider, left to go to the world of Outland to find a solution to their magic addiction.
Aldir Shala.
But their battle against the Scourge was not over. In the corrupted Ghostlands, their necromantic influence still festered, and the Blood Elves had no allies to help them in their weakened state.
Oh,
You think
7!
the Alliance would help, but that's where you're wrong. In the previous Third War, the Blood Elves briefly allied with the Alliance soldiers who were incredibly unreliable and kind of left them for dead. And more recently, the Night Elves joined the Alliance.
Fuck the Alliance. I'm just saying, fuck the Alliance. Oh my god, this is platinum, wow. Also, I just thought about it, guys. What if I reverse catfish someone into thinking I'm a guy? In like WoW. Cause like I feel like that's a thing that people do, right? The catfish. What if I catfish someone into thinking I'm a guy? Would that be fun? Would that be funny? Good night, Myojin. Also, bye, Howard. Have a nice day. Fuck the Alliance also. How successful would that be? I don't know, but we could try. We could attempt to be like, no, I'm a guy, duh. Like, you're crazy. I'm clearly a man. Oh my god.
The Night Elves being one of the longest running enemies for the Blood Elves. So instead of helping, the Alliance kind of just spied on them to make sure they weren't doing anything nefarious. What the Blood Elves did find was help from an unexpected ally.
Hello?
The Forsaken came to the Blood Elves' aid and developed a unique partnership. First and most importantly, they both hated the Scourge. as the Scourge had destroyed both of their homes and their lives.
Yeah, fuck the Scourge.
Second, Sylvanas the Banshee Queen was formerly the Ranger General of Kael'thas and
Oh.
was killed by the Scourge, so they have a special connection to the land and an incentive to reclaim it. It was through this unique partnership that the Blood Elves would eventually join them.
Is he just casually munching in the back? Bro's just having a light fucking snack. Yeah, guys, so if I play WoW on stream, just remember I'm a 40-year-old man named Chuck. Trust. True, Fry. Very true. Oh yeah, maybe he was just casually eating behind me and I was like, maybe. We were playing, she was like, hey, Miwa, look, I can do this. I was like, yeah, what's up? And she just casually started snacking on someone. I was like, maybe? Yeah, he's just a little hungry, you know? It's just a little snack. It's fine.
The Horde.
For the Horde.
Hell yeah.
The reasons for the Forsaken and the Blood Elves joining the Horde are some of my favorite lore tidbits in the Warcraft universe, and a great continuation of the lore from Warcraft 3. You'll notice for future races that join the Horde, the explanation for them joining is far less nuanced, and mainly told through linear quest lines, or well, just barely at all, really.
Oh.
During the Cataclysm, the Bilgewater Cartel goblins were met with disaster as Mount Kajaro erupted, and the goblin city of Kazan was about to be destroyed, so they had to flee the island. Which is odd. If I had a copper for every time a volcano was involved in a race joining the Horde, I'd have 2 copper, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
True.
Anyways, the goblins flee the island on Trade Prince Galliwix's boat, and the price for their escape is that they're all now his slaves. The boat gets attacked by Alliance, and they wash up on the Lost Isles. On the Lost Isles, they meet with Horde soldiers who are also on the island. They work together, kill Alliance, rescue Thrall, and then Thrall beats up Galliwix. Thrall gives Galliwix the ultimatum that he will spare his life, but the Bilgewater goblins have to join the Horde, which Galliwix accepts, and he just gets to continue to be the leader of the cartel despite his total disregard for goblin life, which seems like an awful solution for a clearly evil individual. But then again, Thrall really never had a good track record when electing new leaders.
Okay, hold up. Is Thrall kind of throwing right now, guys? Is he kind of controlling? No, it's not controlling. Is he kind of throwing? Is he kind of throwing for the Horde right now? Yeah? Aw, man. So he's just throwing for us. Aw. Don't question Green Jesus. I question his judgment a little. I'm gonna be for reals. I think we can question his judgment a little because capitalism. He's been throwing. Oh my god. I know we love this man, but also he is literally throwing for the party right now. My god.
As you'll see with the next race that joins the Horde.
Uh-huh. Panda! God, I'm so happy right now. I love the pandas.
All playable Pandaren are from the Wandering Isle, a giant turtle with an entire zone on the back of it. During the intro quest line, the Wandering Isle Pandaren are introduced to the Horde and the Alliance, and have to pick which faction to join. The Pandaren that join the Horde subscribe to the Zul'jin philosophy. This is a philosophy that inaction is the greatest injustice, and it's better to work fast than not at all. And the leader of this school of thought is a Pandaren named G. Firepaw. But
Hell yeah.
The Horde-aligning Pandaren joined the Horde at possibly the worst time in all of history because Garrosh Hellscream, the warmongering war chief, is fully immersed.
No. Logs, it's your
Let's find out
Oshi.
What this war chief of theirs is made of.
Oh.
Emperor Hellscream, I am G. Firepaw.
You've made a wise decision to join my horde. There are some that would call us barbarians, The mongrel races of Azeroth. They are ignorant and blind to reality. Look around you, Pandaren. You will find no better partner in battle than an orc. The Tauren have made themselves useful. Look, this one is a shaman.
Yay!
Even a blood elf can hold a sword.
Okay.
Do you see it? Everyone in my horde earns their keep.
Kind of mean.
You and your friends will be no exception. Do you understand this, Pandaren?
Yes, War Chief.
Good. Moving on. I know that you are not the only Pandaren to escape from that island. Some of your kind chose to join the Alliance. They are now your enemies. You may have had friends and kin who chose to cast their lot with the enemies of the...
I think the pandas look better in red than they do in blue. Don't at me, but I honestly think they look better in red than in blue.
Horde. They are no longer your friends. No longer your family. The minute they put on that Alliance tabard, they died. I will not tolerate any lingering ties across enemy lines. Traitors to the Horde will die a traitor's death. Do I make myself clear?
I believe so.
Good. Meet me in the Valley of Honor.
Bro's kind of a red flag, but also this is actual in-game dialogue? That's insane. He's... You know, that makes sense. He's kind of a dictator, huh? Yeah, Caramel Donson is crazy.
I have a gift for you.
And then Garrosh sends him to an arena and it makes him fight 3 giant monsters. So realistically, I think the Pandaren that joined the Horde would swiftly turn around and leave if their leader told them that they need to kill their grandmother just because she's wearing a blue tabard.
No.
But the Pandaren stay, and there really is no lore about Horde Pandarens after this. Other than G Firepaw being set up for execution during the Siege of Orgrimmar raid, and if the players are too slow, he just straight up gets murdered.
What? They killed our boy? Also, hi, Coder. Hi. Why the fuck they kill our boy? Huh? We gotta save him. We gotta save. Oh my god! If we time walk and we get to play this like quest or whatever, I am literally running my ass over to save this man. Only if you're slow. Oh my fucking god! Call me Sonic because I'm about to fucking zoom over. I'm gonna be fast as fuck. Our boy getting like absolutely decapitated is fucking insane. How could they do this to him? He betrays the Horde. Oh. You know what? That makes sense.
No!
The de facto Horde Pandaren leader then just sits around for the next 13 years. He's got a very minor role in a book and is a part of the Horde Council. But, yeah, that's kind of it. Okay, so the next races that join the Horde are allied races, introduced at the start of Legion and the Battle for Azeroth. Since this video is about why they joined the Horde and not the race's lore as a whole, I'll be going through these pretty quick. So the Horde and the Alliance and Legion both helped the High Mountain Tauren and the Nightborn, but both of these races ended up joining the Horde. For the High Mountain Tauren, it's because of their cultural ties with the Tauren. And throughout the expansion, we help liberate the city of Suramar from the control of the Legion, and find a solution to the Nightborn's arcane addiction, and First Arcanist Thalyssra becomes the new leader of the faction. But Tyrande, leader of the Night Elves, was hesitant to accept them into the Alliance. Tyrande was there in the early history of elves on Azeroth thousands of years ago. She saw the cultural separation between the low-born and high-born elves, the betrayal of Queen Azshara, later the demonic corruption of Prince Kael'thas, and the deceit of Elisand. Now you tell me, would Thalyssra really be any different from the arcane-wielding elvish leaders before her? Tyrande had her doubts. So the Nightborn
Oh.
joined the Horde instead and got along well with the Blood Elves, because a lot of the aspects of Nightborn culture is just Blood Elf culture.
So it was classism. She was like, you guys are lower class or something? What? She was like, well, I can't guarantee you won't fucking betray me, so no thanks. But that's also kind of fucked up. Man. Also, the number of elf races that have been like addicted to like some form of magic, there's 2, right? But that feels like they were upper class. Oh. So it is classism, basically. It's just the other way around. Okay, okay. Man. Okay, I'm just saying I'm kind of on I'm kind of like on the party that hates like Tyrande right now, only because like she fucked up my boy Illidan. Okay? Only because she kind of destroyed my man. Okay? She ruined my guy, and I feel bad for him. Even though, you know, she loves his brother, but you know. It's okay. It wasn't her fault, but like, okay, but she ruined him. Therefore.
Except it's purple.
What if it was purple?
What? Oh, that's pretty.
During the Battle for Azeroth expansion, the Horde meet up and ally with the Zandalari Trolls. During the main questline, we help save Princess Talanji's life, earn their trust, and fight alongside them when the Alliance starts pushing into their lands. So by the end of the expansion, they join the Horde.
For the Horde!
Also in Battle for Azeroth, the Volpera join the Horde. Because they've been living in a desert and they want to adventure. That is the whole reason. Yeah, the Volpera are kind of like, I'm gonna be honest, the industry plant race of the Horde, okay?
No.
And finally...
The industry plant race is an insane thing to say. I kind of love it, but also... I kind of love it, right? But also, I feel like that is... Okay, we might have the cows, and we might have the pandas, but I feel like those little foxes, that is the furry race. I don't even register the other 2 like animal looking classes as furry races. That one, on the other hand, that is the furry race. Right? I kind of love that their whole thing is like, I want to see the wild. You know, good vibes. But oh man.
Mag'har orcs join the Horde in the most ridiculous way possible that is so outrageous and over the top that it's so bad it becomes good again, and I kind of love it. Okay, so in the Warlords of Draenor expansion, we travel to the alternate reality version of Draenor before the orcs drank the demon blood, which is why they're called Mag'har orcs. Mag'har meaning uncorrupted in Orcish. We fight them during the expansion, then kill all the demons on the planet, and then suddenly they become our friends at the very end, and then we leave alternate Draenor. 2 expansions later, the Horde need more allies for the current faction war and open up a portal to go back to alternate Draenor. Back on alternate Draenor, the Draenei we fought alongside with have gone crazy and have turned into these fanatical light-worshipping zealots. And it's only a matter of time before they kill all of the Mag'har orcs. So we help the orcs, take them back to our timeline, and they join the Horde. Which is, wow, just the most convoluted way to have a character customization option to make green orcs brown. And finally, in Dragonflight,
Wait, what?
the Drakthir wake up from their stasis in the Forbidden Reach and don't really join the Alliance or Horde. They just join the factions as diplomats of a sort. And it's the same for the next race, the Earthen. They're just diplomats and not necessarily Horde members. I really do wish I could give you more context for both of these races joining the Horde, but there really isn't anything of substantial value to talk about.
So these guys are just there then. They were just like included in the Horde just cuz. Guys, okay, this is gonna sound crazy. Oh, it's probably not crazy, but I kind of want to play Alliance in like retail. Right? Just for like the other story.
Like at all. So you've probably noticed that the actual lore explanation for each new race joining the Horde has been going down over the years. There are a couple explanations for this. One is that storytelling was a huge part of Warcraft 3, which allowed Blizzard to sow the narrative seeds for the lore to come in World of Warcraft and enrich it to its fullest extent.
Okay.
Then in World of Warcraft, the finite amount of narrative resources Blizzard has is used for gameplay that more players will interact with, like telling the story of a raid, a zone, or a very important lore character. Yeah, you know, they could do a whole complex storyline filled with voice acting, explaining the reasoning for the Pandaren staying in the Horde, but it's not like many players would actually interact with this content, and they would rather want lore for the flashy new showcase raid that is far more interesting to the wider player base. And that is why I love it when Blizzard releases short stories that allow us to dive deep into these topics for nerds like me. And there's an important part of Warcraft lore that I think a lot of people forget about, and it's that this game's lore is not the top priority for Blizzard. World of Warcraft's lore is used to help explain in-game content features first and foremost. And a majority of players do not care that deeply about the game's lore. At the end of the day, the average player just wants to play as a cute fox person, and they could care less about the in-depth lore justification for them to just play the freaking cute fox person.
Really,
And
though?
lastly, since Dragonflight, Blizzard has pretty much abolished any faction tension or nuance between the Horde and the Alliance. So new playable races really have no incentive to join one or the other. They pretty much pick their favorite color and which capital city looks prettiest. So despite World of Warcraft's framework being built around this Horde versus Alliance conflict and players having to make the decision between the Alliance or Horde, it's an extremely inconsequential part of the main story's lore. It's now this awkward disconnect that Blizzard is going to have to confront with each new race that gets added to the game, and I hope their solution isn't just making every new race neutral, because that's really, really boring.
Yeah.
So in summary, what unifies the Horde is that they are the remnants of a war-tarnished world. The outcast races, desperate to carve out a place of belonging despite their troubled past. The Orcs fostered a new era after their defeat in the Second War. The Darkspear Trolls fight to find prosperity in the echo of their ancient troll empire, while the Tauren strive to preserve their nomadic, spiritual way of life in the face of encroaching threats.
I kind of
The
love
Forsaken
them.
attempt to separate themselves from their Scourge origins. The Blood Elves seek redemption and stability after their kingdom's destruction and their addiction to magic. Each race within the Horde has its own unique struggles and desires, but they are bound by the harsh realities of a world shaped by war, loss, and survival. They are united by necessity of standing together against both internal strife and external dangers, even if their individual goals may sometimes differ. The Horde represents resilience, the persistence to rebuild from devastation, and the will to survive despite the overwhelming odds they face. Each race of the Horde shares the legacy of war, but together they work for a future of hope.
I love that the Horde is just basically, we are best friends. I love that energy for them, and like I am very happy for them. I still low-key want to play the Alliance though, only because I think the human playing a human guy and doing Fortnite dances on your enemy is a lot funnier than playing a female orc and twerking on your enemy. I think it's more VM. Wait, why can't I play the Alliance, by the way, Dual Logs? What the hell? Humans are the worst. It's so BM though. It's so funny. It is such a meme. I love it. Everyone okay, who has the most BM dance? Like, if I want to be an absolute like asshole to people in like general chat, because I will excommunicate you. Did you guys see that? He said that if I play the Alliance, he's gonna kick me out. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. Male goblins? Aw, man. I I want to play a male. Okay, fine. Maybe I'll play like a male, like a. What's a good Horde character to play? I will play a male panda, and my in-game name will be Chuck from Minnesota. That way, people will know that I am a man. Dwarf? That'd be kind of fire, actually. Male orcs have the MC Hammerdons. Ooh, goblin males do soldier boys crank that. Ah, you'll regret making a panda? Really? Fuck, I love pandas though. I love pandas so much.
Kael'thas.
Oh shit. Did you guys hear that? It's Hiruma Vrit X who is absolutely gonna copy strike me. I'm not ready for this. Pandas are cool, you'll be fine. Ooh, I love pandas. Who is that? I don't know, I'm scared. I have PTSD from this voice, guys. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1.
Kael'thas will be one of the few villains in this series who started off as a good guy, but later turned villain due to unfortunate circumstances and a few poor decisions. Kael'thas' story starts off with Silvermoon. You see, Kael'thas was the Prince of Silvermoon, and the king was very well loved by his people. Kael'thas himself was also very accomplished and talented in his own right, being a member of the Council of Six in Dalaran, a very prestigious position, and Kael'thas cared about his people, and they liked him in kind. So how does someone who starts off as such a nice guy end up as a villain? Well, that's what a lot of people asked too when the Burning Crusade expansion came out, which wasn't really properly explained until very recently with the Illidan novels and Chronicles 3. Now, let's talk about Jaina for a bit. Jaina was sent to Dalaran as a teenager and put under Antonidas as his apprentice, who was the leader of Dalaran. Kael'thas was totally into this teenager, you know, with him being hundreds of years old at this time, so it totally makes sense, and wasn't a poorly thought out plot point bordering on fanfiction. Anyways, Kael'thas found out that her and Arthus were dating in private, and blew up on Arthus.
How many of these fallouts are because someone stole someone else's girl? There's like 2 already. It's Illidan and now it's Kael'thas. That is insane. Yeah, what is with... Okay, if World of Warcraft has taught me anything, it's that men need to learn how to say the word no. No, men need to learn how to take no. But actually, it's not just limited to men. We need... Okay, I want to petition Blizzard to add a female character who is also incredibly down bad for a random guy to the point where she like starts like an entire genocidal thing. They gotta make a genocidal woman who is just insanely down bad for a man's now. It has to be a thing. That way it shows that it's not just it's Sylvanas? Was Sylvanas like down bad? Tyrande? I don't think Tyrande was like down bad to the point where like she started like a war, right? As Shara. Okay. It's just man. No, this is a not all man situation. Women can't be bad too, guys. And that's Maeve? Is it really? Tyrande later in BFA? Oh, what? Someone wanted her mans and she was like, hell no. Is that it? Oh, she was down bad for Human Hunter when she was alive. Oh. Wait, I gotta go look at this now. How do you say his name? Nathanos Blightcaller? What a name. Let's Google it. Nathanos Blightcaller. This guy? No, this is the one who was like kind of insane for her, right? Wait. No, this guy? Really? I guess. Want to steal Malfurion from... Malfurion isn't even that hot. Let's be for reals. He's like he's kind of got like, you know, good energy, but I don't think he's that hot. Like, come on, girl, go for Illidan, who's like way sexier.
Telling him that he should at the very least be open about their relationship and not cower at the thought of rumors like they were.
Ooh.
This, of course, upset Arthus, but he also knew Kael'thas was 100% right, so he broke things off with Jaina, so they could both focus on their futures. Then, some years later, Arthus picked up the Frostmourne and became the Lich King, and then attacked Silvermoon to use the Sunwell to bring Kel'Thuzad back to life, killing about 90% of the elven population in the process.
Fucked up, by the way.
While all this happened, Kael'thas was still in Dalaran, but as soon as he found out, he went home to regroup his people. Kael'thas' dad died in the battle, which, understandably, made Kael'thas pretty bummed out. So he announced that his dad would be the last king of the Elves, and that those remaining would now be called Blood Elves. So technically, Kael'thas was the first leader of the Blood Elves.
Ooh.
Then Kael'thas went out to do what any leader of a country who needed to rebuild after losing a major war. He reforged his dad's sword, Fela Malorn, and sought to rekindle old allies, and to maybe find a cure for their newfound mana addiction following the destruction of the Sunwell. Tiny bit of history about the Blood Elves here, because it's very relevant to Kael'thas' story.
Okay.
You see, the Blood Elves were founded by a section of Night Elves who didn't want to give up using arcane magic after the War of the Ancients. So they traveled halfway across the world and rebuilt a new empire around the Sunwell that they created thanks to a vial of the old Well of Eternity given to them by Illidan. The entire nation of Quel'Thalas was founded over not wanting to give up that well, which was now destroyed. Anyways, then a little time later, Kael'thas runs into Tyrande and Maiev randomly and decided to help them out, since they were on a hunt to take down Illidan. During a battle with the undead, who were all over the place in this time period, Tyrande got swept away down a river after a bridge she was on collapsed. Later on, after finding Illidan, Malfurion, who had joined the party, blamed Illidan for Tyrande's death at the hands of the undead. To which Kael'thas interjected with, actually, she just got swept down a river and might still be alive. Malfurion, mad at Maiev for lying to him and for kinda being a crazy bitch, decided instead to team up with Illidan and look for Tyrande, as Illidan's Naga would be very helpful in that kind of search. And Illidan, being actually a good guy the whole time, agreed, and that was that. And Kael'thas left them to do their thing and went back to the human kingdoms in hopes of finding some support there.
What is this, like, drama backstory? What is this? This is some, like, young adult, like, romance novel bullshit. That is crazy.
And that's where Garrothos comes in. Now, Garrothos is a piece of garbage and super racist. He hated the elves for not being human and didn't want them to join his army.
What?
Which he was left in charge of by default. All the good generals and high-ranking political figures died after Arthas' betrayal, and he was just kind of the only high-ranking human in Lordaeron left. So he set the Blood Elves to like build bases or something while he took his human army to the front lines and fought off the undead.
What?
During this task, they accepted the help of the Naga, who came in and were like, hey, you need boats to do this and we have boats. Then again they helped the Blood Elves after they were sent to fight a group of undead that vastly outnumbered them. Then the Naga took off and Garrothos came back and said he saw them working with the Naga and said that was proof of treason, because Naga are typically an evil race, and locked all the Blood Elves in the dungeons of Dalaran, waiting to be executed.
The fucking audacity of this man! Who are you? Get out of here! Fuck Garrothos! Oh my god, what a bitch! What an absolute fucking bitch! Oh! Man, now I'm pissed I don't even know who this man is. Fuck.
Now, if you ever wondered why the Blood Elves aren't part of the Alliance, this is why. you can blame Garrosh for that, and the
True.
fact that he nearly executed all of the remaining elves. Anyways, eventually, Lady Vashj came in and freed Kael'thas and his blood elves from prison, and took them all to Outland to look for Illidan, who had gone missing. They eventually found Illidan being held captive by Maiev, and freed him. Kael'thas then asked Illidan if he could actually help the blood elves overcome their mana addiction, to which Illidan said there was no cure, but he could provide them with enough magical power that they wouldn't need to get over the addiction. So
Okay, hold on. I just want to say, I think that if you want to get over an addiction, Illidan is like the absolute like worst person to ask, right? Like, my brother in Christ is absolutely the worst person to ask because bro is like chugging that Mountain Dew every second of the day. So like, what the fuck? He's just gonna get you addicted to the fucking Mountain Dew. He's not gonna get you like unaddicted to like magic. He's just gonna be like, hell, have some super magic instead. That is insane. This was an L decision. This was an absolute L decision. Would you trust Illidan? No. I mean, I think he's sexy. I think he's real hot, but like, I mean, my guy's hopped up on that super meth, you know? This is, yeah, he's like basically like, oh, you're addicted to Pepsi? Have Mountain Dew with like a ton of Coke in it. How does that sound? My guy, Yamete, like, why are you like this?
Because of this, and because of how much help he got from the Naga, Kael'thas pledged himself to Illidan's service and officially joined up with him. The three of them then went off to secure a foothold in Outlands, and to that end, they needed to close off all the portals in Outland, which there were a ton of. You see, the Legion kind of took control of Outlands because it was the perfect gateway point to open portals easily. Something about the planet being destroyed by a bunch of portals being opened at once just made it a really good place for portals to open in general. And while out hunting for portals, Kael'thas came across Akama and is broken, being attacked by orcs. Kael'thas saved Akama and learned about the Black Temple and Magtheridon, who was the leader of the demons in Outlands. Then Akama and the Broken joined the group, and Illidan led an assault on the Black Temple and captured Magtheridon.
Oh!
It was then that Kil'jaeden showed up, and told Illidan to get back to Azeroth and kill the Lich King. Illidan, not wanting to upset Kil'jaeden just yet, agreed to follow the order again, and went back to Azeroth with Kael'thas and the Naga, and then they went straight to Northrend. The plan was for Illidan to make it to the Frozen Throne before Arthus, and Kael'thas and his Blood Elves attacked Arthus and his forces to buy time.
Okay.
And during the assault, Kael'thas and Arthus ended up fighting each other one-on-one. Kael'thas, being an incredibly powerful mage, decided to fight Arthus in melee with his weapon Fela Malorn.
No!
Arthus thought this was a terrible idea, and went to cut him in half along with his sword like he did to his father. Turns out the sword held up though. When elven blades are reforged, they come back stronger than before, and it was actually strong enough to stand up to the Frostmourne, to Arthas' surprise. Arthas then tried to taunt him, asking him if he was mad that he stole Jaina away, to which Kael'thas replied, "Jaina loathes you, Arthas. You sicken and disgust her. Anything she felt for you has long since turned into hatred." Which, surprisingly, ended up pissing Arthas off instead, which made him attack blindly for a bit until Kael'thas was able to teleport away, after losing his blade in the battle, thinking he had bought Illidan more than enough time. But it wasn't. Arthas caught up with Illidan and then beat him in battle.
No!
Lady Vashj and Kael'thas eventually found Illidan's body and took him back to Outlands. Illidan, knowing that Kil'jaeden would be coming for them, then started to build up an army to beat him, and secretly started training his demon hunters. But Illidan also kept the demon hunters a secret from his allies, including Kael'thas. Illidan tried teaching the Blood Elves how to siphon magic from artifacts, creatures, and the environment, but it wasn't enough for them. Kael'thas eventually found out about the demon hunters and thought if they could use fel magic without falling under the Legion's sway, then so should he.
Ooh.
So he convinced Illidan to teach him how to siphon fel magic, and started out only taking tiny bits and pieces of it at a time, but then he quickly became addicted. Fel magic is powerful stuff, some of the strongest forms of magic in the Warcraft universe, and Kael'thas couldn't get enough of it, and it consumed him. Kael'thas did want to save his people, but he then started growing paranoid about them, and secretly thought they saw him as a failure. He knew he should just cut his losses in Outland and return home, but he didn't want to show up empty-handed. It was then that Kil'jaeden approached him. He told Kael'thas that there were actually better ways to siphon fel magic, and that Illidan had taught his demon hunters the more refined techniques, and kept them from Kael'thas because they were just pawns to be sacrificed in the fight with the Legion. Then he promised to show Kael'thas the real way to siphon fel magic, if he would turn on Illidan and join the Legion. To which Kael'thas was like, yeah, no way. But this conversation did help fuel his paranoia nonetheless. Later on, Illidan noticed Anaru's arrival in Shattrath City, and thought they might be a potential threat to his war with the Legion. So he sent Kael'thas and his Blood Elves to take the city. Kael'thas asked if they could have the assistance of his demon hunters, and Illidan told him no.
Okay, that's kind of
and
shitty.
Also remained silent about why he couldn't use them. This pissed off Kael'thas, but he tried to take the city anyway and sent a group of his best men to the city. Only, as soon as the elves got to the city, they threw down their weapons and joined the Naaru, because their leader had a vision that the Naaru were the key to saving their people. He then sent a message to Kael'thas that he too should join the Naaru, but got no reply. Kael'thas was just the tiniest bit mad that a large portion of his army defected, and asked Illidan to retaliate against the Naaru in his place. But Illidan just kind of ignored him, and didn't really do anything or care that Kael'thas had failed. He was too busy with his demon hunters to care about anything else. This act all but convinced Kael'thas that Kil'jaeden was right, and that Illidan didn't really care about the Blood Elves at all.
Okay, stop. Why do I feel bad for Kael'thas right now? Like, he's just kind of getting like fucked on every avenue. Like, he's like, okay, I'm gonna trust these people now, and they just keep fucking him over again and again and again and again. This is so sad. Why? What? Oh man, I feel bad for him now.
And Kael'thas sought to not allow his men to be used as pawns again, not like what would happen with Garrothos, and decided to side with Kil'jaeden. Kael'thas knew he should not trust the Legion, and knew they were ultimately responsible for the Lich King and the destruction of his kingdom, but he also just, like, really wanted to learn more about fel magic.
Oh my god.
He was a total addict to that stuff, and this was the perfect excuse. So Kael'thas told Illidan that he was going to Netherstorm to try and learn how to siphon the chaotic magic there, and that he would totally return. Illidan, preoccupied with his demon hunters, was like, yeah, sure, okay, whatever, and didn't really give it a second thought, and didn't really notice that they never returned until way later. While in
Stop, does Illidan kind of suck? Does he actually kind of suck? What the fuck?
Netherstorm, Kael'thas found the Tempest Keep, which was a super advanced Naaru ship, and overtook it with his newfound fel magic, and enslaved the Naaru Meru. Kael'thas finally had something to send back to his kingdom, and sent the Naaru, as well as the knowledge of how to siphon magic from things, back to Azeroth, to his people in Silvermoon. Then Kael'thas learned how to store mana from Netherstorm into magic cubes, and sent those back to Silvermoon as well, as alternative sources of powers for the Blood Elves to siphon. Kil'jaeden was all for this, as he had planned on using all of that magic to help summon himself into the world to invade Azeroth. Back in Silvermoon, though, Lor'themar was growing worried for Kael'thas, and wondered why he'd been away from home for so long. Sure, he had been getting messages from him, but he was doing weird things, and he was entirely on board with siphoning energy from a Naaru. So, some stuff happened, Lor'themar joined the Horde to get allies, his Blood Elves made their way to Shattrath City and found out that Kael'thas had joined the Legion. Then they made their way to Netherstorm to try and put a stop to him, and it was Kael'thas' own Blood Elves who ended up killing him. Officially, anyway. Kael'thas was a raid boss in-game available to both factions in the Burning Crusade. But Kael'thas' death was actually part of Kil'jaeden's plan.
No.
As dead, he could more easily control him and had his men spirit away his soul into a new body that was 100% loyal to Kil'jaeden and ready to do whatever he needed. So Kil'jaeden sent Kael'thas back to Azeroth to prepare the Sunwell for his arrival. With most of the Blood Elves in Outland, Kael'thas easily invaded Silvermoon and took control of the Sunwell. Then captured both the Naru Meru and the Avatar of the Sunwell, who had been hidden from him by Lor'themar this whole time, called Anvina. Plus, with the mana boxes he sent previously, he finally had enough materials to create the massive portal needed to bring Kil'jaeden into the world. The Blood Elves warned the Horde about what happened, and together with the Alliance, sent in an attack group to stop Kael'thas in his portal. The Horde was able to put a stop to Kael'thas for a second time, but not before he finished his task. The Alliance tried to stop Kil'jaeden but failed, and it was Anvina sacrificing herself that allowed them to push Kil'jaeden back. Then, Velen used the Heart of Meru, which purified the Sunwell and returned it back to nearly its former glory.
Oh!
So in the end, Kael'thas did kinda provide the fix to his people's mana addiction, just probably not in the way he thought he would. And that's the end of the Villain's Corner segment on Kael'thas. Honestly, before the Illidan novel in Chronicles 3, we didn't really know why Kael'thas turned evil. He just kinda went crazy in the Burning Crusade for no reason, and we had to kill him.
So he did all of this for basically his people then. In the compilation video, can you send it to me? This is actually really sad. What the fuck? Okay, so ultimately it was all to like help his people with the mana addiction, right? But also he was like getting cucked left and right? I feel so bad for him. No, this was so sad. Aw, it was just a new villain to fill the spot for the... yeah, I guess he was a bad guy, but like at the same time, like he also like did things to, you know, started doing it for his people and then lost the plot. Yeah. This is so sad. He kept ending up with people that messed him over. Illidan is like, okay, Illidan's kind of, everyone in World of Warcraft is kind of throwing for me. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know, now at this point, I'm like, ooh, I don't know a single character who isn't like actively throwing for their team, right? Stop, it's a... You sent me okay. You sent me 2 hours of WoW lore about villains to fall asleep to. Oh no, what if I end up falling asleep? This is gonna be insane. Varian never threw? I guess he didn't, but like... I vaguely remember him doing like some things that were kind of like sus. Like, didn't he listen to someone and then he turned like turbo races? It's 30 seconds after a timestamp. Oh, okay, I guess we're here then. About here. Right? Didn't he, like, listen to someone who was, like, that? And then turn, like, turbo races? Rewind a little bit? Okay. I will just watch the end bit of this.
Update. There was actually some new lore added to Kael'thas after this video first went live. Kael'thas ended up in Revendreth. He was taken by Sire Denathris personally to be experimented on, to amplify his pride to make more anima. You have to free him in a raid by healing him up. He then helps Revendreth players hunt down Kel'Thuzad, who he finds out is in Maldraxxus, another one of the zones of the Shadowlands. Later on, he teams up with Lady Vash to hunt down some Dreadlords. They talk and wonder about what happened to Illidan together. Vash reminds him that Illidan no longer had a mortal soul. You see, Illidan was never killed and was held captive by Maiev, where he was freed during the Legion expansion. Illidan helped defeat the Legion and is currently alive guarding Sargeras' prison. Later...
What is a heal fate? do you just have all of your like healers just constantly heal him? But what if you're not a healer? Do you just like chuck like potions at him? His son made him a better man. I think his son did nothing wrong. All he did was like get corrupted, which honestly wasn't his fault. I blame Sylvanas for him getting corrupted, because you know it happened to her and she was like hella traumatized from it. But also she was like, yeah, no, I want a friend, so here my little bucket of sunshine, little golden retriever boy, I'ma corrupt you. Take care of all healers, heal the boss. Ah, okay. Yeah, we watched all of the cinematics. We've watched all of the cinematics. The videos are probably not out yet. But like if don't add the dual logs, but like, you know, but if you're like asking for it, I can go see if like when it's ready. Can also help heal the things in the room. Ah, okay. That sounds fun. Was more so, what is a heal? Yeah, I was like, okay, so you basically just keep healing him then. Okay, cool. Oh, okay, one of the WoW videos is scheduled to come out tomorrow. Let's fucking go.
Later, Kael'thas learns that Kel'Thuzad was permanently destroyed in the Sanctum of Domination raid.
Hell yeah!
Kel remarks that he was frustrated that he wasn't there to kill him himself. He also remarks that his biggest regret in life was not being there for Silvermoon when it fell, and that it haunted him ever since. Kael'thas was told by the accuser that getting retribution would only be for himself, not his people who died.
Okay, hold up. I have a question now. So we know that like Arthus and Jaina kind of had like a falling out after he killed like an entire village full of infected people, right? Why didn't Kael'thas just like, you know, slide into her DMs at that point in time? I mean, you know, hypothetically slide into her DMs at that point in time to just be all like, hey, BB girl. Right? He was busy? Oh. I feel like that'd be like the best time to be all like, hey, how you doing? Right? I mean, I know I'm saying it kind of stupid, but I mean, like, hypothetically, you know, like, in the WoW way of being all, like, you up, you know?
And that he should seek redemption and not vengeance, as while he committed a lot of crimes in his life, failing to prevent Quel'Thalas's fall was not one of them. She urged him to still repent, but to also forgive himself for letting his kingdom fall. Kael'thas eventually agrees to this, saying that he has a lot of work to do. Kael'thas ended up being an important NPC in the Shadowlands expansion.
Yay!
Not as a villain, but as an ally to the player characters.
Yay!
Cthulhu's story starts off the same.
Okay, now this is some other dude. But okay, so now we've got more context on Kael'thas. Right? I mean, like, he wasn't interested in being a rebound. He's better than that. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. When she's vulnerable. Not really. It's just more like, isn't that like prime-ish time to be all like, hey Jaina, uwu, I've liked you for a really long time, and like, you know, I think it'd be like real cool if like, you know, if we did something now that Arthus is like all evil and shit, and he's like low-key like dead. He liked that she hated during the raid. She still has feelings. Oh, you know what? That makes sense. Yeah, we've seen all of the cinematics. Calendar busy with rebuilding Sindraenor, wasn't he? The LDR. It's just the distance was too long, I guess. That's kind of crazy.
In the new world.
Oh, hold up. So now we're watching a video called the best written dwarf in Warcraft history. Now, I don't think we've really touched on like what dwarves are in like World of Warcraft. I know that they're there. I just don't know about any important ones. So this is going to be interesting. Have you watched the Arthus did nothing wrong, Garrosh did nothing wrong? It is on the playlist. It's general history videos. Is it not dwarves? How do you say dwarves then? Jaina's kind of fucked up if you really think about it. Jaina kind of has like mad game because she's like back like fucking Arthus, right? She's got that like dragon guy who's like kind of hot, and then she's also got like Kael'thas, like, you know, on her like roster. If you really think about it, she has like mad game, right? Remember, I've only seen the cinematics. I don't know anything else about WoW other than what we're watching today. So I've only seen the cinematics. If there are important like dwarf characters, important like non like, you know, in the cinematic characters, I don't know about them. Who has more X's, me or Jaina? Probably me. I'm gonna be for reals.
In the new World of Warcraft expansion, The War Within,
okay, I'm
many
ready.
Characters in Warcraft's story are getting the attention they deserve, and that includes Moira Tharzan, a character who's been a part of the game's lore ever since classic WoW, and she's played a huge role in...
Was that like a Princess Leia fit? Is that like a Princess Leia fit? What? What was that fit? Yeah?
Dwarvish history, and also has had an instance of practically breaking the fourth
Oh my
wall.
god, it's
but
back.
First, let's start from the beginning.
Okay, I'm ready.
Moira's born a baby. She's the daughter of Magni and Emir Bronzebeard, who are the king and queen of Ironforge.
Oh.
Her parents became the leaders of Ironforge after the War of the Three Hammers.
Okay, I remember
a violent
this.
civil war between the three dwarvish clans that led to the Wildhammer dwarves fleeing to the hinterlands, the Dark Irons accidentally creating the Blackrock Mountain, summoning Ragnaros, and being enslaved by the Fire Lord, and the Bronzebeards won, so they secured Ironforge.
What?
Shortly after Moira was born, her mother was attacked by Frostmane trolls in Dunmorrow.
Feel the fury of the mountain.
No. Wait, what? I choose to believe that he canonically pelted the troll with his kid. I firmly choose to believe that, guys.
Last dying wish was for Magni to always be there for Moira, who would be the future leader of Ironforge. And he did that. Kind of.
Hell yeah!
Magni loved Moira, and he trained her to be a warrior.
The fucking baby with the sword is crazy! This is 100% what happened, okay?
Because being skilled in combat was a part of being a dwarven leader, much to her dismay. You see, King Magni was trying to shape Moira into something she wasn't. Deep down in Magni's heart, he believed that Moira could not rule Ironforge with the same ability as a man.
Damn!
But first, a quick word from today's sponsor. A potion that helps support your focus, stress, immune defense, and gut health. This isn't an elixir of fantasy, but the convenient supplement drink AG1. I've been using AG1 for weeks now, and
Why is this fridge empty?
it's a great way to start your day. And
By the way, we will watch all of the ads because we are watching Platinum WoW's content for free. The least we can do is support him by watching the ads.
just might be the closest thing to a potion of supplements
Hell
that you can
yeah.
consume in the real world. AG1 has 75 different vitamins that support your physical and mental health. And most important to me is that it supports you to have sustainable, healthy energy, so I'm not crashing in the middle of the day. All you have to do is fill the bottle up with water, add AG1, shake it, and it's ready to drink. But personally, I love to include it in my smoothies. You can give AG1 a try by clicking the link down below and get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 plus K2 and 5 AG1 travel packs with your first purchase.
Hell yeah!
Thank you AG1 for sponsoring today's video. Cut the classic WoW, and the mayor of Lakeshire calls for aid from Ironforge against the invading Blackrock orcs in their lands. Moira volunteers to help and travels with 21 other guardsmen. But when venturing there, they're ambushed by dark iron dwarves and Moira is kidnapped.
I'ma be for reals. I don't think 21 like soldiers is like nearly enough, but like okay. And it kind of showed because she got fucking kidnapped.
She's taken the Blackrock Mountain to the Shadowforge city and has escorted the King Emperor Dagran Tharzan.
Oh,
Moira
shit.
was going to be used as a hostage once the Dark Iron Dwarves launched their full-scale war against Ironforge.
Oh, that was a fun ride. Let's get down to business then. Well, I'm listening.
But much to the Emperor's dismay, Moira did not give a flying dwarven f that she was kidnapped. Moira was witty, strong-willed, and totally unintimidated by the whole ordeal.
Hell
and
yeah.
That left the Dark Iron Emperor love-struck.
No.
Eventually, the two confided in each other. Dagran explained how the Dark Iron Dwarves were enslaved by Ragnaros the Firelord in the Molten Core, and how he desperately wanted to free his people. The one that got the Dark Iron clan in this situation in the first place was Dagran's father, so that both of them could relate to their daddy issues.
Oh my god. How do they have a better love life than, like, me? This is actually kind of sad. Maybe I just need to get kidnapped, bro. Fuck.
Meanwhile, in Ironforge, King Magni Bronzebeard is freaking out. Rescuing Moira from her imprisonment is the top priority, and if they don't get her back, or even worse, if she's killed, it would lead to a complete sundering of the leadership of Ironforge and its royalty. You 5 adventurers, go to Shadowforge City and free my daughter, now!
Hell yeah.
Certainly.
Players go into the Blackrock depths, kill literally fuck everybody, and take all of their stuff, and when they kill Emperor Dagran Tharzan,
No.
Impudence! You'll die for this.
Moira refuses to leave. In fact, she's furious at the player characters for killing her husband, and also, oh yeah, she's pregnant.
Yo, what?
Oh yeah, and she also goes by Moira Tharzan now. Players return to Ironforge, and Magni assumes that his daughter was put under some sort of enchantment that is binding her to the mountain and her dead husband.
Okay, but being for real, so is this like Stockholm Syndrome, like low-key, on like the lowest of keys?
And, you know, instead of admitting he's just a bad father. Meanwhile, Moira remained in Blackrock Mountain to continue her dead husband's dreams of freeing the Dark Iron clan from their enslavement to the Fire. Moira reflected on how her husband had died and the utter tenacity of 5 random adventurers who killed everything in sight and stole all of their most powerful items.
I'ma be for reals. Fuck the player characters, man. I feel like player characters fuck up everything in this entire like lore. Player characters are just killing random people's husbands. That's kind of fucked up. We should not have given like random hobos like swords. That was a bad fucking call.
I mean, they even stole the robe from her dead husband's corpse.
No.
For mountain's sake.
No, we left him naked. That is fucked up.
Suddenly, a brilliant plan popped into her head. Spread word to the Alliance and Horde that there were riches beyond their wildest dreams in the Molten Core. Items like the Mage Blade, Vendor Strike, the Eye of Sulfuros, the bindings of the Windseeker, it was all there for the taking. The plan worked, and 40 adventurers rampaged through the Molten Core and banished Ragnaros and his minions, all in the name of fat loot. This isn't me making it up, this is actual lore that is in the Chronicle books. Moira had the right to rule the Dark Irons, but after freeing them from their enslavement, she had earned their loyalty as Queen Regent of the Dark Iron clan.
Yo.
You stand before Moira, Queen Regent of the Dark Iron clan. Watch your tongue.
But her genius tactics didn't stop there. She sent spies to the Horde to tell them about the rogue members of their faction, the Dark Horde, who were colluding with the Black Dragonflight in the upper spires of the mountain. Horde players go in, kill all of the Blackrock orcs and dragons, and boom! Now the mountain is fully under the control of the Dark Iron clan.
Yo.
The expansions, the Burning Crusade, and Wrath of the Lich King pass, and during that time, Moira has her son, Dagran Tharzan II. Before the Cataclysm expansion, all of Azeroth, including the dwarven lands of Khazmodan, were suffering the detrimental effects of natural disasters, and the elements were all out of whack. King Magni was motivated to find a solution to stopping these disasters before more innocent dwarves died.
I'm not gonna lie, she's kind of girl bossing all over everything. Like, weaponizing the murder hobos is so fucking funny. Also, I love how they're no longer player characters, you're just like random murder hobos. I've honestly fucked the player characters. What? They just came in here, murdered her fucking husband like that? That is insane. This is so fucked up and evil. But hi to everyone who's just joining. This is so sad. 07's in the chat for her like broken family because like people wanted loot.
Deep within old Ironforge, Magni had an ancient Titan tablet, and upon activating it, he could commune with Azeroth and understand her troubles.
Ooh.
The ritual involved gathering these herbs 3: Mountain Silver Sage, Black Lotus, and Ghost Mushroom. And with a pinch of soil and words spoken with intent, King Magni shall be able to become what he once was. He shall return home and become one with the mountain.
Okay.
Within me is the earth itself. We are one. I am of it, and it is of me. I listen for the mountain's reply.
Did he die? Oh! Right! That's what happened to him.
It was a lot more, literal than what King Magni had expected, and he was transformed into a solid diamond statue. And the shocked onlookers assumed that the leader of the Bronzebeard clan, ruler of Ironforge, was dead.
Danger approaching! Heads up! Everyone! Get in here!
What? What?
It didn't take long for Moira to strike after her father's death. Not only had Moira just claimed the leadership of the Dark Iron clan, but since she was Magni's daughter, she also claimed leadership of the Bronzebeard clan and all of Ironforge.
Holy shit!
No dwarf in history had as much political power as she had now. And it almost makes you think, did she get kidnapped by the Dark Iron Dwarves intentionally to achieve the power she has now?
I dismiss you.
See ya.
Queen Regent Lord Moira Tharzan takes the entire city of Ironforge hostage.
Whoa.
During this time, Prince Anduin Wrynn is trapped in the city for a short while, exchanges pleasantries with Moira, and eventually escapes to go tell his father, King Varian Wrynn, of the current situation in Ironforge. Suffice to say, he was pissed. The world is falling apart in a series of natural disasters, there's a giant black dragon of death and destruction, and the Alliance is fighting the Horde over resources all over the world, and you're telling me that Ironforge, the main manufacturer of weapons and siege vehicles, has been taken hostage? No. The King of the Alliance will not stand for this.
Ooh.
Well, of course I've got a complicated relationship with my da. Hard enough to get along with any parent, let alone one made out of freaking diamond.
Oh
Your
shit.
defenses are nothing.
Varian shows up at Ironforge with like 18 SI-7 operatives with the intention of executing Moira.
What?
But before he could do so, Anduin convinces his father that it would be much more effective if Moira was guided to be a better leader. You know, killing her would lead to a power vacuum that would lead to yet another civil war between the Dwarven clans, and the rest of the Alliance would probably have to get involved in it.
You betrayed the Alliance. I will choose to overlook that.
So instead of killing Moira, Varian concedes that she can remain the leader, but she must adhere to the opinions of a newly created advisory council who have the same political power as the Queen Regent Lord.
What?
This group would be called the Council of Three Hammers, which included Moira, Muradin Bronzebeard, and Falstad Wildhammer. But wait, in the Cataclysm Beta, it's Moira, Muradin, and Curdin Wildhammer. What's going on here?
Ooh.
Well, during BlizzCon 2010, during the lore Q&A, a passionate lore enthusiast demands answers.
Okay.
I just finished reading The Shattering yesterday, and I noticed something. It said that Falstad Wildhammer was going to be on the Council of Three Hammers, but In the beta, it's Kurdran Wildhammer, and Falstad is not in the game at all. What happened to him?
Call them the fuck out, bestie! Hell yeah! Give this guy a sub on me! Oh my god! Shout out to this man right here. Shout out to Red Shirt Guy. Let's fucking go! This is our GOAT, guys. He went to BlizzCon and he was like, hey guys. Y'all fucked up. You fucked up. Oh my god, I love this. I you know what? Calling them out at their own event, this guy has the biggest fucking balls ever. This is our GOAT.
Isn't Falstad dead?
What?
From Day of the Dragon? No?
No, he survived, and in fact, he was the leader of Airy Peak in Vanilla WoW through Wrath of the Lich King.
Right, of course. Right. Yeah, Alex, what's up with that?
Yeah, Alex, what the fuck? He really just got called. They really just called them the fuck out. Called the devs the fuck out. This is so funny. This is insane. I love this. I love this energy. Good for him.
Thanks for pointing that out. We're gonna get that fixed.
Hell yeah, Alex.
Thank you.
Bet.
This BlizzCon attendee was affectionately named Red Shirt Guy, and this becomes an infamous moment in BlizzCon and Warcraft history. A couple months after BlizzCon, the short story Fire and Iron comes out and explains how Kurdran Wildhammer was the original member of the Council of Three Hammers, but the leadership was later passed to Falstad Wildhammer because he felt like he could.
Alex was a big sex pest? That was one of the guys then? Oh. Oh no. What the fuck? Really? Is the other guy also weird then? Or is it only the guy on the left that was weird? He was the main guy in the lawsuit? Oh. The guy with the glasses is Thrall's VA. Okay. So the guy on the right was cool. The guy on the left is weird. Oh. He's only because ugh. Bro, the whole one day I want to actually sit down and read the lawsuit. Just cause I don't think I've ever read the WoW side of the lawsuit, and I'm genuinely kind of curious because the WoW side sounds a little more fucked up than the Overwatch side, right? Which side was worse, the WoW side or the Overwatch side, or were they both comparably fucked up? Damn, he also voices Varian. Oh, sick.
Be a better leader. And in this short story, there's even a reference to the Red Shirt Guy, where it says, one of the younger historians was a short, wild-hammer dwarf dressed in a bright red tunic, a very thorough fact-checker by all accounts. Ooh. And he also has an NPC dedicated to him in the Ironforge throne room as well.
Hell yeah!
Red Shirt Guy tangent over. So, during the Cataclysm, Ironforge is led by the Council of Three Hammers, but it's a pretty strenuous relationship between the three leaders. During Cataclysm questing, players deal with Dark Iron rebels who are not loyal to Moira and are attacking the areas around Ironforge. Spoiler alert, this won't be the last time this happens.
Oh.
During the Mist of Pandaria, the Zandalari trolls have allied with the Mogu and are trying to take over all of Azeroth, and somehow, someway, they manage to travel to Dun Morogh and ally with the Frostmane trolls to summon a large, unnatural snowstorm. King Varian shows up and thinks that if he helps the dwarves with their troll problem, that they would return the favor by sending aid to his campaign in Pandaria. But when he arrives to help, none of the dwarves even show up. You see, tensions between the Council of Three Hammers was so high that they were worried that if one of them left the city to deal with the trolls, the other clans would take advantage of this and take their place within the city. And there was just one council member brave enough to help Varian with these troll problems.
Moira, duh.
This is where my agents tracked the Zandalari.
Shimmer Ridge. I know it well. The Frostmane trolls breed and plot atop that snow-blown mesa.
I can only imagine what foul business the Zandalari have with them.
Hell yeah!
It's heartening to see you here, Moira. You have my thanks.
And you have mine, Varian. Your words rang true in the throne room. The dissension within the Council of Three Hammers must come to an end. We will prove our loyalty to the Council, Ironforge, and the Alliance here today, and with our own blood. I'll see you when it's done, King of Stormwind.
All of this lore happens during an instant scenario, and players help defeat Frostmane trolls, free some captured dwarves.
Is this World of Warcraft, by the way, or is this a different one? Because the UI's been changing, and I've been like having a tough time keeping up with the UI. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real. Also, hi guys, if you're just coming in, hi. Welcome in. That's WoW. This is WoW. Okay, this is WoW. It's just a different UI. Okay, I'm a bit hungover at work. Oh no, take care of yourselves. Take care of yourself. Being hungover sucks. Ah, okay. Cause like when the UI changes, I get like a little confused about what I'm looking at. Okay, that makes sense. Sorry, all sound alerts are turned off because we're reacting to videos. Ah, okay. That makes sense.
And end the unnatural snowstorm plaguing Dunmoreau.
Well fought. I see the Dark Irons are as formidable as ever.
That they are, King Varian.
Hell yeah.
And at the service of the Alliance, I might add.
For that, I'm glad. The Bronzebeards and Wildhammers will regret not having been here to share in your glory.
Better they're grateful for the clansmen spared death on this miserable hillock. We sought to protect and impress, not to shame.
Well, you've done just that. Come, let us return to Ironforge and announce your victory to the Council.
The continuation of Moira's story, just before the Legion expansion, is found in the comic Fault Lines. In the comic, Moira is lamenting about her past to the statue of her father. How he always wanted a son, how Moira could never live up to his expectations. If only he saw her for who she was now. Queen, Regent Lord, and founding member of the Council of Three Hammers.
Hey, yo!
Suddenly, after 4 years, Magni awakes from his stasis. The citizens of Ironforge are left in a panic. If Magni were to retake the throne and abolish the council, Dwarven society would once again fall into political unrest. But Magni assured them that he was not interested in reclaiming his royalty. Azeroth herself had stirred him awake once again. He was her speaker, and it was his duty to tell his people of the demonic invasion that was soon to come. Quick! Everybody, pre-order the new World of Warcraft expansion right now!
No way, really?
Later on, Moira and Magni meet outside the gate of Ironforge, and he reveals that he's been watching Moira this whole time during his stasis, and how he could not be prouder of seeing Moira turn into the leader that she was today.
Oh!
He had failed her as a father, but if the three rival dwarvish clans could live under one roof, then perhaps she could forgive him as well. During the Legion expansion, Moira plays a part in the Priest Order Hall. Because, oh yeah, she's a priestess. I guess she learned to wield holy power when she was the Empress of the Dark Irons, but that really isn't mentioned at all during her story.
She couldn't have healed her husband, like resurrected his ass? I don't know, but, this is so sad.
Anyway, yeah, she's a priestess that can wield holy and shadow magic, because balancing of two powers is thematic to her political power, I guess. So between the Legion expansion and Battle for Azeroth, there's the Before the Storm book. And in this book, Moira mentions how the tensions between the Council of Three Hammers is a lot less tense nowadays, and Magni, Speaker of Azeroth, shows up and starts screaming about the wounds all over Azeroth.
What?
But also, oh yeah, check it out, Magni, you have a grandson now. During the Battle for Azeroth,
I choose to believe that in WoW you canonically throw babies at people. Trust. I believe that, okay? Platinum WoW would never lie to us. We throw babies.
Dark Iron Dwarves finally become an allied race. During the questline, players must venture to the Firelands to recharge the Dark Iron's magical anvil, and there they discover the cult of Ragnaros, Dark Iron dwarves who are trying to summon the Fire Lord once again. And after this questline, the Dark Iron dwarves become a playable race. Finally.
Ooh.
Yippee!
Yippee!
Now in the War Within, Magni, Moira, and her son, who's now all grown up, are venturing to Khazal-Gar, because Azeroth has stopped speaking to Magni and they need to find out why, along with introducing themselves to the new Earthen Dwarves in this expansion.
Ooh.
One of the reasons why I love Moira's story is because it's pretty rare that we see antagonistic characters in the Horde of the Alliance that are fighting for their own faction for their own personal gain. Well, except for that one. and that one. Okay, antagonistic characters that fight for their own faction in the Alliance. When there are opportunities to do this, I think it could be used as a great method of storytelling because you're able to see a character's thoughts, feelings, goals, and aspirations written on their sleeve, and how they're willing to stop at nothing for what they're after. It's a breath of fresh air when most NPCs in the game are kinda just there to guide you to the next objective and to kill the big bad villain. Before I end this video, let me just bring up something totally random that I can't believe nobody has ever mentioned before.
Okay.
Why is there a character in World of Warcraft and Overwatch who are both named Moira, both have red hair, both are Scottish, and both use glowing yellow and dark purple magic? Has anybody else noticed this? Why am I the only one talking about it?
True though, what? Honestly, low-key, very true. Why? What? Huh? Wow. She's Irish. Oh, you know what that is? That is true. That is true. At Platinum WoW and be like, hey, she's... Oh, wait, I want to see the comments. Did anyone say that the other Moira is, like, Irish? Nope, no one said that. No one said that. Come on, guys. Someone's gotta slide into the comments and be like, actually, she's Irish, not Scottish. Blizzard only knows like 3 Irish Scottish names, don't blame them. Oh my god. They have them on like a roster. The next video is gonna be Warcraft's new Master Manipulator. But before we do that, I'm gonna be right back. I will go pee real quick. It's been 2 hours. It's about time. Okay, group, as a gang, we gotta all go piss together so that, you know, by the time I'm back, we can watch another video again. Are you guys ready? I don't know who this like Master Manipulator is. By the way, this came out a year ago. Ooh. World of Pisscraft then? No? That's crazy. But also, yeah, like, dude, Overwatch is like, like I said, I only know the Overwatch drama. I am very curious about the whole Blizzard drama now, because like, my understanding of it is super shallow. I feel like this is gonna be the new girl, the new lady. But I'll be right back. We'll go pee real quick. In the same bathroom? Not like that, bruh. What the fuck? But anyways, I will be right back. And I'll see you guys in like, what, 2 minutes? Dude, I don't know. How long does one take to piss? Okay, hi guys, I am alive, I am back, and we are back for more World of Warcraft. Master Manipulator. Are you guys ready? Fel, wash your hands. What the fuck? That's how you get like all the okay, that's how you get like any single one of the plagues that have like killed people in WoW. Wash your hands, guys. Social distancing. Did you make sure to wash your hands? I always wash my hands. Who do you think I am? Who do you think I am? I get scared of germs, bro. It is frightening. Okay. Are you guys ready? We're gonna watch Warcraft's new Master Manipulator. You forgot to mute? Ha! Joke's on you. Could never be me. I think this is a video about everyone's new knife wife. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
At BlizzCon 2023, the new WoW expansion, War Within, was announced.
Ooh.
And with it, they revealed that the character Xal'atath would be playing a large role within the narrative.
They will
She's
be
hot,
led
though.
by someone we were first introduced to in Legion.
Ooh.
Xal'atath, a harbinger of the void.
Who the fuck is that? If you haven't been deeply...
Did someone actually say that? Wait, if someone actually said that, that's insane. But also the fact that there was no pop is just kind of also crazy. That is so fucking funny. No, okay. Well, it would have been hilarious. I'm just saying. It would have been fucking hilarious. But was there like... Everyone knew who she was. Okay, but was there like actually like, you know, no pop whatsoever? There was actually... Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You know, that's fine then.
In tune with Warcraft's narrative over the past 8 years, you will have no idea who this character is that has been built up since the Legion expansion. Hell, even if you've been playing the game since then, getting the full grasp of this character's story is difficult for most players.
Not the
in order
knife
to understand the full scope of her influence, you'll need to learn about the alarming amount of events this rogue servant of the old gods has took part in Warcraft's history. The history of this mysterious entity dates back to the Black Empire of the old gods. Xal'atath is a sentient blade whose exact origins are unknown. She is trapped within the weapon, and some of the more outlandish claims say that the dagger was crafted from the claw of the old god Y'Shaarj.
Oh.
Or she is just a forgotten old god herself.
They will pay for what was done to me long ago.
The Black Empire would ultimately be crushed by the Titan Forged and their constructs. But Xal'atath eluded their imprisonment and began to influence the history of Azeroth in rather clever ways.
I long for the day our masters can truly pass into this realm.
The first event she influenced was in the ancient city of Zandalar. Within the troll capital of the world, Zando, a Gurabashi witch doctor, felt slighted after being outperformed by his rivals.
He canonically lost the dance battle, trust.
This one shows promise.
Ooh.
That is when Xal'atath materialized, promising the meddling witch doctor indescribable power to outshine his foes. You see, Zandalar was almost a perfect environment for the trolls. They had everything: lush jungles, plentiful food, dinosaurs, god dinosaurs, and the trolls were by far the biggest superpower on Azeroth. But there was just one place they could not go to. It was a large black mound of stone that no one was permitted to travel to because of its bad vibes. Obviously, Xal'atath convinced Zando to travel there.
Watch now, as a weak mind gives way to darkness.
Oh yeah, she also convinced him to sacrifice his followers there in a blood ritual, and oh yeah, also drive the blade deep into the stone.
No. Oh shit.
Turns out, it wasn't just a big black stone. It was an ancient old god monster called Kael'thas, and this event marked the beginning of the Aekir in Troll War. This Apple of Eden type of scenario is one of my favorite parts of Xal'atath's lore, and the dagger's influence would spark a series of events, like the trolls chasing the Aekir across Azeroth, some of them turning into night elves, and eventually blowing up the whole world.
Such arrogance. even for a long-lived elf.
Wait, so the elves are actually just bugs that got evolved? That's crazy. I mean, I guess, but also, huh?
Now, did Xal'atath know that was going to happen? Probably not, but there was clear intentions to the chaos she caused.
Trolls.
There is mention of Xal'atath being in the possession of the Naga for some time after the Great Sundering, but the details of this moment in history are currently unknown.
It took ages to make my return to the surface after the Sundering. The Naga can be so possessive of artifacts.
The next moment in history Xal'atath appeared, she helped by sending us into space to introduce us to today's sponsor. And oh my goodness, is that the USS Enterprise?
Wait,
Star Trek
what?
Fleet Command is an award-winning MMO where you get to explore the vast expanse of space with the most iconic characters from all of Star Trek's amazing franchises.
Hell yeah,
In
brother.
This free-to-play
Get that
experience
bag.
available on mobile and PC devices, you'll explore an open world participating in epic space battles with
Hell yeah,
players
brother.
all around the world where you have to put your strategy to the test. Star Trek Fleet Command is constantly being updated, and in December, they're introducing a new wave defense mode, new missions, and my personal favorite addition, new characters like Luther, Sloane, Riker, and Diana. Now is the perfect time to become the commander of your own starship and jump into the game by scanning the QR code on your screen or clicking the link
I'd
in
scan the
description
QR
down
code.
below. Once in-game, use the promo code WARPSPEED for bonus in-game items. Thank you, Star Trek Fleet Command, for sponsoring this video. Back to your regularly scheduled content. The next moment in history Xal'atath materialized was thousands of years later, specifically 230 years before the Dark Portal. At this moment in time in the Eastern Kingdoms, the tensions between the three dwarven clans was high as they fought over who would be the ruler of Ironforge.
I gotta ask, is that like the dwarven, is that like the dwarven dance? Is that like canonically the dwarven dance? Because my favorite streamer, you're lying to me. But really? The lore is good and I own the game, but I'm cheap, so can't sub. It's all good. As long as you drop a fat follow, whatever the YouTube equivalent of a follow, hell yeah. I don't know. I feel like even like battle passes in games, right, tend to be like really fucking good. Oh, it's just a chicken emote. Oh, okay. So I thought it was like a dance. Like, okay, what is their canonical dance then?
The Dark Iron Clan was currently dwelling within the kingdom of Tharzan, led by sorcerer Thane Tharzan and Empress Modgood. Modgood had a penchant for rare artifacts and had employed multiple treasure hunters to retrieve such prizes. One day, a Dark Iron Dwarf handed her a mysterious cursed weapon named Xal'atath. The Empress spent several days locked in her chambers to discern the secrets of the weapon. After a few days, she left to go search for the treasure hunter who had given the weapon to her to ask some questions. But that is when she realized no one could find him.
Oh.
No one could remember his name or even his face.
Oh, shit.
Jump forward to the War of the Three Hammers, and Modgood uses the weapon in her assault of Grim Batol. The weapon cursed the city, unleashing dark apparitions on their foes and corrupting the dwarven fortress and her own soldiers. The Dark Iron Dwarves most affected by this curse turned into the Skarden, animalistic cursed dwarves who run on all fours, can climb walls, have sharp teeth, scales, and stinky breath. Now these creatures have never been seen in-game and were originally supposed to be added in the Grim Patol dungeon in Cataclysm, but were later replaced by Trogs. Still, there are a few items suggesting that they still exist in the universe, so perhaps we'll see them return in the War Within expansion.
Okay.
Back to Grim Patol, Kadros Wildhammer and his clan
It's the guy who got replaced, right? It's the guy who got replaced. Oh, they're in the new expansion. Okay. So they're not like a forgotten character then. Hell yeah. I love how like we're watching a video and like they're talking about dwarves again. I didn't know. It just kind of like happened. Similar name, different guy. Okay, never mind. I thought I was finally getting a handle on who was who. Now I'm not. Oh my god.
Fought their way through the Cursed City, heading straight towards Modgood and confronting her personally. But when they reached her, Modgood reached for the Cursed Blade. only to have it vanish from existence, sealing the Empress's fate.
Oh!
After Modgood and the Dark Iron's defeat, the remaining few fled, and in a desperate attempt to win the war, Sorcerer Thane Tharazan summoned Ragnaros and horribly underestimated the Fire Lord's power as he destroyed the city of Tharazan, created the Black Rock Mountain, killed the lead sorcerer, and enslaved the rest of the Dark Irons.
Oh, that's not good.
Ragnaros was also under the influence of the Old Gods. So again, was this all a part of Xal'atath's plan to spread the power of the Void across Azeroth? Maybe, I don't know. The next time in recorded history Xal'atath materialized was 230 years later when the Dark Portal opened. While the humans attempted to push back the rampaging orcs, they studied the strange dark magics their warlocks possessed. A human priest named Natalie Celine heard rumors.
Okay, she's kind of hot, whoever Natalie Celine is. Holy shit.
That the orcs had a powerful forbidden blade and sought out the weapon. During this investigation, she would eventually find the weapon and...
The caterpillar has become the butterfly.
Oh!
She is all but ours now.
Immediately after touching Xal'atath, Natalie came to the conclusion that this was just far too powerful to be destroyed, and that she should keep it. You know, just like just study it. That's all. Just study. Through the blade, Natalie was one of the first humans to learn how to wield the powers of the Void. And by the Second War, the priestess was using the weapon against the Horde invaders and teaching its power to her loyal followers.
No.
And while the Void is powerful, its corruption can also be all-consuming. And Natalie entirely forsook the powers of the light and fully enveloped herself in shadow. Her followers
she's
were led down the
cooked.
same dark path. And in their insanity, they believed that Natalie was hiding the blade's true power from them. Her followers killed the priestess in her sleep and stole Xal'atath, never to be seen again. But plot twist. Natalie actually pulled her spirit into the Void before she died, and years later her teachings of the Void would be discovered by the Forsaken, who started the cult of Forgotten Shadows. And they would later resurrect Natalie in the Legion expansion. But again,
hell yeah?
did Xal'atath plan for all this? Did she plan to fall into the hands of Natalie, teaching the humans the true power of the Void and spreading its corruption? Again, maybe. I don't know.
Cultists, hell yeah.
That was the next time Xal'atath appeared, when Shadow Priests are sent to Tyr's Glades to obtain their artifact weapon. They are specifically sent to the Tomb of Tyr and slay a Twilight's Hammer cultist and use the blade to consume the essence of an old god minion.
Yes, the blade is right. I am unstoppable.
Oh my god,
With
no.
this weapon, I can do anything. Anything!
Weak and pitiful. The Twilight Father did not dare wield me, for he knew the price of failure.
Oof.
You, on the other hand, yes, I foresee us doing great things together.
I sure don't.
And I will aid you. For now.
Throughout the expansion, Shadow Priest players form a close bond with Xal'atath as they explore the Broken Isles and defeat the Legion. All the while, the Blade is whispering about the events taking place before them.
From birth, pit lords are oversized and stupid. Somehow, the Legion manages to magnify both traits. Suramar, its noble citizens.
Wait, is this Blade low-key kind of like a big fucking hater? Is this Blade honestly just a fucking hater? Cause like, holy shit, the things that she's saying, what is this? Yeah, she's like gossiping like crazy. Holy shit. Okay, I kind of love that for her. Not low-key, she's high-key a hater. You know? That makes sense.
Greedily slurping at their world's very lifeblood. Really? These thugs of Sargeras are so interchangeable.
Oh my
This
god.
one's good with his axe. Oh, how unique. Can you taste it over there? The sweet nectar of madness. Ah, this place is swollen with it.
And during this expansion, players would fall in love with the sultry talking blade, and Xal'atath would earn the name Naifu.
Guys, Are you in love with her? If you are in love with her, drop a 1 in the chat. Not your wife, not your Naifu, not your Beyblade. No, but I've never played Priest. Oh my fucking god, the number of 1s is crazy. You guys are hella down bad for her, huh? Yeah? Oh my god. I kind of love this for you guys. You know what? This is your queen, and I respect that. We're trying to see how many people in the chat really love, your Naifu. I don't recognize her from the ankles up. It's a knife. I don't think she's got ankles. I've got the feet on standby. What is this?
Also, Beyblade. At the end of the expansion, Sargeras stabs a giant sword into the world, and player characters bring the power of their weapons into the giant sword to stop its corruption. And lore-wise, Xal'atath is either misplaced or disappears from the player character's possession. Somehow I'm not surprised.
No, stop! The murder hobo's fucked up again? Wait, be for reals, the fucking murder hobo's fucked up one more time. Can we do like a... Okay, I'm gonna do like a count, right? I have like a notepad. I'm gonna do like a count of the number of times bad things happen. Oh, I'm gonna do like a counter for the number of times bad things happen and it's all because of us.
But in the next expansion, Battle for Azeroth, players can stumble upon a questline involving Xal'atath. Now, any class can do this questline, but Shadow Priests have unique voice lines with Xal'atath during these quests.
Okay.
Strength failing. I need blood. Souls.
When they first find the
yeah,
blade,
lady, I got you.
Island of Stormsong Valley, and they must kill mobs to restore Xal'atath's power.
How glorious it is to be renewed. Though I haven't forgotten your callous misuse of me in Silithus.
Ooh.
Such a waste of potential. It pleases me that we have a chance to spend more time together. You should know that of my many companions, you were my favorite.
I get it now, guys. Whatever she's putting down, I understand it now, guys. Hold on. Oh, I didn't realize I hit full screen by accident, by the way. Now I get it. Now I understand. She is, like, flirting with us hardcore, and you know what? She might be the only person in like, WoW who, like, really, 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 really wants us, huh? Ooh.
Oh, you're just saying that, aren't you?
We will accomplish remarkable things together, you and I. Magnificent things. I realize it may be disconcerting to converse with a weapon. Be at ease. I merely wish to see you reach your full potential.
She wants me.
Xal'atath convinces the player to collect 3 artifacts to stop the Naga from conjuring a giant storm. This process involves killing a worshipper of the Void and possessing her body so Xal'atath can take a corporeal form.
Oh, okay.
Yes. It's been so long since I took a mortal form. This body is pleasing.
And she's hot?
Don't you think? I knew you were the right choice. Your strength and courage.
I get it now.
Compelling. Once again, you proved deserving of my admiration. Such a worthy champion.
She admires us.
Oh. It is no mere coincidence that our paths intersect. You were meant to find me. I was meant to find you. A grand destiny lies before us. Surely you sense it as well as I. Join me at the precipice of oblivion. There, the way will be opened. There, our path shall be revealed.
After collecting 2 other relics,
I'm just saying, after this, I am uninstalling Tinder and I am downloading WoW Retail. You know? Fuck Tinder, right? Am I right? WoW retail's where it's at. What the fuck? Xal'atath ASMR when? I know Blizzard needs to like drop that shit ASAP. They just need to drop that shit like right now. Oh my god.
Xal'atath sends players to the Shrine of Storms, where... Hey, wait.
Oh?
We collected these to stop the Naga, right?
Hear me, God of the Deep. I have brought you the Opener, the bringer of truths, the torch that lights the way. Honor our bargain. Free me to find my own fate.
This is 100% the player character throwing because they got like hella horny. This is 100% the player character throwing because horny. This is so fucking funny. This is actually so fucking funny. How come you don't talk to us like the knife? You want me to talk to you like I'm the knife? Brother, I don't even have that level of riz. What are you saying to me right now? We actively threw. And I don't even blame the player character this time, guys. I completely get it. You would 100% do the same, don't you dare? I'm not shaming. I'm saying this like one instance of us throwing is completely justified because understandable. Have a nice day. This is so funny. I honestly I feel like most of WoW is just people fucking up because they got like extra horny or down bad. This is so fucking funny. Hi guys.
But the blade must remain to serve my will.
A fair exchange.
My
dear friend.
Ooh.
We will meet again. I am certain of it.
She's leaving us? She's leaving us? What? That is so... We gotta get our Naifu back, guys. This is fucked up. We gotta go get our Beyblade back. I can't believe she's leaving us. I don't want to say it, but that looks like something. I don't want to say it, but that looks like something. Nope. God, we're getting pierced too. That is insane.
Turns out Xal'atath actually tricked us into collecting the relics to fully separate her soul from the blade of the Black Empire and cursing us with the gift of N'Zoth, which doesn't actually do anything other than a cool visual effect and some whispers of the old god infiltrating our mind. Later on in BFA, Xal'atath, the blade, not the lady, falls into the possession of the Horde, then Tunathanos Blightcaller, then the Queen Ajara, then Wrathion, who then used it to defeat N'Zoth. Does that sound like a whirlwind of story? Yeah, it is, and it's far too complicated to expand upon right now. Point is, after the defeat of N'Zoth, Xal'atath, the blade, not the lady, has disappeared once again. So Xal'atath the lady and Xal'atath the blade have been lurking in the background, and finally in the new expansion, War Within, Xal'atath will be returning as one of the main antagonists. And trust me, I'm looking forward to see her return, but I think Xal'atath also highlights a very strong weak point in WoW's storytelling. The storytelling of Xal'atath is told to players in the Legion expansion, which came out 8 years ago, and is only told to one of the 36 specializations in the game, and then her story is continued in the next expansion with an optional quest that can easily be missed, so you only know about the presence of Xal'atath if you are a highly specific player or you seek information about WoW lore. Like
oh my
watching
god.
This video.
So you only get her quest if you're basically like a hyper nerd then? Is that what he's saying? You will only get the Naifu quest if you are like hella nerd. like the Omega nerd, then that's us, by the way. I mean, I'm not really shitting on us because, you know, that'd be kind of sad, but we're watching this video. It's literally us. Fuck.
Thanks for watching, by the way.
Hell yeah.
Oh, you've gathered quite the group of followers.
Damn. So, all I've learned about the Master Manipulator is that we are just down bad, like hella down bad. There's like a we have a bunch of like videos here too, by the way. I'm gonna look at, let me see. How about the Warcraft villains who did nothing wrong? Are you ready?
In World of Warcraft, the Horde and the Alliance typically follow two pretty obvious archetypes for the most part. The Horde are the bad guys and the Alliance are the good guys.
Right.
Or are they? One of the first enemies Alliance players may fight in World of Warcraft is a direct result of the more deceitful past of the Alliance. It's common you'll find people saying that the Defias Brotherhood did nothing wrong, and are one of the villains in Warcraft who are completely justified in their actions.
Oh, okay.
In order to understand their leader VanCleef and his Brotherhood's insatiable need for revenge, we'll have to learn about their origins and how the so-called heroic Alliance had betrayed them. But first, a quick word from today's totally unrelated and slightly inappropriate sponsor.
Oh?
Your balls! That's right, today's video is sponsored by Manscaped, the best company for all of your grooming needs. Their
Dude, that's my fucking
is the
dream.
Performance Package 4.0, which includes the new Skin-Safe Lawnmower 4.0 electric trimmer for your balls!
I'm just saying, you know, Dr. Squatch, Manscaped, hit me up. I have the target audience for you. I have the target audience for you, dude. Like, have you seen my like YouTube stats? Do you want to know how? Gents.
The Weed Whacker ear and nose trimmer.
Guess,
the
okay?
crop-preserving anti-chafing ball deodorant.
Guess how many percentage of my viewers are men?
Mats, and lastly, a travel bag, an official Manscaped.
The boxers are funny. Guess how many? It's 98.1%. It's 98.1%, and I have a 1.8%. 1.8%. What is it? From my analytics, 1.8% of people watch me are women. 98.1% are men. So I'm just saying, Manscaped, hit me up. I have the target audience for you. You know? I mean, I play WoW, I play Yu-Gi-Oh, I play Vanguard, I watch Warhammer videos. I'm just saying. Hit me up. 2% of women, let's go.
Boxers. Balls!
Balls!
I had the pleasure of getting my hands on the new performance package, and let me tell you, it works. You too can elevate your manly grooming needs by using the promo code linked down below. Thank you, Manscaped, for sponsoring today's video. Balls.
Balls. Yeah, I forgot women. My bad.
The Second War has just finished on Azeroth. The Alliance was victorious, and the Orcs' rampage was finally quelled.
Okay.
The humans of the Eastern Kingdoms transitioned into an age of recovery from the violent wars. Stormwind was left in ruin.
No.
The Orcs had turned the once regal marble into nothing more than piles of stone. Rebuilding the Jewel of the Alliance would take a monumental effort. The nobles of Stormwind gathered and hired a small army of workers called the Stonemasons Guild, led by lead architect Edwin VanCleef.
VanCleef, let's go.
From all over the kingdoms with their families to start anew and rebuild the city. This humongous undertaking to rebuild Stormwind marked a new beginning for many. Finally, the humans could focus on rebuilding their lives instead of worrying about 7-foot-tall, roided-up green monsters breaking down their door and throwing axes in their face.
Hell! Oh.
Hey, get back to work. This city isn't gonna build itself.
That's fucked up.
Done. And voila, the city was rebuilt and was just as, if not more beautiful than before. Edwin VanCleef and his hard-working stonemasons ventured to the keep to claim their promised rewards and...
Okay.
My apologies, but we have decided that we are not going to pay you.
That is fucked up.
What? The nobles decided that they'd just not pay the stonemasons for their years of work. They expressed that they should have rebuilt Stormwind out of civic pride instead.
Bro, shut up. Oh my god, bureaucracy sucks, guys. I mean, you know, I'm not a hater, but my fucking god, the fact that this happens in video games too, kind of a yikes. I'm not gonna lie. Like, man, can I not have to deal with like people trying to be cheap? Oh yeah, by the way, this is the name of the channel is Platinum WoW.
Though civic pride had no way of putting food on the table for your family.
True.
The reality of the situation was that the Stormwind nobles were undergoing a serious debt.
Oh.
Stormwind's military was expanded deep into places across the eastern kingdoms like Hillsbrad Foothills and Stranglethorn. I mean, just look at these guys. There has to be like a dozen of them. Maybe.
Oh.
Look, point is, the nobles have been spending a lot of money and can't spare any coin for the stonemasons. While this might be an embarrassing blunder for some of the royalty, for one particular noblewoman, everything was going according to plan.
Oh, this lady. Oh, I remember her.
Lady Katrina Prestor had deceived the nobles and stonemasons alike. She was secretly the Black Dragon Onyxia.
We all have our disguises.
The daughter of Deathwing manipulated as much chaos as possible among Stormwind with her treachery. She whispered in the ears of the stonemasons, telling them that they needed to ask for more gold, while also telling the nobles they needed to pay them less for their shoddy craftsmanship.
What?
I mean, just look at those logs. That can't be safe. And look here. Where the hell are the safety railings? And look up here, where even are the textures for the top of the castle? And look at this lion. There's like 5 polygons used for this thing. And lastly, why the hell is there a Brewfest wreath here? It isn't even October.
Humans so love their holidays. I mean, of course we do.
And yes, that massive debt the kingdom had racked up was also attributed to Katrina Prestor.
Oh.
The stonemasons were reasonably pissed and protested outside of the castle. In an effort to quell this outrage, the nobles disbanded the stonemasons guild, hoping that would make their problem go away.
Oh, what?
Unsurprisingly, it only made it far worse.
Stone by stone, Stormwind shall fall.
This makes so much sense. So what the hell?
To battle!
Oh. Damn.
The stonemasons rioted in the streets, wreaking havoc and destroying the very city they built with their own hands. The nobles needed to think quick, or their precious kingdom...
Stop! Her smile is insane. This entire like picture is so fucking funny. Oh my god. This is so fucking funny. I hate this. You just have to stop and read them? Yeah, I think so, but also like it goes at such a snail's pace that I'm just kind of like, oh man, by the time I'm like done with a quest, I've forgotten the story already.
Would turn to rubble once again.
Wait, this is when Anduin's mom dies because she's killed by a rock thrown during the riot? 07's in the chat for Anduin's mom.
Now you see, some nobles actually wanted to fight for the stonemasons' rights and ensure that they were properly paid. Queen Tiffin Wrynn, wife of Varian Wrynn, was one of these nobles. If anyone was going to quell this outrage, it would be her. Attention, citizens of Stormwind. I, your queen, ask that you please...
Oh shit!
Queen Tiffin Wrynn was struck by a rock killing her instantly. Yes, that actually happened in the lore. King Varian was absolutely pissed at the stonemasons and cracked down hard on the hooligans who were responsible for the murder of his own wife. In fear of being thrown in a cell for the rest of their lives, all of the rioting stonemasons fled from Stormwind, the very city they had built with their own hands.
Can I get an 07 in the chat?
Now imagine for a moment, you are a stonemason. You traveled with your family across the continent to help rebuild Stormwind. You spent years of your life performing back-breaking labor to make a lovingly crafted city that was the jewel of the Alliance, as they said, only to be banished from it and forced to watch as the nobles live their happy lives in their castle that you had built.
Yeah, what the fuck?
To say the stonemasons were filled to the brim with spite would be an understatement. And their leader, Edwin VanCleef, was no exception. You see, Edwin was not just some guy who knew how to make pretty castles. He had an extensive history and was even childhood friends with Matthias Shaw, leader of the SI7, and was trained in the art of being a rogue. The beaten down stonemasons looked up to him for answers on what to do next. VanCleef assured them that they would get their revenge. The stonemasons donned crimson bandanas, a stark contrast to the royal blue of the Alliance that had failed them. They were renamed to the Defias Brotherhood and would stop at nothing to claim their promised payment by any means necessary.
Bro.
The nobles of Stormwind will pay.
First things first, this newly established criminal organization would need a base of operations. The rundown town of Moonbrook seemed like the perfect location.
Cool, sure.
This is our town, scrub.
Yeah, beat it.
With Moonbrook taken over, the Defias could claim what they were really after. Beneath the town was the abandoned and haunted mineshaft called the Dead Mines. The gold harvested from this maze of tunnel systems once accounted for a third of Stormwind's treasure reserves. In an ironic twist of fate, the Defias now claimed it as their own.
Okay.
The Dead Mines has been a location in the Warcraft universe ever since the first Warcraft game, when the orcs took over the mines during the First War. Blackhand's daughter named Griselda fled to the mines with an ogre named Turok, and the player had to venture into the mines and slay the deserters. After the Second War, the mineshaft was left abandoned until now.
Damn, bro, it's real. It's so real right now. What the fuck?
Deep within their headquarters, the Defias organized their attacks against the Kingdom of Stormwind. First was to cripple their food supply. Westfall was known as the breadbasket of Stormwind's kingdom, and halting the farming of crops would deal a massive blow.
You're looking at me.
That makes sense.
Defias goons sprawled out across the golden fields and laid claim to the family farms. They'd salt the earth or outright torch the crops and halt all production. Like I mentioned earlier in the video, Stormwind's military was deployed in places all across the Eastern Kingdoms, so the citizens of Westfall were kinda just left to suffer as the Defias bullied them. Meanwhile, VanCleef used his contacts from when he was an architect to his advantage, and hired a gaggle of goblins to craft a variety of gadgets and gizmos for the Brotherhood.
Who's ready to make some money?
This feels so random though. Like, I mean, like, okay, I guess they turn to like banditry, but okay.
But the most horrific invention the goblins crafted was the harvest golems.
Ooh. Wait, that sounds sick.
The Defias deployed these robots to inhabit the sacked farms to dissuade them from ever being claimed again. This proved to be effective because, by the light, the harvest golems are such a horrifying mob in WoW that nobody talks about.
Out of my field!
Target acquired. Harvesting servos engaged.
Imagine running through a cornfield while being chased by a giant scarecrow with knives for fingers.
What?
Getting a stranglehold on the territory of Westfall was child's play. Now, the Defias could enact Phase 2 of their plan. Defias bandits sprawled out across the zones of Elven Forest, Duskwood, and Redridge, creating an intricate network of outposts to relay information and stir up commotion within the local settlements. At this point, the Defias Brotherhood did not just recruit stonemasons into their ranks. Bandits, cutthroats, smugglers, and any other humans who were wronged by the Kingdom of Stormwind could join their organization and work towards dismantling their opposition. But not everything went according to plan. Within the Stormwind Stockades, the Alliance's most dangerous criminals have been thrown behind bars, including members of the Defias Brotherhood. One of VanCleef's closest lieutenants was a man named Basil Thread, who had been imprisoned by the Stormwind Guards. Even inside the Stockades, he was able to convert the other convicts into joining the Brotherhood. When players enter the Stockades,
my guy's honestly working so fucking hard, it's insane. If there are haters, it is literally them. But also rightfully, they are also like rightfully haters. So this makes sense. Okay? They 100% did nothing wrong. They got fucked over.
The prisoners have erupted into a riot. What sparked this rampage is explained in the quest text for the quest, The Color of Blood. You see, because Stormwind's military was absent, they had volunteer guards for the stockades. One of these volunteer guards was a 14-year-old boy named Mac.
No.
Mac had tried to reprimand some of the prisoners for turning their wool blankets into Defias masks. In response, the prisoners killed him.
What?
Anyways, the riot within the stockades is just yet another problem for Stormwind's kingdom that has spiraled out of control.
Grab your shield! It's a riot! Back to your cell!
Oh!
Let's get back to the Defias and their master plan. What is their master plan?
What is their master plan?
Surely it isn't just petty thievery and harassing locals. Well, you see, VanCleef's plan is... First, bribe the gnolls and have them attack the humans. These monstrous hyena people would cause havoc within Stormwind's kingdom and would be a great distraction from the Defias' activities. Next, take over the local mine shafts all over Elven Forest and then hire kobolds to mine the resources from these mine shafts. Next, use the Defias outposts scattered across the zones to make a complex trade route and smuggle steel, copper, and other materials and ship them over to the dead mines. In the dead mines, have your goblin engineers and builders construct various components and rigging for their ultimate weapon, a massive juggernaut armed with dozens of cannons. Then hire a group of bloodsail pirates to man the ship. Then sail it out into the open sea, pull it to the Stormwind Harbor, and yes, reduce that damn city to rubble. Oh, just imagine the look on the nobles' faces. No, it can't be. Have I forgotten? The player characters.
No! The fucking murder hobos! I hate this. Oh my god. I genuinely feel for these stonesmiths. What the fuck? Fuck the player characters again. Fuck the murder hobos. I can't believe it. They looted this guy. We got paid. Oh, this is so sad. Can I get an 07? It's the fucking player characters, man. We got paid. How much gold was it? Was it like worth it? The fucking murder hobos. Yeah, his head fetched me like 20 silver. It's not even gold. What? Fucking the nobles are cheaping out. It's his fault for having the BIS litter chest for a level 19 rogue. 100 silver. Yeah, it's not even gold. It was only like 12 or 20 silver. That is immoral. Fuck. The nobles are so bad too. Oh my god, those cheapskates.
That's right. VanCleef's plan was foiled how most villains' plans are foiled in the Warcraft universe. The player characters allied with the People's Militia in Westfall and stormed into the Deadmines. One by one, they defeated VanCleef's henchmen, starting with his goons, then his engineers, and finally, his crew that was second in command, like Mr. Smite, Captain Greenskin, and Cookie. Yes, the Defias has a Murloc chef named Cookie, and there's literally no lore explanation for it. But lore-wise, Mr. Smite and Cookie don't actually die. Mr. Smite returned in the Mystic Pandaria expansion as a rare mob named Yorick Sharpeye in the Vale of Eternal Blossoms. We know it's him because he drops a toy that lets you turn into Mr. Smite. As for Cookie, he comes back in another iteration of the dungeon that I'll talk about later in this video. Then he plays a very minor role in the Warlords of Draenor expansion in a garrison mission, and then we find his corpse in Shadowlands. Where in Maldraxxus, he was turned into an abomination, and then died again.
07 Cookie. Can I get some 07s in the chat for Cookie? This is so fucking sad. We stopped the bad guys. Oh my god, guys. Yay. We did it. We stopped the bad guys. This is so fucked up. Man, fuck the player characters.
So now he's like super dead, back to the Deadmines. Despite VanCleef having a better executed and more thought out plan than the most powerful villain in the Warcraft universe, he would ultimately meet his demise atop the Juggernaut and be defeated by the player characters.
No!
Although VanCleef was beheaded, it would not spell the end for the Defias Brotherhood, as VanCleef had a daughter who made it her life's mission to enact revenge for what the Kingdom of Stormwind had taken from her.
You know, fair.
Vanessa VanCleef plotted in secret and would not reveal her true identity until the events that took place in the Cataclysm expansion.
Oh, she was in the cutscene. This is the lady in the cutscene. Oh, let's go. She saw us do it, by the way, man. The player characters have just ruined her life.
During the Cataclysm, Westfall's homeless population grew exponentially. Part of the reason for this was because the Kingdom of Stormwind was spending most of their time and gold on foreign affairs, like the previous war that took place in Northrend during the Wrath of the Lich King expansion. Disguised as a woman named Hope Saldine, Vanessa recruited a variety of henchmen to bolster the Defias once again. During the questing experience in Westfall, we discover that some mysterious woman is rallying the citizens to join the Brotherhood and take revenge against the kingdom that does not care for the best interests of its citizens. Thankfully, they all kind of forgot that it was the Defias that terrorized them in the first place, but let's just not talk about it. The questing experience in Westfall ends with Sentinel Hill being burned to the ground, and the Defias are operating in full force once again, and plan to use the same boat to destroy Stormwind once again. And you know how this story ends. Players go into the Deadmines, defeat the bosses, but only in the heroic version of the dungeon do players actually fight Vanessa.
Okay.
I've been waiting a long time for this, you know. Biding my time, building my forces, studying the minds of my enemies.
She sounds like someone in like League of Legends, but I can't remember who.
I was never very good at hand-to-hand combat, you know. Not like my father. But I always excelled at poisons, especially venoms that affect the mind.
The Vanessa VanCleef fight is one of the craziest fights that has ever been added to the game. So, it starts with her poisoning you, and then you go on a drug trip that starts with you being slowly lowered into a cauldron of molten metal, and then you have to experience the deepest, darkest fears of all the previous bosses in the dungeon, which includes fire and ice flying everywhere, shit tons of spiders, rotating electric balls, and a worgen trying to kill his own family. And then you actually fight Vanessa, and she sets the ship on fire, and you gotta swing on this rope like an action movie, and the fight finally ends with Vanessa blowing herself up.
Enough! I
I will not give you the pleasure. If I'm going to die, I'm taking you all with me. My fate is my own.
I'm not gonna lie, that absolutely made sense. That like 110% made sense. If I'm being for reals. Like her like taking you out at the end. Yup, I get it. Shyvana, Fiora, Lysira, Cassiopeia. You know what? That makes sense too. Yeah, it's probably like Elise and Cass like mixed together.
This is easily one of the craziest dungeon fights in the game's history, and it's a shame because since this fight is only in the heroic version of the dungeon, it hasn't been made relevant for the last decade. It's a shame because there's so much stuff like this in the game's history that is made completely irrelevant, and there's no reason for players to interact with the majority of the content in World of Warcraft. What I'm trying to say is, Blizzard, please make time walking a core part of the endgame experience. Please, thanks. Okay, rant over. But actually...
Okay, what is the heroic version of the quest? Like, what does that mean? In terms of, like, WoW. So, like, if I play as someone else, I won't be able to, like, unlock this? I don't get it. Hard mode. Oh, okay. So, it's harder than, like, classic WoW, then. It's harder than, like, the Iron Man, then.
Actually, Vanessa did not die at the end of Heroic Deadmines.
Oh.
The lore excuse being that players actually imagined her dying while experiencing their poison drug trip. Vanessa returns in the Legion expansion during the Rogue Order Hall questline, and after some shenanigans, she becomes one of your followers and joins the faction called the Uncrowned, which is basically just like the rogue version of a secret society sort of thing. And there's just one last thing in Legion that I have to mention.
Okay, I'm ready. Also, yeah. So it's just a harder difficulty then, that makes sense.
On the demon-infested planet of Argus, the champions of Azeroth fought alongside members of their class order halls, which, for rogues, includes the likes of Defias Thieves. For some reason, I just find this to be the funniest thing ever, because it's like, you're fighting an intergalactic war with spaceship-flying demons and light-imbued super soldiers, and then there's just like, this dude with a red bandana.
True!
And a knife. And that's it. It's like poetry. What better way to illustrate the wide range of stories told in the Warcraft universe, like putting a petty thief in a dramatic space opera? Back to Westfall. In the book Exploring Azeroth Eastern Kingdoms, it's revealed that the remaining members of the Defias Brotherhood have kind of just been absorbed into the Uncrowned with Vanessa, and are no longer a threat in Westfall. As for the Deadmines, it now suffers the horrible fate of being a pet battle dungeon. Ugh. Oh, the humanity.
Wait, what?
So, did the Defias Brotherhood do nothing wrong? Well, maybe. Perhaps terrorizing hundreds of innocent civilians in your personal mission for revenge is not the most morally right thing to do. But nevertheless, we can all sympathize with the motivations of the Defias Brotherhood, and appreciate how one of the first stories told to most players in World of Warcraft has stood the test of time as a brilliantly crafted tale.
Okay, I'm gonna be for fucking reals here. I don't think they did anything wrong. Now, terrorizing the citizens, was that bad? Yeah, but also weren't they like basically immigrants that like were invited to build the city and then like never got paid for it? So they're brokies. So they're broke, right? Because, you know, they never got fucking paid. So becoming a bandit low-key makes sense, because where else are they gonna get the money? They got exiled from the city, right? I mean, they killed our queen, but also like that's like an unfortunate like side effect of it, right? Yeah, they're just contractors and never got paid. So like low-key, it honestly makes sense to me why they would become like bandits. What I don't understand is like, oh man, I don't know. I guess like in the grand scheme of WoW, in the grand scheme of like the entirety of WoW, considering there's like fucking like gods of death and shit like that, right? Just some random guys, you know, they aren't a big enough like villain, I guess. But yeah, this is kind of fucked up. Oh, they were all Stormwind citizens. Oh, they just lived on the outskirts. That is fucked up. was not aligning with the player character. Okay, but honestly, fuck the player character though. Y'all, we are heavy throwing, and this is kind of fucked up. Okay, should we watch the best villain in WoW history or Garrosh did nothing wrong? I'll let you guys choose. They're both videos about Garrosh, but like, which one should we watch? Yeah, just a random guy, fucking like, gets their asses. It's the same thing? Is it actually the same thing? Okay guys, we're gonna watch Garrosh did nothing wrong.
Now the title of this video may come as a surprise to some of you, and you probably clicked on it to see how it's possible to argue that Garrosh, an end boss to an expansion, could do no wrong.
This video was made by my boss, so yell at him if you don't agree. Yell at him if you don't agree, just be like, hey, stop dick riding Garrosh. He will 100% be like, no, Garrosh is like so right.
Well, obviously he might have done a few bad things, but there are pretty good reasons for it all, and that's what I'll be explaining.
Don't actually harass him though, guys. Don't yell at him, don't harass him. If it breaks his heart, I will be sad too.
Garrosh was introduced in the Burning Crusade as a brooding orc in Nagrand. Garrosh knows that it was his father that drank the demon blood first and doomed his race to the fate they have now. He lived most of his life thinking his father was a big screw-up, and in the family-centric culture that the orcs have, was a thing to legitimately be ashamed of.
Wait, guys. Can we do like a count, right? How many of these like characters, villains or not, just characters in general in WoW, right, have like severe daddy issues? How many of them have like severe daddy issues? Garrosh, Jaina, Kael'thas, Anduin. Everyone's got fucking mad daddy issues. Is this just daddy issues the game? Thrall also had daddy issues too. Forgot about his ass. Is this why we like WoW? Because we all empathize with the daddy issues. I'd be tempted to play WoW. You know, if you like trauma, hell yeah, brother. Too many. Are we traumatized? Are we just traumatized?
Garrosh was ashamed and afraid of his legacy, until one day Thrall shows up and is all like, "Yeah, dog, your father was actually the savior of the orcs, not the cause of the downfall. Come join my army and embrace the Hellscream name." And Garrosh does. For the first time in his life, he's proud of what his father is, and what he did. And he wants to be just as good, if not better than his father. Of course, Thrall totally whitewashed the history of the Horde, but he was just trying to cheer him up. This will be the first of many mistakes Thrall made, which led to Garrosh's death. Now, Garrosh...
Thrall's throwing! What is this? Thrall, you don't... Oh my god, Thrall is also low-key a fuck-up. Jesus. I mean, I guess he is our Jesus, but like, you know, he's made many wrong decisions. This kind of blows.
Was a part of the Horde, and even becomes a general and leads the Warsong clan in battles against the Alliance. Now, let me take a moment to explain Orcish culture a little bit.
Okay.
All the clans compete against each other for territory and dominance. They have a very warlike culture, and never united because they were too busy fighting each other. All of a sudden, the demons intervene and all the orc clans unite. With them not infighting anymore, they have to compete against something, and that's how the Warcraft story started, with Kil'jaeden taking advantage of Orcish culture to wipe out the Draenei. Now, back to Garrosh. Garrosh has an enemy to fight, the Alliance and the Lich King. When you do quests for Garrosh in the Boron Tundra, Hellscream sends you out to fight both, and you help him secure a foothold to eventually fight the Lich King, the big man himself who ravished the human kingdoms and destroyed the High Elves. And by some miracle, he was successful. He was front and center when Arthus fell. Hellscream is the one who gives you the buff in ICC to make the instance easier. Garrosh is seen as a hero to the Horde, especially the young orcs. He's also in the presence of Thrall, who takes him with him to important meetings, as you can see in the Ulduar intro cinematic. Garrosh has proven himself in a pretty short amount of time as someone worthy of his legacy, and even comes to see Thrall as a sort of father figure. Then the Cataclysm happens. Orgrimmar is pretty banged up from what Deathwing did, and Thrall wants to take off and become Jesus. He decides to put Hellscream in charge because he is well loved by the orcs. But Hellscream tells Thrall, "No way, dude, I'm a fighter, not a diplomat. This is a bad idea." And Thrall was like, "Well, too bad, dude, I'm doing it anyway, lol." And thrusts the title of War Chief on an unwilling Garrosh. The Horde was in the middle of a crisis.
Thrall is literally fucking throwing. I hate that, like, oh my god. What if I did a video essay, this is why I hate Thrall? And it's all just because he's a massive fuck up. It's okay, guys. I won't be mad anymore. We shan't be mad over Thrall anymore. What is his fucking problem? What is he doing? My guy just like hates, just makes bad decisions after bad decisions after bad decisions. Oh my god.
So, what does an orcish war hero do when put in charge of the Horde? Well, he runs it like an orc from Draenor would run things, identifying the enemy and do everything in your power to crush your opponent.
War?
The Horde is low on supplies since they spent all their money on repairs for Orgrimmar. And since they live in the middle of a desert, natural resources are scarce. The Night Elves cut off trade with the Horde in Ashenvale when the whole Wrathgate fiasco happened. No longer trusting the Horde. So what does Garrosh do? He invades Ashenvale for the natural resources, of course. It was either that or let his people die in the streets of starvation.
I mean,
the
true.
Druids of Ashenvale hold a meeting to maybe let the Horde trade with them again to stop the invasion when they are ambushed at their meeting. One of the Tauren Archdruids in the meeting saw that one of the ambushers was an orc and told Karni. Karni then thought it was Garrosh who was responsible since none of the other racial leaders cared very much for Garrosh at the time. So he challenges Garrosh to a duel, and Garrosh accepts, even though he had nothing to do with the ambush, and he thinks Karni just doesn't like the way he's running things. During the duel, Garrosh kills Karni by accident because Magatha Grimtotem poisoned his weapon before the fight without his knowledge.
What?
Turns out, the orc that ambushed the Druids was part of the Twilight Hammer cult, and had nothing to do with Garrosh. But, of course, both of these instances still leave a sour taste in the mouth of people for Garrosh, even though he wasn't really responsible for either. Zul'jin, the person Thrall told Garrosh to turn to if he ever needed advice, basically insults him and threatens to kill Garrosh. Sylvanas is creating a new plague, just like the one that was used at the Wrathgate, and is killing people intentionally to raise them again as undead. Garrosh goes over there to tell her to cut that shit out, because she's behaving no differently than the Lich King. Of course, Sylvanas ignored him, and does it anyway, and then asks for orcish help when things turn sour for her while invading Gilneas. So, what does all this teach Garrosh? Well, the other races of the Horde don't understand what he's doing.
Why do people fucking hate... Dualox, where are you? I hate that... I hate that your video is now making me sympathetic to Garrosh, because now I'm just like, wow, everyone fucking hates him, and I don't know why. Like, everyone's out to get him, and it's so sad. I hate that now I'm becoming sympathetic. No, this sucks. What? Yeah. And then Vol'jin's like mean to him because like Vol'jin's like mean to him for no fucking reason. Apparently the spirit told him to do so, but also this was still like the bad spirit, right? This is the bad guy spirit, right? So what the fuck? Yeah, this video. Okay, you know what? No. I need to be more objective, guys. I need to be more objective.
He's running the Horde like an orc would, like his father, who he idolized more than anyone would. And he is getting nothing but shit from everyone in return. When one of his own men kill a village of peaceful druids, he personally comes to the location and kills the commander in charge. Because there's no honor in killing people who aren't even fighting back. Garrosh's philosophy is about finding an opponent and defeating them by any means necessary. Not killing peaceful villages for no reason. So, Garrosh continues his campaign against the Alliance. He's been at war with the Alliance since he's joined the Horde. Why would he stop fighting them now when they are being openly hostile towards him?
Yeah!
So, he decides to take out the Alliance foothold right in his front yard. People may question Garrosh for blowing up the entire city, but they were at war. It's not like he just flew over Theramore one day and dropped the nuke. No, they had been fighting for weeks, if not months before that. Then the hidden continent of Pandaria was discovered, a giant, brand new land filled with natural resources. Of course he's going to want to get his hands on it. The Alliance do the same thing as well. While there, he also finds all kinds of artifacts, powerful ones that could boost the power of the Horde. He'd be stupid not to try and put them to good use. After finding the heart of Y'Shaarj, Garrosh finally has enough power to accomplish the goal of the Horde, to take out the Alliance and control the world, united under one leader. This is a goal even Wrathion wanted as well, since he knew the world would be better off if the two factions stopped fighting, and the only way that would ever happen is if one of them took over the other. So Garrosh takes all of his new wonders from Pandaria back to Orgrimmar to prepare for the coming war.
Okay.
It's then that the other races of the Horde rebel. Doesn't matter, he doesn't need them anyway. They've been nothing but a dick to Garrosh the whole time he's been war chief.
True though.
Thrall himself joins the fray. Goes to Orgrimmar, not to reason with Garrosh, the person he put in charge of the Horde, even though Garrosh himself told Thrall it was a bad idea, but goes to Orgrimmar to kill Garrosh himself.
This is so fucked up! Oh my god! Wait. This is so fucked up. Thrall, you're insane, by the way. Like, you can't just, like, fuck off and, like, and be all like, hey, I'm back now to kill you. Oh my god. Yeah, Garrosh's entire backstory is just him crashing the fuck out. But also, now I get it. Check the upload date. 8 years ago. April 1st. God damn it. God fucking damn it, dual logs. Sorry, god fucking damn it, Hiruma Red X.
Garrosh defeats his old mentor. He's in too deep now, and has the power of an old god. Of course he wins. He doesn't kill Thrall though, because even though Thrall betrayed him, he still sees him as a kind of father figure.
Oh, not the daddy
Then after
problems.
the combined might of the Horde Rebellion and the Alliance finally take down Garrosh, Thrall is all too eager to kick him while he's down. But the Alliance king of all people stops him, and proposes a trial for Garrosh instead. And of course, Garrosh gets lampooned at his trial. Anyone on the losing side of a conflict is going to come out of it looking like a bad person.
Okay, I just want to say, and this is probably going to be a really random segue, I just realized that Varian has just really thick eyebrows, and it's not that he hasn't slept in like 30 years. He just has really thick eyebrows. I thought those were just like dark eye circles for a really long time.
At his trial. Anyone on the losing side of a conflict is going to come out of it looking like a bad person.
Yeah!
But despite all he did during his reign as the war chief, the Celestials, ancients who have lived thousands of years, and are thought of as pinnacles of wisdom and intelligence by the Pandaren, think Garrosh deserves to live and spare his life at the trial.
Hell yeah!
The Celestials themselves think it wasn't completely Garrosh's fault. It's then that the Bronze Dragon Trader and Wrathion break Garrosh out of the courtroom and take him to an alternate Draenor to build an army to stop the Legion. But Garrosh has different plans. He wants to meet his own father himself, since he probably won't get a chance like this ever again. He meets up with his dad, in disguise, and is able to convince him to never drink the demon blood, saving the orcs from demonic influence. But meanwhile, on Azeroth, Thrall is not happy about Garrosh escaping. When the Iron Horde comes through the portal to invade the Blasted Lands, Thrall seizes as a chance to finally kill Garrosh. Thrall tracks down Garrosh into Grand and challenges him to Mak'gora. What's the first thing Thrall says to Garrosh as they're about to fight? You must answer for your crimes, Garrosh. Totally ignoring the fact that Celestials themselves, beacons of wisdom who have lived tens of thousands of years, said, dude, Garrosh isn't completely to blame.
Thrall is just a massive fucking hater. He's just a fucking hater.
No, Thrall is out for blood, and Garrosh is rightfully pissed and attacks. Now, Garrosh was a pretty damn good fighter, but so is Thrall, who was raised as a warrior and became a shaman later on in life. They're pretty evenly matched, so neither side really knows who's going to win. Garrosh tells Thrall, all I did for the Horde, because that's exactly what he did. Who was Thrall to get mad at him for doing what he thought was in the best interest of the Horde? Thrall spits on this idea and tells him, no, you failed the Horde. Garrosh, while beating Thrall's smug face in, tells him, you're the one who put me in charge. You left me to pick up pieces. If anything, you failed me.
True!
And this is where Thrall cheats. He thinks he's in the right. He thinks Garrosh was alone responsible for crumbling the Horde. And in a duel where the rules are as follows, each participant is allowed to use one weapon. Body armor is forbidden. Each participant needs at least one witness. Thrall not only has full body armor, but uses fire weapons. His hammer, fire, wind, earth, and nature magic. Garrosh only had on his pants and one weapon, like you're supposed to have. Then, as Garrosh was about to die, being killed by the man who both set him on a path to glory, and set him on his own downfall, his last words are to tell Thrall exactly this: "You made me what I am." And Thrall
Fair
denied
point.
any part or blame for his actions, and exiled Garrosh. And that's the end of the...
Thrall is a low value man who can't admit to his mistakes. I said it. Yeah, see, okay, honestly, I am not very good against propaganda, bro. Just low value man. He cheated and then was like, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Thrall literally brought a gun to a knife fight. I am so bad when it comes to propaganda. It's crazy. Okay, how about this? What should we watch next? Warcraft villains everyone forgot about. See, this is bad. Yeah, no. I mean, you know, Garrosh was like hella fucking racist towards like everyone too. So hey, cheating in the Makara is insane. Also, Showa Sensei, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. Is the Arthus one in the queue? Arthus is in the queue. Should we do one more? What's it called? Propaganda video, or should we go for like proper videos again, guys? What do you think? I don't know if Zul'jin did nothing wrong this year. More propaganda? Okay, I can show you guys the playlist. Let me see. How do I just open it? Okay. So this is what we have on the playlist. Ignore the videos that we've already seen before. You know what we've seen before. So ignore the videos that we've already seen. We have Zul'jin did nothing wrong. Warcraft's stupidest dragon, who we all know, by the way. The censor is not hiding any fucking thing. Okay? So we've got like a ton of videos ready to watch. We have Garrosh did nothing wrong, which we've already seen. Okay? We've got Arthus did nothing wrong. Why Sylvanas is okay. Oh my god. Scarlet Crusade and there's a ton of good videos. That's the issue. I'm so tilted. Okay. We'll watch a video that has nothing to do with propaganda before we dive into a second propaganda video. Because why not? Garrosh allowed him to use magic? Okay. Nothing from Hiru? Oh my god, he's literally my boss. Sarfag is not honorable. See, this is what happens on April Fools, guys. We're gonna watch Warcraft villains everyone forgot about because I just clicked on it. Why not?
In the almost 20 years of World of Warcraft's existence, we have fought against hundreds of enemies.
Okay,
Some
who did we
with an
forget
infamy,
about?
Others not so much.
Ew,
But
the jailer.
Mantid are by far some of the most creative world building done in the Warcraft universe, and I feel like they never really got the respect they deserve. Deep in the lands that would later be called Pandaria, the Mantid have resided as far back as the primordial times on Azeroth. They originated from the Aekir, a type of old god insectoid that evolved into the mantis-like beings who have swarmed over Azeroth.
Oh!
One of the most important roles in Mantid society is the Empress. From her, thousands of Mantid are spawned, whose only purpose is to devour. Their insatiable hunger even leading them to consume the weak among their race. Every 100 years, new Mantid are spawned, and with their Empress's song, they are guided to consume everyone and everything in their wake.
Ooh.
This is the main reason why the Great Wall was built in Pandaria by the Mogu. But they forgot one crucial detail. Yeah, the Mantid can fly.
Stop! Whoever made the decision to build the wall, this is like a total like L on their part. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I don't think I'll do Elimination Chamber. I can't watch WWE unless it's like on Netflix, because I didn't pay for like the channel in Singapore, unfortunately. But yeah. Whoever built the wall kind of fucked up.
Extension of our Empress's will. Ours is but to serve in her divine name. Never to question nor to contemplate.
Ooh.
We simply act.
Oh, we don't have Peacock in Singapore. It's all like on the TV, and it's like, I think it's like $60 or $70 a month for the sports channel specifically to watch WWE. Therefore, hi, I'm not paying $60 to like watch WWE, unfortunately. We're not doing it. But also, yeah, how did they not know that they fly? Like, hi? Whoever built this wall really threw.
We fight, toil, and serve so that her vision for us is made reality. Her happiness is our reward.
Oh my god.
Her sorrow, our failure. We will give our lives for the Empress without hesitation. She is the light, and without her, our lives will be lost to darkness.
Dude, find you a guy who thinks like that.
They only know the Mantid for these horrific invasions every 100 years. Those ignorant would assume that they're trying to kill off every last remnant of life. But the unique thing about the Mantid is that isn't really the case.
Oh?
Huh? You see, the main reason for the swarms is to cull the weak from their empire. Those not fit for Mantid society will die, and only the strong will return. This has made the Mantid stronger with each passing cycle, and they become a bigger and bigger threat to those around them. Those that return are integrated into the caste system of their society, which is led by a council called the Kaelaxi. The Kaelaxi are Mantid elders and protectors of culture who focus on the long-term health of the empire. They even hold power over the Empress, who doesn't live forever, and they ensure the transfer of power from one Empress to the next. This process involves a trial by combat where the competing queens fight to the death and the victor devours the defeated, passing down a long line of power in the hundreds of generations of the Mantid's existence.
What?
A core part of Mantid society and religion relates to the Kapari amber trees. Each tree is a sacred holy site for the Mantid, and they harvest its amber to create weapons, art, armor, and architecture.
Is this just a Chimera Ant arc from like Hunter x Hunter? Women do this IRL, don't they? Do I fight people and then eat them after? No, I'm pretty proud to say I've never eaten anyone. I'm very proud to say I haven't eaten anyone. Also, yeah, yeah, I might, if there's a big enough event, I might just ask someone to stream it to me in like the Discord or something. But yeah, it's like Singapore dollars too. Platinum WoW said I do? Really? Oh my god, Platinum WoW. Have I tried to eat another VTuber to gain their power? No. No. Oh my god, not as being man-eaters. This is crazy propaganda, guys. Oh.
They even use the sap from the trees to place powerful Mantid warriors in stasis.
Oh.
These legends of old are called the Paragons and are broken free during dire situations for the Empire.
You know?
Another
Makes
advantage
sense.
these insects have is their acute sense of hearing. The Mantid can communicate over incredibly long distances and can hear even the most minute sounds of trespassers entering their lands.
Ooh.
There has never been an army that has successfully surprised the Mantid.
Oh my god, they're ready.
For the Empress!
During the events of the Mist of Pandaria expansion, the Mantid Swarm surprised the Pandaren by starting their swarm a decade early and being the largest assault in the entire history of Azeroth.
Oh.
This is partly because the current Empress and many of her children have been corrupted by the Shaw of Fear. The Shaw of Fear is one of the 7 ghostly remnants of the slain old god, Y'Shaarj. The Mantid pray for the old god's return, but they do not worship the Shaw, who
I was just gonna say, that's fucking Baron Nashor from League of Legends, bro.
has only brought destruction to their race. To the Shaw of Fear, the Mantid are only a tool to spread its influence,
That
which
makes
has
sense.
driven the corrupted Mantid into insanity, and are sending their entire empire into the carnage of war in the process.
No.
These enraged Mantid even broke the Serpent Shrine.
That's literally, oh fuck, what is it called from League of Legends? Oh man. It spawns right before Baron does. I can't remember what it's called. Oh man. Rift something, right? Rift Guard, yeah. Okay, you know?
Wall with their monolithic
I get
creatures called the Kachong. These beasts consume everything in their path, leaving a scar through the land from its devastation. The Mantid follow behind it and harvest amber-colored waste it secretes.
No.
And they create buildings and furniture from the poop.
What?
Yeah, you can find some pretty weird stuff if you actually read archaeology descriptions. Now, not all of the Mantid are corrupted. The Kael'thas still have level-headed minds and begrudgingly ally with the Alliance and Horde to help stop their corrupted Empress. Throughout the expansion, player characters farm reputation with the Kael'thas and awaken ancient Paragon warriors who then become quest givers. But once the characters reach Exalted, the leaders of the Mantid Empire make their relationship incredibly clear.
Okay.
Awakener, your deeds have earned you the trust of the Kael'thas. You are to be rewarded.
Okay,
Walk with me.
Sick.
We Mantid are an elder race. The Pandaren you associate with, they are but children.
Aww.
They have their role to play. Each cycle, our young swarm their walls. The Pandaren slay the weak, the strong return. With each generation, we grow ever stronger. Before your history began, our empire was vast. We shared this world with our sister kingdoms, Ankiraj and Ajol Nerub. Our gods were many and powerful. We Mantid worshipped the 7 heads of Y'Shaarj. Great was the Old One, and terrible was his wrath. He consumed hope and begat despair. He inhaled courage and breathed fear.
I'm just saying, if they're gonna lore dump on us, I hope the rewards are like really fucking good, right? If they're gonna like hella like lore trauma dump on us, give us like good shit for this.
When the usurpers came, the ones you call Titans, Y'Shaarj was destroyed. His last terrible breath has haunted this land ever since, but the shadows he left behind are mere whispers of his former glory.
Venom.
I tell you now because you have earned this warning. Your gods are not our gods, outsider. If the old ones ever return, we Mantid will once again stand by their side. The wisest among you will do the same. I don't know if I've made it explicitly clear to you, but I do not like you very much.
Sick.
Uh-huh.
The Mantid's betrayal would soon come to pass shortly after, when the Mad War Chief Garrosh Hellscream found the heart of Y'Shaarj and consumed its power.
Oh!
A time will come when you will answer for your crimes. Bitch.
Hell yeah!
The Calaxi and the Paragons of the Mantid followed the war chief as their new leader and became hostile to the player characters.
I did warn you, Wakener.
It's not true, I guess.
In the Siege of Orgrimmar raid.
Well fought, Wakener. We will meet again.
But this isn't the last we saw of the Mantid.
Oh!
In the Battle for Azeroth expansion, the old god N'Zoth was released from his prison and attempted to corrupt the whole world of Azeroth. One of the places he hit the hardest was the Vale of Eternal Blossoms, and the remaining Mantid pledged themselves to his service. Unfortunately, the actual lore here and their involvement is incredibly small, and is just one of the many torrents of story beats in this expansion. But the question is, will we ever find the Mantid again in Warcraft's story? I sure hope so, as the world building, character design, and voice acting are all incredibly unique for the Mantid. They're also a very rare enemy type in WoW that isn't just a two-dimensional antagonist which is just used as cannon fodder for the player character to slaughter. Compare this to an entirely new mantis-like species introduced in the Dragon Isles called the Scythid. You want to know the story behind these guys? They're territorial and aggressive. Yeah, no, that is literally the only thing on their Wowpedia page.
That is so fucked up. Our guys deserve some more lore. What the fuck? They lore dumped on us, died, and then it's just territorial and aggressive. I kind of love that for us. I kind of love that for us, for reals. Okay, guys, are you ready? Are you ready to seethe a little? We are going to watch a video on Arthus. Will the propaganda work this time? Will the propaganda work this time? Check the upload date. God damn it, Logs. It's always like on April Fools. You guys are saying the propaganda is gonna work on us? Fuck. Okay, guys, we're gonna do it. I'm already screwed. He's sexy. We're fucked, guys. This is a losing battle. I forgot. He's hot.
Is it over? At long last. No king rules forever, my son. I see. Only darkness before me.
After a culminating battle in which the best forces of Azeroth faced off against the Lich King Arthus, we get this final scene after his Runeblade Frostmourne is shattered, and all of the souls he's captured over the years are released, and he's talking to the soul of his dead father, simply asking him if his nightmare is finally over. Generally, when a bad guy is killed at the end of his expansion, they don't have remorse over what they've done. They usually go down kicking and screaming, or out with a whimper, but not asking if they can finally stop and rest. You see, Arthus is one of the most popular villains in the Warcraft series, and it's generally because his story is a tragic one, of a guy who just wanted to do the right thing, and was willing to do anything to do the right thing, only to fail anyway and become a villain. You see, Arthus as a boy, and even a young adult, was a very nice and kind-hearted man. The death of his horse Invincible greatly ate him up inside, since he died in an accident that entirely could have been avoided if Arthus wasn't being an idiot. Arthus was trying to race back home in a snowstorm on his favorite horse Invincible, and he wanted to do a really cool trick of jumping over a short ravine that he'd done a million times before. But the back hoof of Invincible slipped on some ice while they were going for the jump and caused them both to crash. And this crash completely tore up two of Invincible's legs to the point where it was either going to bleed to death before they could possibly get help, or freeze to death. Either way, Invincible was done for. There was really only one option for him. Despite the fact that he broke some of his ribs in the fall, and his face and limbs were numb from the cold, he somehow managed to move himself closer to his dying horse. "This is all my fault. I deserve this," Arthus said as he removed his sword from his hilt. Invincible regarded him very calmly, almost as if he knew what had to be done and accepted his fate. That caused Arthas's eyes to tear up, but he blinked them away, pulled out his sword, and then pierced his heart with a single blow.
No!
Then he collapsed. Sometime later, some people found him and helped him bury his horse. And it's at this point where he thought to himself, should anyone else ever need protection, or if sacrifices had to be made for the welfare of others, he would do whatever it takes. And it's this mantra that led him down the dark path, which would be his ruin.
I'm just saying, naming a horse invincible and then the horse fucking dying is kind of insane.
As sometime later, when the Cult of the Damned started spreading the plague throughout his kingdom, Arthus was chasing down Kael'thas and had gone through dozens of villages which had been infected by the plague. So he knew exactly what was going to happen, and how almost impossible it was to change anything. So when he came to a city which had already been infected by the plague, he made the tough decision to cull the entire city before it could spread any further. When Uther came, he didn't know much about the plague yet. He wasn't an expert on what it did to people or how fast it spread like Arthus was.
Yeah.
And he knew what he was asking didn't seem reasonable to people who didn't have the same information he had. It wasn't possible to explain to him and then convince him of what was going on. So instead, he ordered his men to work with him and dismissed Uther, who was doing nothing but slowing him down. So he went into the city with his men and started purging the city. He knew it had to be done. He was killing people now who were already doomed to be turned into the undead anyway. And he was going to save countless others by stopping the spread of the infection.
This makes sense.
But a part of him just couldn't handle it. He was a nice person. So having to exterminate an entire city of people just wouldn't sit well with him no matter how justified it was in his mind. And that's why he lost the ability to control the light during the Purge of Stratholme. You see, the light in World of Warcraft doesn't necessarily belong to people who are good and do the right thing. The light can be used by people who strongly believe in whatever it is they're doing. That's why the Scarlet Crusade can use the light, even though they're all a bunch of crazy lunatics who kill people because they think they might turn into the undead in the future, or they might be an undead in disguise. The light doesn't abandon the Scarlet Crusade members. In fact, some of them are so well versed in the light that there's one who's able to canonically bring people back to life. And another who was able to use the light even when they were undead and turned into a Death Knight. So, if Arthus truly believed in what he was doing, he wouldn't have lost the ability to use the light during the culling of Stratholme.
Oh no!
But he just couldn't help doubting himself, even if he had convinced himself to do it anyway. That's why he was desperate for power when chasing down Mal'Ganis in Northrend afterwards. Mal'Ganis was taunting Arthus to go into Northrend in order to pick up the Frostmourne. And since Arthus had already gone so far anyway, and he thought Mal'Ganis was behind everything, he was easily tricked into finding the blade and picking it up, where he then immediately struck down the Dreadlord. You see, I like to think of Arthus as two separate people. The one before he took up the Frostmourne, and the one afterwards. The one before
that's true.
was someone who just wanted to save his people. So he was doing lots of morally gray things because in his mind, the ends justify the means. And after he picked up the sword, his personality got twisted and turned, and he was a much different person who had goals that no longer aligned with his past self, but still had all of the memories from the previous Arthus.
We're fucked, guys. I'm eating into the propaganda right now. Oh no. This shit is hitting, guys. No way. It might be the sad music in the back, though.
The post-Frostmourne Arthus had goals of freeing the Lich King from the Legion's control. And then afterwards, its goals were a little bit more self-oriented, of freeing himself from Ner'zhul's control and getting the world ready for an eventual Legion invasion. Since both the Frostmourne and the Helm of Domination were very powerful artifacts that belonged to the Legion, and they were very much going to want them back someday. This new Arthus knew he could basically end all life on Azeroth whenever he wanted, since he had an unstoppable undead army who only grew in strength every time he clashed with the new kingdom.
I guess.
If he wanted to, he could just let loose all of his undead hordes in order to turn everyone else undead, and then he would have his whole army set in stone, and he would simply just prepare for the eventual Legion invasion. Although he never did let his undead loose to turn the entire world undead. He could have at basically any point. There were undead basically everywhere, and they replenished their own forces. But he just never did for some reason. And it's later on that we learn it's because a part of Arthus from before the Frostmourne was holding him back the entire time. There was a small part of him which had the personality of the original Arthus, and it kind of just put some mental blocks on him to act in certain ways, which didn't end the world immediately. When you do eventually kill Arthus, you find that he kept Jaina's locket on him the entire time. And Jaina even says herself that there was probably a small part of Arthus inside the monster he turned into. And I think these two things are some of the best examples of a theory that Arthus was kind of trapped inside the Lich King in some way after he took up the Frostmourne. And I have two possible explanations for how this might have happened. For one, it could have been more literal in that the original Arthus was trapped inside, and he just watched as the monster did everything using his memories and body. And the second one is that Arthus himself was doing everything. The Frostmourne did corrupt him and didn't create a second personality, but that his old personality simply conflicted with his new one, which made him act in odd ways momentarily, like keeping Jaina's locket and not immediately ending all life on Azeroth. I mean, he did plan on doing it eventually, but the fact that he didn't do it immediately was heavily hinted because of a small part of him that was trying to keep himself in control. As his plan during the Wrath of Lich King expansion was to train up the strongest unstoppable fighters and then have them come to a citadel where he would test them, and then kill them and raise them as his personal bodyguard, the vetted, best possible warriors for his new undead army that he would use to fight the Legion.
I
think the second theory is a little bit more likely, because it doesn't seem like there was an original Arthus trapped inside his body, since the Lich King did cut out his own heart in order to rid himself of his human side, which is found by players through a quest chain in Icecrown, which culminates with Tyrion destroying the heart and weakening the Lich King. So if there was a part of Arthus trapped inside of him, his heart would have definitely been it, and he got rid of that. Which is why it's more likely that the curse of the Frostmourne corrupted his mind, made him want to do all of these things, and was kind of like a forced magical mind control type situation. Or, you know, a standard personality curse. And that's why when the Frostmourne was destroyed, and his forced personality curse was lifted, he was able to show remorse, and realize the nightmare he had just lived through, which he willingly did himself, and then was glad that it was finally all over. But unfortunately, only darkness waited before him. Because even if he was finally free from his living nightmare, he was the one who ultimately made all the decisions that led him to getting tricked into become the Lich King in the first place. He didn't have to chase Mal'Ganis down to Northrend.
That's true!
Chasing Mal'Ganis in Northrend was more of an obsession than it was something he needed to do, as he never actually went back to Lordaeron to talk to his dad and better prepare them for the plague. He thought he could end everything on his own if he just stopped Mal'Ganis in Northrend. He could have taken time to explain the calling of Stratholme to Uther better, or even come up with a more reasonable plan for dealing with it. And he could not have been so efficient at killing things after becoming the Lich King. The only thing he really held back on was the not literally killing everybody thing. But even with his mistakes, it's not really fair to blame what eventually happened to him, having his personality twisted and corrupted, when he had good intentions the entire time. There's this old saying, we judge ourselves based on our intentions, and others based on their actions.
Okay.
Arthus's intentions were always good, even if he was a little bit too obsessed with Mal'Ganis. He was only obsessed because he thought killing him would fix the problem quickly. But he was also very pissed at what Mal'Ganis had made him do with Stratholme, that his obsession is kind of reasonable if you really think about it. He had someone who he knew was responsible for the death of an entire city, plus a whole bunch of small neighboring towns. And since he cared about his people greatly, and since he had a mantra to protect people no matter what it took, it was kind of inevitable. When Arthus found the Runeblade and he was told that it was cursed, he had the mantra that he was willing to sacrifice anything for the welfare of others, and he'd be selfish not to sacrifice himself after what he'd done to Stratholme. So he picked up the blade and made the worst decision of his life, because it all made sense for him to do that, and there was almost no way he wouldn't based on his intentions and personal mantra. It's almost tragic in a sense. His actions ultimately ended up being so evil to the point where no one considers Arthus a good person in lore. Everyone knows that he took up the cursed blade and killed a whole bunch of people, but everything in his life kind of led to that, as well as forces outside of his control directly manipulating him into that decision. Ultimately, he did make the decision himself, but it was always from a place of good. He wanted to do the right thing. He was willing to sacrifice himself in order to do the right thing. He just didn't know he was being tricked. He didn't know he'd be mind controlled and cursed to willingly end his kingdom himself, as he marched into Lordaeron and killed his own father with the cursed blade.
Which is fucked up.
He then went on to kill many, many more people, including 90% of the High Elves, and had planned on killing everyone else eventually, so that he could prepare himself to fight the Legion.
Which is
not
fucked
because
up.
he thought defeating the Legion would be a good thing, but because as the Lich King Arthus, the Legion was also a threat to him, as the person in charge of the Legion could cleave his planet in half. And there's not much an unstoppable army of undead can do about your planet literally being destroyed.
I mean, I guess.
So, did Arthus actually do anything wrong? You might say his actions point to yes, but in context and taking his intentions into account, he was never trying to do the wrong thing, and his intentions absolutely matter in these kinds of situations. And you can't really blame Arthus for something a Cursed Blade forced him to do. So, of the Lich King, the whole of it, the Helm of Domination, the Rune Blade, Ner'zhul, they were absolutely bad dudes who did bad things for selfish reasons. And Arthus was just kind of caught up in all of it because he was tricked. And it really all depends on how much one can blame a person who was tricked into doing bad things. So if we go based off purely intentions, excluding cursed mind control shenanigans,
okay.
No, I don't think Arthus was in the wrong. But if you look at his actions and what he accomplished, ignoring all of the context, then he is without a doubt one of the most evil people in lore. So, it's all up to you to draw your own conclusions, because Arthus did nothing wrong.
Okay, I don't know if I'm Arthus pilled. I'm not gonna lie, this one on the other hand, I don't know if I'm Arthus pilled necessarily. Because he did kind of, it's just very classic miscommunication. My guy has the communication skills of a fucking rock, right? My guy has the communication skills of a fucking rock. He could have explained things a lot better. He just didn't want to. He got hella manipulated though. Yeah, it's unclear when he lost control, but I feel like people turning their backs on him was probably like the start of his mind break arc, but that's also because he can't communicate. Yeah. Warcraft 3 playthrough when? I don't know. How do you even play Warcraft 3? Like, is it something you can download now still? Yeah, he had like a lot of moments, but he still kind of did it. He raised as an undead steed. He can use as... Oh, okay, so at least Invincible comes back. Hell, I guess the Invincible name is right. Yeah. In the Purge being... I do believe the Purge is the solution, but I do feel like people wouldn't have turned their backs on him if he had explained it a little better. Which is entirely his fault. Like, he like knew that it was the solution, but instead of like explaining it, he was like, well, you know, if you don't want to follow my orders, then fuck you. Right? Yeah. Like, instead of explaining the Purge, he was like, I'm gonna be your king, so you gotta listen to me. And he was like, and Uther was like, no, it's kind of stupid. Like, you can't explain genocide away by being king. And then Arthus was like, well, if you don't want to listen to me, it's fucking treason, bro. It's just so, like, I don't know. Like, it's just like so questionable, right? Like, I genuinely feel like it is 100% like a communication skill issue. And then he picks up the sword because he feels bad, right? He's self-sacrificing. He feels bad. But like, if people around you are like, don't fucking do it, and you still do it, then ooh. Yeah, people were warning him not to do it, and he was like, I'ma fucking do it. Like, have you guys seen that meme where he's like, where it's like someone being like, hey, don't do this, and the guy's like, yeah. And then like 2 seconds later, oh my god, you're gonna hate me. You know that meme? This is literally Arthus. I don't know if I'm like, this is crazy. I don't know if I'm like that Arthus pill. Like, I do find him very sympathetic. I do think that he was like traumatized by all of the things that he'd done, right? he's like hella traumatized by all the things that he done, similar to like Anduin, right? When he got corrupted, but it's just bad. Like, I don't know, man. Corruption in like World of Warcraft like just hits different, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Arthus was literally like, was literally like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking do it. Like, I'm gonna fucking do it. I bet. It's sad, but like, ooh. Okay, we're gonna watch a video on the Scarlet Crusade. Because what is the Scarlet Crusade? I don't know anything about the Scarlet Crusade. This was not in the cinematics from what I remember, or at least I don't think there were cinematics specifically about the Scarlet Crusade, so I don't know what happened. Okay. I feel like honestly, I feel like all of the problems in World of Warcraft could be fixed with therapy. You know? Just talk to a counselor, bro. Do some like trauma therapy.
Can you not see it?
Okay.
Brothers and sisters, there is but one way to wipe the scourge from the face of Azeroth.
Okay.
The Scarlet Crusade offers you the protection that you so desperately desire. And if you pledge yourselves to us, surely we will reach our ultimate goal. Defy us, and you will be dispatched in a blaze of golden light.
Is this a cult? Is this a fucking cult?
Unlike any you have ever witnessed. The Scarlet Crusade is one of the more unique enemies you'll face while exploring Azeroth. On the outside, they might seem like your normal group of everyday...
Why? Why? Everything about this armor is just why? Okay?
Paladins, but in truth, they are a vengeful group of fanatic worshippers of the light who destroy all who don't share their radical views. Their history is one of sympathetic origins, but the corruption and the inevitable downfall of their crusade was...
Everyone's fits are great, but then there's that one guy with his fucking nipples out. Jesus. I mean, I'm scared. Like, holy shit, if I saw a guy dressed like that running towards me, I'd run in the other direction. I'd be like, oh, fuck.
Was all because of the underlying deceit within the heart of their organization. First, a quick word from today's sponsor.
Okay, hell yeah.
Keeps. Look, dudes, because most of you are dudes. Did you know that 2 out of 3 dudes experience some form of male pattern baldness by the time they're 35? Well, thankfully, Keeps can help prevent those precious hairs from falling off your head with their FDA-approved medication for hair loss. The best thing about Keeps...
By the way, guys, we are watching all of the ads because we are watching his content for free. Therefore, we will give him the ad money even though we are 3 years late to the party. No, my odds are worse. My odds are 98.1, bro. By the way, Keeps just saying I do have the community to market this.
Keeps is you can get treated right from the comfort of your own home by signing up online and getting connected with a doctor who helps you in your mission to restore your luscious locks. And remember, it's important to act fast, as the sooner you start using Keeps, the more hair you can save.
Oh my god.
If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/platinum or click the link in the description to receive 50% off your first order. That is keeps.com/platinum.
Guys, /platinum, don't forget that bit. That one's the important part.
The Third War has just concluded on Azeroth. The Kingdom of Lordaeron has been totally destroyed by the Scourge after the Kingdom's prince, Arthus Menethil, betrayed his people and allied with the undead and killed his own father and his mentor Uther. The group of paladins called the Knights of the Silver Hand was disbanded, but these crusaders continue to fight to defend fortified settlements where survivors cling to life. One of these paladins was a mountain of a man named Saidan Dathrohan, who was one of the original founders of the Knights of the Silver Hand. Dathrohan's significance is not because of his accomplishments, but because of his defeat. During an incursion into the burning city of Stratholme, Dathrohan was separated from his fellow paladins.
Oh, 7!
He could cut down the undead with ease, but there was more than shambling zombies in this cursed city.
Know that I am Balnazar. Know that you are but a pawn in plans beyond your reckoning. You cannot fight my will. You are mine. You are out of your league, Paladin.
Saidan Dathrohan had fallen right into the Dreadlord Balnazar's trap. The demonic mastermind's ultimate plan was to possess his body and infiltrate the Order of Paladins and pull the strings behind the scenes and destroy them from within.
I've been waiting for you, Paladin. Know that I will rip the soul from your flesh and make your body my own.
No!
Oh.
Oh!
As Balnazar infiltrated their defenses, a paragon of light traveled from the west.
I'm just saying, how many people have been corrupted so far in the entire story of WoW? Yeah, literally, this is his Mindbreak arc, guys. What the fuck? The Dreadlord balls.
High Lord Alexandros Mograine was one of the original founders of the Knights of the Silver Hand.
Who is this guy? What? Who is this guy now? What? Okay. I've never heard of this name before in my life.
Hand.
Okay.
Armed with a holy artifact called the Ashbringer, the paladin could cleave entire armies of undead in twain and leave only ash in his wake.
Yeah, okay, I didn't know his fucking full name.
I cannot stress enough how much of a badass Mograine was. He was like the Master Chief of Paladins, who was a beacon of light for the downtrodden people of Lordaeron. He became such a legend that he was simply referred to as the Ashbringer. The Ashbringer also had two sons. One was named Darian, who has the most anime haircut in all of Warcraft.
Wow.
But more on him later. The other son was named Renault, who was taught the ways of the Paladin under Saidan Dathrohan.
Ooh, oh no.
Over time, Saidan Dathrohan, aka Balnazar, manipulated Renault. He preyed on his insecurities, knowing that he would always live in the shadow of his father. Renault is, and always will be, a lowly foot soldier. A simple follower, and not a leader like his father.
What? Why is there a random woman in the back? This is a crazy picture. What the fuck?
But Saidan offered him a proposition. If Renault was to kill his own father, he would be promoted to be a commanding officer in his Order of Paladins and be granted the glory he justly deserved.
Ooh.
Hey, I think you should kill your dad. Okay.
No.
Wow, that was surprisingly easy.
Renault then lied to his father, telling him that his brother Darian was trapped within Stratholme and needed to be rescued. Alexandros Mograine and his advisor Fairbanks traveled to the burning city, only to be overwhelmed by Scourge forces.
Okay. Oh no. He's cooked, guys. Oh.
We gotta find Darien. Come on, okay. More damage, yes. Go. Fairbanks, where are you? I need heals. No, by the light, he DC'd. Okay, we gotta just hurry up. We gotta time this. Quick. This is just like Finding Nemo, except with all more zombies.
Okay. Is that actually how people play, by the way?
The High Lord fell to the ground, exhausted after obliterating every vile creature that stood in his wake. But it was at this moment that the High Lord's son delivered the ultimate betrayal.
Oh shit. The Arif scene.
This act of pure evil and resentment corrupted the Ashbringer, turning it into a weapon of hatred instead of retribution.
No!
Renault fled, returning to the town of Hearthglen to tell everyone of the death of the Ashbringer.
By the way, can we get like an 07 in the chat for Skype? Apparently Skype is now officially dead. You know, we all thought Skype died years ago, but no, apparently they're like dead like now. Not like, you know, 10 years ago when Discord was a thing. Oh my god. Yeah, Skype is like dead now. It's officially like dead, so say goodbye to like what we used before Discord was a thing. I think they tried to bring it back, but who knows?
So there's the Ashbringer, and there's a bunch of zombies, and the zombies were like, "Blah!" And the Ashbringer went, "Blah!" And then there was an Abomination guy, and he went, "Blah!" And he went, and then the Ashbringer died. And yeah, that's what happened. Some of the paladins were quite skeptical, to say the least. Satan had been acting quite suspicious recently. This tall tale didn't really seem to add up. It was you, Renault, that killed Alexandros. I was there. I saw it with my own eyes. The Ashbringer thrust right through your father's back.
That's crazy!
Did you not see the puppet show? Clearly it was the... I know what I saw, you traitorous bastard! Fairbanks barging in and spilling this truth was the final straw for half of the Order of Paladins, and they left instantly. They went to go create a new order that wasn't led by such sketchy and fanatic leaders like Satan and Renault. The ones that stayed decided that they'd just quarantine Fairbanks, who is now deemed as unclean and insane.
What? Why?
And by quarantine, I mean they executed him and threw him in a secret chamber in the cathedral. From this point onwards, the priests, paladins, and all other followers of the light separated themselves into two different organizations. The ones that really didn't trust Satan Datherhan left and called themselves the Argent Dawn, led by Lord Maxwell Tyrosus. This organization is accepting of all outsiders, whether they be Horde, Alliance, or even Forsaken, and their main goal is to establish peace and destroy the Scourge. The other group is called the Scarlet Crusade, led by Satan Datherhan. This organization is extremely against any outsiders, especially if they aren't humans.
For the Crusade!
So it's the we accept everyone bunch and the we hate anyone who isn't human bunch. I got it. Whoa. Racism being a plot point again is so it's so crazy to me. Also, thank you, Mythos. Thank you. Oh my god. I should have seen it coming, but like, you know, I don't know why I didn't see it coming.
Rather than establish peace, their main goal is to reclaim the ruined lands of Lordaeron once again and deliver retribution to the monsters that surround them. Satan made sure that he struck fear and paranoia into his followers, warning them that any outsiders could be unclean and could be secretly carrying the plague of undeath. Showing mercy to them would only pull them further away from their goal of eradicating all evil from Lordaeron.
Heathen!
Now, clearly the Scarlet Crusade are not really good people, but let's look at this from their perspective. You are a citizen of Lordaeron who had your entire family killed by zombies and your life destroyed. A plague wiped through your whole kingdom that came from infected grain of all things. So I mean, how could you not be nervous about other ways the plague could be transferred? I mean, the enemy you're fighting also has
flying death fortresses.
So who knows what unholy tricks they might have up their sleeve. Also, keep in mind that some citizens were saved and converted into the Scarlet Crusade. And if we simply just look at the map in Classic, the Scarlet Crusade are the only ones getting shit done around here. They have 3 different fortified bases all around Lordaeron, while this Argent Dawn has a shitty camp and an even shittier rundown church. This isn't about being morally good.
Wait, he's making so much sense right now. He's hella spitting. Oh my goodness.
For some members of the Scarlet Crusade, this is about survival. Also, their beloved capital city that was a deeply religious and known place of worship of the light was taken over by zombies that look exactly like the ones that destroyed it in the first place. As a living human, how can you be okay with that? But also, from the Forsaken's perspective, who live in the capital city, they too are citizens of Lordaeron, who have retained all their memories from when they were alive, and are now treated as monsters, and this is the only place they really can live. This is what makes the Scarlet Crusade such an interesting villain in WoW. They are a group of people who, from their perspective, have pretty reasonable motivations to avenge their kingdom, but have been pushed and manipulated into paranoia and desperation that made them lose grasp of reality and turned into the villains on Azeroth.
I killed a bunch of them yesterday. Fuck. No, this makes sense. And I killed a bunch of them yesterday in like WoW Classic. Aw, man. Would you still love us if we were undead, Twitch chat? Yeah. Unless you like bite me and then I turn undead, in which case, like, no. I'm a monster? I know, I'm a fucking monster. Holy shit, I can't believe we've done this. But I needed pumpkins. True.
Now that we know the insidious origins of the Crusade...
Wait, I just realized something. Hold up. We're going back a little. Is this that one place in Brill? Like, is this like there was like that one building in Brill, right? That had like the guy with the horse outside. Is this the place? Or am I like going, or am I like tweaking? Am I fucking tweaking? Oh my god. Save me. I hate that I recognize it. Oh no.
Now that we know the insidious origins of the Crusade, let's go through each expansion in WoW and learn how the Scarlet Crusade was ultimately defeated. First, let's start with Classic and get to know the leaders of the Scarlet Monastery and their nefarious deeds.
Tell me everything.
Within the dark depths of the temple, Interrogator Vicious is known for unleashing his unrelenting sadism and cruel expertise against the enemies of the Crusade. During Classic, there's a quest that involves him stealing a wedding ring from one of his torture subjects and giving it to his own wife, which is just, oh, so incredibly evil. Interrogator Vicious also makes an appearance within the Brawlers Guild, and the announcer will yell, "Well, wrap me in leather and tug my leash. It's Dungeon Master Vicious."
Excuse me?
So, you can do with that information what you will.
Release the hounds!
Ducky!
Houndmaster Loxy trains his savage hounds of the Crusade to sniff out the unclean and hunt them down within the forests of Tirisfal Glades.
You will not defile these mysteries.
Within the library, Headmaster Mage Arcanus Doan combs over his tomes and teaches the fellow mages of the Crusade on how to master the use of the arcane to destroy the undead.
Ooh. Oh no, it's this guy.
Challenge.
Within the Hall of Champions, Herod is, I'll be honest, Herod is literally just a shirtless guy with an axe who says, "Blades of light." But what's more interesting is the room he's in, which is called the Hall of Champions. Here we can see a bunch of different statues of slain or missing members of the Crusade. What's confusing though is there are statues of elves and dwarves, which kind of goes against the whole ethos of the Crusade in the first place. What's even funnier about this place is the names of the people and how uncreative they are.
Okay,
we got
I'm ready.
Valia Twin Blades. She's got 2 blades.
Sure.
We got Invar 1 arm. He's got 1 arm. We got Yana Blood Spear. He's got a spear. We got... Oh, wait, hold on. Whoa, no, wrong universe. But one of the more interesting ones is Halia's Sunshield, who's got a shield. But what's interesting about her is the plaque for the statue says that she died slaying a dreadlord named Belthras. And what's interesting is that this dreadlord named Belthras returned 13 years later in-game as a mob Gul'dan summons during the Nighthold raid in Legion, which I thought is pretty neat.
She didn't even do it right
back
then.
To the Scarlet Crusade. The leaders of the monastery are located within the cathedral. Renault was given what he was promised, and was promoted to Scarlet Commander of the monastery, and watches over it with Sally Whitemane.
Together we shall spread the Crusade's ideals across this land!
Now, I'd love to give you...
Wait, stop. I love her fit. What is this? He killed his dad for an e-girl.
Some backstory on who Lady Whitemane is, but she really doesn't have much of a backstory. Her family was all killed by the Scourge, and she swears to avenge them, which is the same story that a lot of the members of the Crusade have. Despite this, she is easily the most iconic character from the organization because of her...
because she's hot, duh.
Of course, in-game, we go in and we kill all of these bosses, but that isn't what actually happens lore-wise. What actually happens is depicted in the Ashbringer comics. What happens is Darian Mograine, that anime guy I told you to remember, storms into Naxxramas with the Argent Dawn and kills his father Alexandros Mograine, whose body was resurrected by the Scourge and is now one of the 4 horsemen. Darian then takes the corrupted Ashbringer to the Scarlet Monastery, and the ghost of Alexandros Mograine decapitates his own son.
Whoa! You are forgiven.
Players can experience this from Darian's perspective when they obtain the corrupted Ashbringer in Classic and take it to the Scarlet Monastery Cathedral. So, lore-wise, Renault is the only guy to die, but everyone else is alive and well. The next expansion that involves the Scarlet Crusade is Wrath of the Lich King, and trust me, it isn't pretty.
Okay.
You see, there is a part of the Scarlet City Tyr's Hand called the Scarlet Enclave, which was completely untouched by the Scourge until now. The Lich King and his Death Knights invaded these lands in their
Flying Death Fortress
and laid the city to waste. This is the starting experience for the Death Knights and Wrath of the Lich King, and during this questline, you slowly invade and ultimately wipe out the Scarlet Enclave of all of its members, and...
Hold on, are you telling me I can steal a horse? I could have just stolen a horse instead of like walking everywhere and being scared of like fucking like dogs. I could have just stolen a fucking horse.
And the starting zone has some of the most annoying quests in the whole game. Like, you know that one where you have to auto-attack the Scarlet guys with those pokers? Remember that one? God, the starting zone sucks. But, as the Enclave is being invaded, High General Bridget Abendus, daughter of one of the original founders of the Scarlet Crusade, claimed to have a vision from the light itself.
Whoa.
The vision told her that she should take her most devoted followers of the Crusade and journey to Northrend to continue their mission to purify all undead. Also, that is where the expansion takes place. This migration would be known as the Crimson Dawn, and it would revive the Crusade to new, glorious heights. the group of devoted followers were renamed to the Scarlet Onslaught and set sail for Northrend.
Yo, that's kind of sick, though. The Scourge is winning. Flying Death Fortress.
In Northrend, they established multiple bases, the main two being New Hearthglen and the Onslaught Harbor. The Onslaught Harbor easily being one of the top 5 most underrated locations in all of WoW because of just so out of the way it is from everything else.
But did you guys like it?
The priest in me likes when you confess your sins, but the Inquisitor in me likes to punish you.
Oh, Commander! I see someone on the shore. What? Let me see. By the light, is that Admiral Westwind? On the shores of Northrend, Scarlet member Admiral Barian Westwind was found. He was the captain of a previous Scarlet ship that sailed to Northrend years ago and was presumed to be long dead.
Ooh.
I mean, there's even a statue for him in the Hall of Champions back in the Scarlet Monastery. Admiral Westwind assured his fellow Crusaders that he was the only one to survive on the ship, and simply wanted to pledge himself to be an advisor for High General Bendis. Besides, he had been surviving in this hellish tundra for years, so surely he knew a thing or two about— Just kidding, you son of a bitch.
I fucking knew it!
Actually, the Dreadlord Mal'Ganis.
I am Mal'Ganis. I am eternal.
I fucking knew it!
So the Scarlet Onslaught was deceived for a second time by a Dreadlord, and Mal'Ganis manipulated his way up the ranks. But the real reason for the Scarlet Onslaught's involvement in Northrend ultimately being a failure was because of the overwhelming might of Horde and Alliance player characters.
No, stop!
I've found that without proper guidance, crusades quickly become onslaughts.
Okay, so let's jump to Cataclysm, where it's more of the same story. The Argent Dawn back in the Plaguelands made the best strategic decision of their life.
Okay, I'm ready.
And they allied with the player character.
No!
Hearthglen was taken over by the Argent Dawn, and Tyr's Hand was still left in ruins after the invasion of the Death Knights. Also, Balnazar was defeated within Stratholme, leaving the Scarlet Monastery as the Crusade's last bastion of hope. During the Cataclysm, they revamped a lot of dungeon quests by putting the quest givers at the start of the dungeon, and the quest giver for the Scarlet Monastery wings is one of my new favorite characters.
Okay, I'm ready.
Joseph the Awakened. You see, Joseph is a part of a group called the Scarlet Renegades, a group who have realized the error of their Crusade's ways.
This guy's dressed like, fuck, Axel from like Axel something from like a fighting game, right? Fuck, we can't remember. Is it Street Fighter? I don't remember. Fuck.
And are attempting to overthrow their rulers.
Alex?
Why not just join the Argent Dawn?
From Street Fighter 3?
I
Yes!
don't know. I guess they think they really
No, I
look
thought
good
it was
in red.
Axel.
Anyways, Joseph seems to be having problems of his own, as the further you progress through the dungeon, his name changes from Joseph the Awakened to Joseph the Crazed, and finally, Joseph the Insane, where he's found dancing in the fountain in the cathedral and has the best art of all time in the old World of Warcraft trading card game.
Wait, I love that for him.
So during the Cataclysm, lore-wise, is when all of the bosses die, except for Sally Whitemane.
Why does everyone who comes to the Scarlet Monastery want to kill me? Am I out of touch? No, it is the heathens who are wrong.
Lady, it's because your fit looks great. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Is it Alex or Axel? Hold up. This is gonna kill me. This is gonna absolutely kill me if I don't figure it out. But also, her fit is great. That's why we want to kill you, sis.
And in Mists of Pandaria, the Scarlet Monastery was revamped. Instead of 4 separate dungeons, it was combined into 2 dungeons instead. The most notable difference is that all of the bosses have been changed, but they're kind of just like off-brand versions of the original bosses.
No.
That being said, there are some interesting ones like Flame Weaver Kogler, who is so ashamed by the Scarlet Crusade's embarrassing history, he has taken it upon himself to scorch the library and destroy all evidence of their embarrassing past.
Everything must burn. None shall know the Scarlet Crusade's shame.
He's crashing out.
Also, a lot of these new bosses have like really, really thick accents.
Ah, stupid animals! I'll put you down after I kill these weaklings. My fists are scarlet with your blood. If you die, you die.
To think you've come so far, only to perish here.
Accents have always been a weird thing in the Warcraft universe because there isn't really a place in the universe where humans live that have identifiable characteristics of heavy Russian or German accents.
Yeah?
They kinda just have them because they sound cool. The final boss fight is still with Lady Whitemane and just some random dude named Commander Duran. We defeat them, and with the help from Lillian Voss, a complicated character I can maybe make a video about in the future, we make sure that
the
Sally
undead
Whitemane
lady
stays dead forever.
Oh.
Okay, so in Legion, the Death Knights fight their way through the Scarlet Monastery and resurrect Sally Whitemane to be one of the Four Horsemen. And she's just, surprisingly okay with it after committing her entire life when she was living to killing undead for some reason. And finally, the Scarlet Crusade had one small cameo in the Battle for Azeroth expansion. Near the Kalston Estate in Tirisfal, there is a collection of pamphlets from a subgroup called the Scarlet Brotherhood, and are filled with insane ramblings and, yeah. Basically, the Scarlet Crusade have kind of just turned into conspiracy theorists. I'll spare you the details,
That is
but
crazy.
to sum all of the ramblings up, they think Anduin is an undead-loving traitor who is secretly trying to usurp control over Lordaeron by marrying Callie Menethil. Also, the Scarlet Brotherhood plans to team up with Greymane and kill all of the undead, then kill Greymane. And lastly, the Brotherhood says that they have secretly been raising the son of Callie Menethil, who will be the new king of Lordaeron. But Kalia has a daughter and not a son, so that can't even be true. In the Exploring Azeroth Eastern Kingdoms book, it is stated that the Crusade was totally wiped out in Legion, and this group called the Scarlet Brotherhood is the only remnant of the Crusade we have left. So the idea of the Scarlet Crusade ever returning in Warcraft's story is unlikely. They have been constantly losing ever since World of Warcraft came out, and their leaders have either been killed or raised into undeath. But what remains are the memories of one of the most interesting and iconic factions in all of Warcraft.
The Silver Hand failed, Paladin. Join us. Take up the path of vengeance.
Yes, we get it. You're edgy. Congratulations.
Is that really a thing
Can
he
we
says?
move this along?
That's crazy. Also, can I still kill her and get her fit? Genuine question. Can we still kill her and get her fit? Fuck those guys, brother. They're like the cockroach. They always come back. Really? Ooh. Okay, guys. It's official. We know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do the Scarlet Crusade questline. So I can get her fit without killing her? Oh, okay, sick. Yeah, I'm having fun. You can tailor the rest of the fit because she only drops her hat. Okay, I don't want the hat. I want the thigh thing. You know? I want the thigh outfit. Like the thigh outfit though, that's like where it's at. Okay. There is Zul'jin did nothing wrong. But I will be right back. We will go pee real quick. It's been like nearly 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I'll go pee, grab water, and I'll be right back. Nice. I'm glad for you, Frank. Oh my god. Thighs take human lives, Miwa? Exactly. That's why we gotta get the primo outfit, duh. Wash hands, please. I do wash my hands. That's terrible. But I will be right back, okay? Give me I don't know, 3 minutes. I'll go get water too while I'm at it. Okay, gamers, I am back. I didn't forget to mute. You left for 5 minutes. What did you miss? No, we are just back from the bathroom. I got a drink. So hey, what do you mean you got jump scared? What, do you not expect me to come back? That's crazy. Imagine being like, I got jump scared by the streamer coming back, okay? But yeah, I'm back. I got a drink. We are ready. Thank you for the hydrate. Welcome back, gamer. Thank you. I'm not supported. Wait, don't say that. Wait, don't say that, guys. Guys, it's okay. It's okay. I will come back gradually next time. Back from frying chicken. Like for lunch? But also, guys, are we ready to watch why Zul'jin did nothing wrong? Are we ready? 3, 2, 1.
In my last video, I said that the next video would be about every troll tribe and their unfortunate fate, but when doing research, I came to the conclusion that the Amani and their leader Zul'jin needed their own video. Amani history is filled with brutal wars, crushing defeats, and valiant attempts at defending their own lands. All throughout Amani history, they've tried to preserve their home from knife-eared, prissy little elves and their allies. Zul'jin himself embodies the trolls' fanatical vengeance for the elves. A vengeance that was completely justifiable. The forests of Lordaeron are Amani lands. Other races are just living in it.
I feel like I like the trolls a lot, though, I'm not gonna lie.
After the Sundering, the Amani trolls found themselves in the forest that would eventually be called Northern Lordaeron. The trolls lived relatively peaceful lives, not having any real competition with other races until... Oh no, not again. After the War of the Ancients, the war that made the whole world explode, the de facto leaders of the Kaldorei, Malfurion, and Tyrande realized that having a society built on abusing arcane magic was extremely volatile, and any elf caught using it would be banished. Dathramar Sunstrider, a highborn who felt like it was the elves' birthright to use such magic, left with the rest of his snobby highborn friends with a vial of pure energy from the Well of Eternity. Over time, these elves would become shorter, have paler skin, have blue eyes, and eventually turn into the High Elves. The elves sailed across Azeroth and landed in an area that would be known as Lordaeron. The Amani's PTSD instantly kicked in. They knew the destruction elves brought with them, and without question, the Amani instantly launched ruthless skirmishes to squash the elves.
Holy shit!
Magic always seemed to put them on top.
They were not playing around.
Fostered an intense hostility between the races that would continue for the next thousands of years. Eventually, the elves established themselves in the lands of Kael'thas and built Silvermoon City, right on top of the ancient troll ruins the Amani held sacred, which...
That is fucked up. Oh my god. I mean, I get it, but also that is fucked up. So they were like, we're gonna capture, we're gonna like take over your ruins and like, you know, basically build our own city. Fucked up and evil. I haven't seen any of the OnlyFans clips. I don't know if I need like context on it. But I don't know much about OnlyFans, unfortunately. Justified Amani defenders. Honestly, I'm just saying, if someone like, if I had PTSD from like being attacked once and then more of them came, I'd be like, hey, fuck out of here.
Only strengthened the animosity between the two races. The elves also created the Sunwell, a pool of magical, arcane, and light power that they could feed off of. But the elves, they learned their lesson from last time. The last font of limitless power attracted the Burning Legion that ultimately destroyed their society. So, the High Elves of Kael'thas set up rune stones around their city that... You know what? Let me just have an elf explain what these stones do.
I bought a whole bunch of shungite rocks. Do you know what shungite is? No, not Shugnite. I think he's locked up in prison. Talking shungite. It's a 2 billion year old like rock that protects against frequency.
I just watched a video on him, by the way, about his history and his many controversies, and I just gotta say, I was genuinely like intrigued by like this guy's backstory.
and unwanted frequencies that may be traveling in the air. That's my story. I bought a whole bunch of stuff, put them around the La Casa, little pyramids.
Not only did these stones
But also he bought rocks? What the fuck?
shroud the use of the High Elves' magic, but it also weakened the Amani witch doctors in their vicinity. The superstitious trolls were frightened by these unusually powerful stones and remained in the forests of Lordaeron, preferring to attack the High Elven convoys rather than launch a full-scale war.
Yeah, this video's like 4 years old.
Continued to remain a thorn in the Elves' side for the next thousands of years, never letting them forget who claimed these lands in the first place.
Yes, get your shit back, bro. I believe.
The tenacity of the Amani caught the attention of one of their old allies.
Ooh.
The Zandalari saw potential in the forest trolls. Their bloodlust and willingness to wage war against the enemies of the trolls would be exactly what they need if they ever wanted to become the once great empire they used to be. Although the Amani had persistence, they lacked significant leadership and magical empowerment. A savage troll by the name of Jintha was named the warlord of the Amani, and almost instantly warbands were pushed forward towards the kingdom of Kael'thas and empowered by the Loa gods they worshipped.
Dinosaurs!
The High
I love
Elves
this!
quickly realized that they were in big trouble and needed to find their own aid in return. At this point, Anasterian Sunstrider, son of Dathermar Sunstrider, was the leader of Kael'thas and traveled down to the human kingdom of Erethdor. It was obvious that once the trolls were done sieging the elves, they'd bring their rampage to the humans. So in exchange for the humans' aid, Sunstrider promised to train exactly 100 humans in the ways of magic. King Thoradin agreed, and at first the humans were quite clumsy learning this new power, but...
Kitty!
Oh my god, my kitty, no!
No!
It was clear they had a natural affinity for it. The mages remained in the human capital of Strom, while 2,000 soldiers pushed into the Amani lands to coax them into their trap. Little did Jintha know, he was playing right into it. The berserking trolls turned on a dime and pushed the humans all the way back to the Alterac Mountains, while the Elves of Kael'thas followed closely behind and nipped at their heels. The humans stopped their retreat at the base of the Alterac Mountains, fortifying in preparation to launch their secret weapon. The Amani thought victory was in their grasp, but little did they know, they were already dead.
No, you guys are so silly. This is so sad. What the fuck? No, our troll guys.
In an unprecedented event never seen before, hundreds of mages used their combined might to rain down a firestorm, burning troll and Loa alike in a roaring blaze that ended the troll wars in a matter of seconds.
No.
Thousands upon thousands of Amani lost their lives that day. The trolls that survived the inferno quickly broke ranks and were hunted like game in the forests that they lived in first. The forests they called home thousands of years before any elf or human even existed. The Amani's bitter hatred for the outside world grew 10 times that day, and it would take another 2,000 years for them to retaliate once again.
Ooh. Okay. Solid rate party true.
Of years, the elves' influence continued to expand. Amani continued playing the role of the boogeyman in the forests, but a new leader that rose to power reinvigorated the tenacity of the tribe once.
Fuck the elves. I'm just gonna say it. Fuck the elves. Like, y'all look cool and shit, but like, fuck all of them right off. Oh man, if you play an elf character, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but like, fuck the elves. Oh man, yeah, why are they out here doing all kinds of fucky shit? Man.
Again. His name was Zul'jin. This warlord's raids on elven villages became infamous. The Amani raiding parties would zerg through elven villages, destroying everything in their path before they could even retaliate. These battles were decisive victories for the Amani, but it was no way to win a war. Zul'jin believed the annihilation of the elves centered around the destruction of the Sunwell. In order to destroy the Sunwell, he'd need to figure out how these runestones around their city worked. There was only one way to get this information.
Not his
Good
dumb face.
old-fashioned interrogation. Zul'jin captured Lor'themar, Lady Liadrin, and 2 other elves whose names are not important, and put them in a torture chamber and filled it with hallucinogenic smoke to blur their sense of reality.
The Amani Empire be back now.
He drugged them up. That's crazy. Yeah, we're watching WoW lore, and yeah, no, I know the elves are like basically like trolls, that like evolved. But still, you know, it's still kind of fucked up what they're doing. Man. I feel bad for the trolls. I feel so bad for the trolls.
Egan vengeance, and we gonna start.
Giraffe?
With you.
The warlord of the Amani preached how these were troll lands, wrongfully stolen by the elves, and that they were the real villains. He talked about how the Amani never truly die, and they would never stop in their endless need for revenge.
Damn!
To extract the information from Lor'themar, Zul'jin stabbed the elf in the stomach, drawing the blade upwards and then smearing his own face with the elf's blood. Brutal.
That's so fucking metal.
Until Liadrin freed herself and used her priestly magic to inflict the same pain she went through during the torture back to Zul'jin. Oof, owie, my bones, man. And then they teleported away. Although Zul'jin relished in the pain he brought on the elves, he did not get the information he needed. But thankfully, sometime later, he'd find a surprising new ally.
Hell yeah? That bit was so funny.
In the Eastern Kingdoms, a new faction called the Horde rampaged across the lands. This new orcish threat was a force to be reckoned with, and although they had not been on Azeroth for long, they fostered the same hatred the Amani had for the elves and humans alike. Zul'jin was captured by humans and placed in an internment camp, but was freed by Orgrim Doomhammer, the war chief of the Horde at the time. The two sparked an alliance, but for Zul'jin's aid, he had one condition. The only way the Amani would join the Horde is if the High Elves were annihilated.
Okay.
Zul'jin's fanatical need for vengeance would never be quenched until he bathed in elven blood, and he held King Anastarion's head in his hands and forced him to watch his city be scorched in flame, just like how his defenseless brothers burned in the Troll Wars all those years ago.
Oh.
Dude, chill out.
Really?
While the Horde's plan was to originally just attack the capital of Lordaeron, the Amani seemed like a very powerful ally they could not ignore, so they helped Zul'jin in his struggle against the High Elves. Zul'jin guided the Horde forces up north through the Eastern Kingdoms, rallied his Amani warbands, and quickly started their conquest on Kael'thas. Gul'dan and his warlocks studied the magic behind the runestones that protected the city, and severely weakened their power, which greatly helped the Horde in the battle.
You guys make me sick! Make me sick! It's pathetic game design, thinking, and balance. Huh?
The High Elves in turn called upon the aid of the Alliance, and the war raged on at the gates of Kael'thas, until the cunning elves harnessed the power of the Sunwell to unleash a...
This is definitely what the elves in WoW look like, right? Like, Platinum WoW would never lie to us. This is definitely what they look like, right? I believe. I too believe. He would never lie to us.
A spell not seen since the Great Sundering.
Ooh.
That is the Plot Armor Barrier. The Plot Armor Barrier created an impenetrable shield that stopped the Horde from advancing at all. It was at this point Gul'dan kind of just disappeared to go on his own quest for selfish power. And Orgrim decided that they were wasting their time. At the end of the day, the Orcs' main mission was to destroy the capital, Lordaeron. This was just a side mission. Despite Zul'jin's protest, the Orcs left and did just that. The Amani were left to their own devices once again. This was the closest the Amani ever got to victory, so they continued to fight on despite lacking in numbers. Their bloodlust clearly blurred their judgment, and the elves used this to their advantage to try and destroy the trolls once and for all. History seemed to repeat itself as the elves haphazardly burned the forests, rounding up as many trolls as they could and killed them in the hundreds. Zul'jin himself was cornered at Lake Daromir, where he was captured and chained to a stone where he endured an endless torrent of pain. To the elves, Zul'jin was a monster. A beast that lurked in the woods that massacred their friends and family. But Zul'jin was no monster.
He's just misunderstood. No.
In order to escape, Zul'jin had to pay the ultimate price, cut off his own arm, and escaped into the forest. Before we continue our story, let's get out our notebooks because we're going to learn about some troll physiology.
Okay.
And a lesson in Blizzard writing. In lore, trolls have the ability to regenerate body parts. There are stories of dedicated troll war drummers flaying themselves alive to use their skin for their drums and then regenerating it back. Zul'jin got stabbed in the throat and lived, and there are even stories of trolls being totally disemboweled and living.
What?
Zul'jin, on the other hand, did not regenerate his eye or his arm. Why is that? We don't really know for sure. We know that if trolls' body parts are cauterized, it doesn't grow back, but that never happened to him. I and some others like to think that the reason he never grew his arm or his eye back is by choice, to give his warbands a symbol of hatred for the elves. A physical representation of what they took from the trolls. Does that make practical sense to command an army with one eye and one arm? No. But is it badass? Hell yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, that is like high-key hater behavior. He's like, man, I can grow it back, but here's a reminder of what they have done to me, so fuck them. I could totally grow it back though, no questions asked. But fuck them, in particular.
So let's continue.
He is a petty king and I love this for him. Oh my god, I love this man.
One fateful morning, Zul'jin woke up to see one of the most beautiful sights imaginable.
Hell yeah.
Truly, this was one of the most poggers moments in Amani history, and they weren't even involved. Apparently, one of the High Elves' own people betrayed them, disabled the plot armor barrier, and Arthus and his Scourge armies sieged the Elves to use the Sunwell to resurrect Kael'thas. That's a long story for another time that we can talk about later. The point is, 90% of the Elves died that day. Let me say that again. 90%. Oh yeah, that is good. This was the Amani's time to strike. Boats set sail to the Isle of Quel'Danas to claim the Sunwell in the name of the trolls, and then it was blown up, killing all the trolls, and that combined with the devastating defeat the Amani had in the Second War beforehand kind of stopped them from really doing anything to capitalize on this devastating defeat that the Elves went through. After this event, the Elves were renamed into the Blood Elves. They used fell energies to help reconstruct Silvermoon after their devastating loss, and that fell radiation made them have green eyes. In the forests, Zul'jin paced back and forth in frustration. The Amani needed something, anything, to muster the strength to squash these elves once and for all.
Yeah,
in their
fuck
weakened
the
state.
elves, right?
In comes Hex Lord Malacross, a witch doctor who offered Zul'jin aid in the form of a quote-unquote dark power. We never exactly find out what this dark power is. Perhaps it's demonic. Maybe it's the Cathraxi General Kithix that the Amani killed way back on Primordial Azeroth.
Okay.
But you know what I think it is, though? It's Blizzard propaganda.
What?
That's right, Blizzard propaganda to make the Amani seem like the bad guys when truly they're just trying to defend their own lands. The Amani adopted this quote-unquote dark power and grew until the events of TBC when the Zul'man raid was open to players. This was also another big moment because this is when the Blood Elves joined the Horde. You know, the only outsiders they ever allied with in their existence. Another strong reason to hate everybody around them.
Oh.
And I think we know where this story ends. Players charge in the Zul'man, kill every troll in sight, and Zul'jin's valiant attempt to restore pride back in the Amani is ended.
No, our guy!
But the Amani Empire never gonna die.
But in Cataclysm, the Amani are back with a new random leader they pulled out of their ass, and then well, they die again. And then in Mist of Pandaria, they help the Zandalari in the Throne of Thunder, and then they're defeated.
And they
again.
get...
And then in Battle for Azeroth, oh my god, you think the Elves are the biggest losers? You're
Okay.
right. Look, to be honest, we all know what we're thinking here. The Elves were asking for it. Whoa, why are you booing me? I'm right. No. You want to know what the Empire of the Amani has become? An alleyway. And get this, the Zandalari, the spiritual leaders who are the epicenter of troll culture, join the Horde, thus being allies with the Blood Elves, and the only way for the Amani to survive now is to be total servants to them.
Oh.
And you know what the Zandalari let the Horde do? Just beat the shit out of them whenever they want. There is literally a world quest where you just roll into the Amani alleyway, beat the crap out of their disciples of the Loa, and then leave. The story of the Amani is just one of many troll downfalls, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other troll dungeons and raids all throughout Warcraft's history where you, as the player, kill them all.
This is so fucking tragic. I hate this.
Monster. Look, you made Zul'jin cry. How do you sleep at night?
Nobody did than me.
Zul'jin, I'm crying too. You don't get it. I'm crying too, bro. What the fuck?
Hey, I don't do this often, but follow me on Twitter. You can get exclusive content like this.
Oh my god, I can't. Okay. We can't play that for too long. They will absolutely get us. In Heroes, are you troll because he's so badass? He is badass. What the fuck? Why do they hate him? Why does Blizzard hate him? He's just a guy. Wait, I love him. He's just a guy. Holy shit. This is so sad. Can I like get like an 07 in the chat? Can I get like an absolute 07 in the chat for pet, not the pet? Oh man, why did they hate? Yeah, it's so understandable why he hates them. Like everything about him is like so understandable, and then they're like, hey, fuck him. I mean, he kind of threw, you know, by torturing them and then like letting the girl go free. But I guess like, you know, you can't. It's one of those like shogunate, like he can't really be helped kind of thing, right? Oh, the trolls, and then now us, the biggest like dum-dums, like the biggest assholes in the entirety of WoW, are just let loose to like wail on them in the form of like multiple raids. That is fucked up and evil. He needed to die from a sick bear mouth? No. They did keep starting wars though. I mean, yeah. Man. Trolls have loot? Oh my god. Okay. Are we just like... We are just like... What? We are like extra murder hobos then. We're not just like... It's not... We're just like... murder hobos who are just like looting people. That's it. We're like robbing people. Troll reroll incoming. I don't know what a troll reroll is. Oh my god, we're gonna watch something called The Biggest Losers of Warcraft, okay? I don't know who these people are, so we're excited. Are we just yeah, we are just loot goblins. We're like murderous loot goblin hobos. Oh, we're getting houses in the next pack, so we're not hobos anymore. Yay. This is so fucked up. Oh man. Okay, are you guys like enjoying the lore stuff? Dal, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you. Yeah, we are like massively troll-pilled right now. We're massively troll-pilled. You know what? No, hold up. If there's one thing I don't like about trolls, it's their feet. I don't like that the grippers are out constantly. I don't like that the grippers are out. Troll pilled? Yeah, we were watching like WoW lore, and like honestly, the trolls are like kind of just. They're kind of right. Trolls don't like that either. Yesterday when like we were playing, right? Stim's playing a troll. My manager Stim is playing a troll, and she was like zooming on the feet, and there's like a fucking toenail on it on its ankle. I was like, what is this? Why? You just find your channel to see if I have WoW lore reactions. Yeah, we do this like on a weekly basis, but we alternate between different nerdy niches. So this week we did Warhammer and WoW. Next week we might do Warhammer and WoW. I kind of want to dedicate a day where we watch like RuneScape stuff, because I fucking love RuneScape too. I have a love-hate relationship with RuneScape. Is my favorite lore tuber. At least can enjoy watching with someone new. I don't want to play a troll. I'm sorry. The only reason why I won't play a troll is because I don't want my feet to be out. Yeah, it's a third toe apparently on the fucking foot, on the back of the foot. I don't know, man. I don't know. I like shoes. You know? I really like shoes. I'm just saying. Zandalari troll, they're cooler. We gotta keep you away from RuneScape? Okay, I'm like low-key like RuneScape pilled, so you know, I'm basically, that ship has sunk. You know, that ship has sunk faster than the Titanic. Gotta play a class of skirts and dresses then? I don't know, can we put a panda in the skirt? Playing old school or 3 OSRS. I was basically a mule for my ex's hardcore Iron Man. Where I would like help him like farm fucking agility and fish for monkfish. Okay? Those were traumatic days. Those were traumatic AF days. Because I fucking hate the agility. I had to like alt tab all the time just to like, you know, click, 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 click. Damn, that's true love right there. He cheated on me. I played his RuneScape account for him and he cheated on me. That is not true love. This is betrayal. But it's okay because I actually do like RuneScape. The cons, like, I like RuneScape as like a game. Horde abused via RuneScape. I know. Like it's just the agility course that ugh, you know. But yeah, now we're watching the biggest losers of Warcraft. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1.
Now, come along, children. The Zandalari scalping ceremony is starting in a couple of minutes, so we need to be quick.
Wait, scalping?
Mr. Arklid, what are those trolls doing over there? What? Oh, those are the Gurbashi. They're being mind-controlled against their will. You know, normal stuff. You know what? Let me see. I suppose we have some time to explain this embarrassing excuse for a tribe. Gather around, children. Our story starts 1,500 years ago in the lands of Stranglethorn.
Okay, backstory, trauma?
This dense jungle is where the Gurbashi tribe lived. They were once a booming empire during the Trolls' reign on Azeroth, but since the Sundering, they've remained in the jungles of Stranglethorn and the surrounding islands. But this tropical life wasn't sipping pina coladas and enjoying a nice day at the beach. Instead, life was about getting caught in the rain, having your friends get mauled by tigers, and not eating for the past 3 days.
What?
It sucked. The trolls turned to aid of some mysterious god called Hakar the Soulflayer. The priests that worshipped him were called the Hakari, and in exchange for sacrificed souls, he'd bestow the trolls with his power. In hindsight, Fueling a mysterious god with living sacrifices doesn't seem like a good idea, but it was kind of the troll's only option. Until eventually he demanded to be summoned into the physical world so that he may feast on the blood of his victims firsthand.
What?
Those victims being every creature on Azeroth, including the trolls that worship him. A majority of the Hakari were like, "This was a mistake!" But a fanatical group called the Autalai worked on summoning the Soul Flare. The Gurubashi, with the help of the Zandalari, kicked out not only the Autalai priests, but also a lot of the less fanatical Hakari, and the priests went to go make a temple to continue their worship in the Swamp of Sorrows. After this bloody civil war, the Gurubashi tribe was split into 4 different entities that battled over control of the jungle.
Oh no.
One remained as the Gurubashi tribe, but you also have the Bloodscalp, the Skull Splitters, and the Darkspear. Conveniently, the Bloodscalp and Skull Splitters colored their hair red and blue so we could tell them apart, and the Darkspear, well, they were a tribe of the biggest betas in all of Stranglethorn. Their small size and peaceful nature made them easy targets for the other tribes, and their history was filled with famine and brutal losses in battle. Eventually, the tribe had enough torment and sailed off into the sunset, where they'd eventually join the Horde. Them migrating actually happened after the Dark Portal was opened, so hundreds and hundreds of years in the future, but I just wanted to mention it now to make the video go smoother.
Okay.
I mean, make the story time go smoother. Anyways, hundreds of years pass, and up in the north, the humans of Stormwind want to expand their kingdom. At this time, Barathan Rin was the king of Stormwind, and his tactic was just to have a bunch of troops set up camps in Stranglethorn and just turtle up like it's a game of Warsong Gulch. Barathan thought that this would be the best non-aggressive tactic, and the trolls would kind of just let them begrudgingly stay there, but that was definitely not the case.
Okay, but like why though?
Larger and larger, and eventually they'd even slip past the human defenses and raid their settlements. So what was King Barathan Rin's response to this? Just keep playing defensively, guys. We got this. Spoilers. They don't got
this.
Prince Lane grew more and more frustrated with his father's non-aggressive approach and strongly advocated the humans bring the fight to the trolls before more innocents died. The breaking point was when a troll raiding party breached into the farmlands of Westfall and burned down a total of 3 towns to the ground. Eventually, the trolls would be killed off, but it was clear that something needed to change. The king gathered only the most intelligent nobles and came up with a plan.
Guys, I don't think nobles really do much in this universe, do they?
Hello, citizens of Stormwind. I have decided in order to stop these invading savages breaching our lands, we must continue to play defensively and let the trolls bully us.
Yup.
Thank you.
Well done.
Prince Lane was livid with his father's decision, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. Behind his father's back, Prince Lane worked with Anduin Lothar, commander of the Alliance, and Medivh, and ventured into
not fucking Medivh,
to end this war once and for all. Now, here's the deal. Medivh is powerful. Like, powerful. Like, he's the chosen one who should be protecting the whole world from catastrophic events. This whole petty war between trolls and humans was far below what he was destined to do. So when the 3 of them snuck into Stranglethorn, he just fucking destroyed the trolls and their leader.
That's crazy. He fucking uked them? No way. 07 to the trolls. They never stood a chance.
Lane and Lothar didn't know Medivh was that powerful, and the 3 of them dusted off their hands and went back to Stormwind. Our job here is done, but you guys didn't do anything. Yep, But the Gurubashi were not going to take this beating just lying down.
Oh,
Shortly
man.
after, an overwhelming army of trolls pushed forward to the gates of Stormwind. Prince Lang confessed to his father what he and his 2 allies did behind his back, and the king made the honorable decision to not to play defensively for once, and blindly charged into the heart of the troll army to kill their leader, and died in the process.
Why? You're throwing! My brother in Christ, you are actively throwing! Oh my god. These weird decisions are gonna kill me, guys.
Prince Lane felt like he was responsible for his father's death, and begged Medivh for another get-out-of-jail-free card, and Medivh agreed. And then all the trolls got utterly destroyed, but I'd just like to say the Gurubashi probably could have won if the humans didn't have, I don't know, the Warcraft version of Superman on their team, so I think it's a bit unbalanced.
True.
Fortunately, 70 years or so pass and the Dark Portal is opened, and the Gurubashi finally get the taste of victory. The Bleeding Hollow clan attempted to take over Stranglethorn, but surprisingly the trolls pushed them out. Which I know, amazing, the trolls actually have the ability to
Holy
win a war.
shit.
So let me just...
They're doing things.
There we go. Anyways, where was I? Cut the Classic and the Gurubashi are still weak and decide, you know what, just fuck it bro, we're just gonna worship Hakar. Players go in, we kill a bunch of trolls and Hakar. Then in Cataclysm, one boss named Jindo the Hexer enslaves Hakar and renames himself into Jindo the Godbreaker.
Damn!
Of course, we kill him, and over time the Gurubashi have just been whittled down more and more.
Okay.
A witch doctor by the name of Uljamba had a vision of the Zandalari Empire's downfall. This vision was false, by the way. So, in preparations for this doomsday event, he enslaved the remaining Gurubashi trolls and found refuge in Zandalar and used them for slave labor to stockpile rations of food.
Oh no!
Horde players put a stop to this and massacre the Gurubashi trolls, who are basically used as cannon fodder. And that's the Gurubashi, which is pretty depressing, isn't it, kids? I know. So, come along, we don't want to be late. I hear if we get front row for the scalping ceremony, we might even be in the bloody splash zone. Whew, that will be exciting.
We want to be in the splash zone? Sir, I don't know about that.
So, Mr. Arklin, is there any happy story about the trolls? What? I mean, of course, probably. Let me see. No, definitely not. No. Okay.
Do the trolls just canonically take like L's non-stop? This is actually pretty sad, guys. Oh no, can I get an 07 in the chat? We are the assholes. I love how like everyone agrees, no matter what, we are the asshole murder hobos. No, I don't have the I don't have the pay-per-view for Elimination Chamber, so we're not watching it. Not tonight at least, unfortunately. Yeah, okay, great guys. We are just casual murder hobos. Let's fucking go. Ah. The Maya Zerva though. Oh, is it on Netflix? Oh, 7 in the chat, guys. I forgot Elimination Chamber was on Netflix. Well, it's okay. We're watching about the trolls.
Here's one. This is the story of the Mossflayer tribe. Back during the Second War, a lot of forest trolls allied with the Horde. The Horde at the time was an extremely powerful but also extremely volatile faction, filled with backstabbing and conflicting ideals. So after the war, many of the trolls broke off from the Horde and preferred to stay very isolationist and kill any other race on sight. And this is what the Mossflayers did. This tribe of trolls was on the border of the human lands of Lordaeron, and during the Third War, it was absolutely ravaged by the plague of undeath. Other races would see this as a great threat that would surely come for them as well, but the trolls saw an amazing opportunity.
I mean, I guess.
I can't do it!
So while the kingdom of Lordaeron was battered and bruised, the Mossflayers were on the sidelines, poking them with a stick to ensure the Pinkskins' downfall. And while the plague didn't have an effect on the trolls, it was hard to deny that it did have an effect on their environment and the creatures within it.
Oh no!
Unfortunately, a troll hunting party killed some animals and feasted on their flesh, which was cursed by a lich that turned them all into undead.
No!
So plague-infected grain doesn't work on trolls. Cursed bear ass, now that works on trolls. And a troll named Amani was now a slave to this mysterious lich and was compelled to return back to the Mossflayer's home of Zul'jin and infect his whole tribe. During Classic, the encampment is filled with shallow graves, signifying that the Mossflayers were easily brought to their knees by this infectious disease.
Oh my god.
That isn't happy at all. Well, down south a bit, there is the Revantusk and the Vile Branch. Now, the Revantusk have actually remained allies with the Horde, which gives the Horde a foothold in the hinterlands, and the Trolls a ridiculous amount of firepower.
I mean, hell yeah.
The problem is, the Revantusk are seen as cowards for bending a knee to such disgusting Horde filth, and the fanatical Vile Branch tribe has taken a liking to kidnapping these trolls and using them for sacrifices. But since the Revantusk are allies with the player character, of course the Vile Branch gets annihilated.
Oh.
And
oh,
yeah,
no.
I guess that's the happiest troll story in history, so... Ooh, that's High Speaker Malacross. He's the last Drakkari troll in all of Azeroth. And he's also the grumpiest, with good reason.
Okay.
The Drakkari was once an immensely powerful empire located in what we'd eventually call Northrend. The empire was well known for their strong connection to Loa and established the lands of Zul'jin, which was filled with monolithic temples and complex aqueducts. The Drakkari lived in relative peace for thousands of years, but we all know these trolls were not the only residents in Northrend. During the wrath of the Lich King, Arthus and his Scourge armies were at full force, and the undead threat eclipsed over the Drakkari's once mighty empire. Don't get me wrong, the Drakkari Empire was strong, but at the end of the day, it was a bunch of trolls with sticks fighting against a floating necropolis that can shoot laser beams.
Ooh.
The first Drakkari fortress to fall was Draktheron Keep, which is now infested with the Lich King's undead minions. At the end of the dungeon, there is a troll named Drakkari who betrays his people, and the Lich King grants him power which makes him big and scary. But meanwhile, us as the player characters kind of just awkwardly watch while this whole event is happening. We don't really do anything about it. But despite the keep being easily disposed of, the Drakkari would not give up that easily. Deep within the capital of Gundrak, fanatical prophets have begun sacrificing their own gods for untold power. A power that is the only thing stopping the trolls from being fully consumed by the might of the Scourge.
We can do that? We can sacrifice God? What? And they never thought to do it before? Okay. I have questions. Number 1. Why'd they only do this now? Number 2. Why'd they only do this now? There are consequences. Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I love how, like, a lot of these stories are being told from, like, the player's, like, perspective, right? But you're also just kind of there, like, you know?
Who needs gods when we are gods?
I'm the literal fucking god.
These trolls are now fueled with incredible, unmatched strength, and in their hubris, they warred with not only the Scourge, but also the Argent Dawn and the Ebon Blade, who didn't want to kill the trolls. They just want to kill the Scourge just like the Drakkari. And this is the biggest mistake the Drakkari ever made, because this means that they're at war with the player character. And we haven't lost in 15 goddamn years.
What the fuck? No, stop. Oh my god. We are the worst. We are the fucking worst. We are literally, we are the true villains in this universe. Was it the old gods? No. Was it like Sargeras? No. Was it Sylvanas? No. We're the fucking villains, bro. We don't fucking take Elves here. This is not that kind of establishment. This is so fucking funny. I love this. This is insane. We are literally the worst, guys. I'm sorry. Every time we watch a video about like WoW lore, we're somehow always like either on the worst side possible, constantly fucking up and then having to fix our mistakes. Or we're straight up like assholes. They don't want to die, they shouldn't drop loot. I mean, fair, but also, we're fucked up. We're basically robbing them.
So we go into Gundrak, and before we talk about anything, we need to talk about the tail. Since this dungeon's inception, players have talked about this gigantic snake tail. Whose tail is it? How did it get here? Why is it here? Well, at BlizzCon 2011, we got an answer from Chris Metzen himself.
If you look over the cliff, there's a big wiggly snake tail. So I brought a screenshot of it.
He brought the sauce, guys! He brought the fucking sauce, let's go!
I blew it up.
That's
insane.
insane.
The first sign of the return of the Titans. And Medivh will be them.
The forums will be holding you to
Thrall
that.
is going to leave Agra and start Jaina. I don't know what the hell that snake thing is, but it's kind of cool.
Okay, well, I guess it's just there to look cool.
Okay,
so, let's go kill some crazy trolls.
1,000 fangs gonna rend your flesh. Get ready for something much bigger.
Whoa.
I'm gonna spill your guts.
I'm literal fucking dead.
The Drakkari's downfall in Wrath of the Lich King is probably the biggest troll downfall in the history of Azeroth. In BFA, there's exactly one Drakkari alive named Malakraz. One single troll who has to carry the weight of his fallen empire. Alone. Longing for the snowy mountains of Northrend, where his people once lived in peace.
No. Guys, I don't know who Jesse Cox is, but also this is so fucking tragic. He's the lone survivor of his like clan, whatever it is. Oh, this is so sad. If it's another troll raid where we like destroy his family, I'm gonna be so upset.
But you know what, kids? Maybe a lesson can be learned about all these stories. You know, in this crazy world of Azeroth, filled with an endless amount of things wanting to kill you, we need each other. Being alone and unaccepting of others only leads to your downfall. Our differences are our biggest strength, and if we just use the power of friendship, we can defeat the forces of evil once and for all.
Welcome one and all to the annual scalping ceremony. A ceremony where we will show that the troll empires will never bend a knee for others.
Okay.
And to start this ceremony, we shall begin with the non-believers.
Oh? What is that hand?
Pay close attention, kids. Trolls are known for their masterful scalping.
They're killing him?
But what I need from you right now is for you to say it, and I also need like you to go on full cam so I can get your face too.
And what do you want
then
me to
if
say?
you could just like look to the left a little bit, and then say your line.
Sub to the Platinum Mouse.
Oh. Okay, that's a thing? Damn. Honestly, isn't like majority of WoW just basically different people trying to fuck around and find out, if you really think about it? Isn't 90% of WoW just basically people trying to fuck around and find out? That's the entire plot line. And then the remaining 10% is just, oh well, this happened because someone else fucked around. Yeah, and then we're the find out, you know? No, yeah, 10%, no, 90% is someone else fucking around and finding out. 10% is us fucking around and finding out. Fuck around and forget. I will never forget. What was it? What was that one expansion? The one that was like before Dragonflame, which was basically like nearly entirely the player's own fucking fault. That everything happened. Shadowland. Yeah. It was like the player's fucking fault that everything happened, and it was just like us running around trying to like clean up after our own mistakes. Oh man. One thing I wanted to watch was like here. Top 10 raid bosses you feel bad about killing. Cause like, are there raid bosses that we actually feel bad about killing? I feel like most of them are pretty bad, right? We don't talk about Shadowlands? We agree not to hold Beyblade against use? We feel sad? Who do we feel sad about? Okay, I am curious.
This video will go over 10 raid bosses that might have made you feel a little bit bad for killing them, either for lore reasons, or because of just what the boss is and the circumstances of the fight. At number 10, we've got Kael'thas. If you've ever played through Warcraft 3, you'd know that Kael'thas was just trying to do the best for his people, who went through a terrible loss after Arthus destroyed his home city and killed 90% of his people, and then was nearly killed by his ally when Garrosh sentenced him and his people to death. Being saved by the Naga, he joined up with Illidan, who promised a cure for his people's mana addiction. And then come TBC, and he's all of a sudden evil for no reason, and working with the Burning Legion, trying to bring Kil'jaeden to Azeroth, the people who he knew full well were responsible for Arthus and the undead invasion that destroyed his city. Needless to say, lots of people who played through Warcraft 3 were surprised by the sudden change in character of Kael'thas, a change that wasn't properly explained until very recently with Chronicles 3, but seen as...
He says very recently, but this video is 6 years ago, guys, so don't like at him or anything. Yeah, this is an old video. It's 6 years ago.
People kill Kael'thas all the time today for his very sought-after mount. He's pretty low on the list, as people obviously don't feel that bad about killing him, if he's like one of the most farmed bosses from that expansion. Number 9, Atramedes.
Okay, who's that?
Atramedes is a blind dragon creating an experiment. He doesn't know what's going on. We're just making loud noises, and he's trying to make it stop.
No.
His log in the adventure journal reads, Atramedes, or Experiment 25463D, is a failed attempt to bestow enhanced senses on a black dragon whelp. The toxic salve applied to the broodling robbed him of sight, forcing him to rely on sound and smell for survival. A tragic story.
No!
And when you kill him, he says,
"This miserable existence finally ends."
And Nefarian will chime in with a, "You should have been disposed of a long time ago." The reason he's lower on the list is because, well, like all black dragons, Atramedes was also just kind of insane and evil, and he was one of the most exploited and bugged bosses back in his day, so he was killed a lot more frequently than anything else in his raid.
No, that is so sad. What the fuck? this boss is horrifically bugged on release. Like what? Like you could exploit it by like squatting in a corner and like smacking him from somewhere. Is that it? Or is it like it just like teleported everywhere kind of bug?
Number 8, Festergut and Rotface.
Oh.
These two abominations are basically children. They get very upset when you kill their pet dogs.
No! You killed Sticky! You pay!
And even call out for their daddy when killed.
Daddy.
If it wasn't for the fact that they also weren't two of the ugliest, most grotesque things in WoW, people might have felt a little bit more sorry for them.
Bad news, Daddy.
Oh no.
Number 7.
We canonically kill kids. Oh, we are not going. Okay, guys. I'm just saying. WoW players, guys. We'll all see each other in the same place. Oh no, this is tragic. Send help.
7. Argus the Unmaker. Argus, like Festergut and Rotface, is basically a child by Titan standards. A Titan whose soul has been tortured and drained to fuel the demon army res timers for thousands of years. It's no wonder that the first time he wakes up, he's confused and lost and lashes out at the first people he sees. Even after he dies, he just asks if his torment is finally over.
No.
My torment ends. Free.
No.
Free.
Number 6, Illidan. Like Kael'thas, not exactly evil in Warcraft 3, but not really on the good guy side either.
Oh.
He was only interested in power for power's sake. It was only later on that Blizzard said he was actually after power to stop the Legion. This is another one where only people who played Warcraft 3 would feel bad about killing him, since in his expansion, he was shown as nothing but evil, doing evil things for no reason. And his motives weren't really known until many years later, with the Illidan novel detailing everything from his point of view. And
that's our goal, guys. What the fuck? That is literally our goal.
you even get to see his death from Illidan's point of view in the Quest Chain and Legion. But eventually, he was brought back to life in the Nighthold, and was a major player in the defeat of the Burning Legion, and is currently serving as the jailer of Sargeras.
Ooh!
So, happy ends for Illidan, I guess.
Too late, friends. Nefarious' corruption has taken hold. I cannot control myself.
Number 5, Valistraz, the second boss in Blackwing Lair. Upon first encountering Valistraz, he says, I have failed. The Lord of Blackrock is too powerful. He consumed my energy with ease. I turn. Kill me. You must kill me. Valistraz previously was involved in a quest chain to make a ring that would summon him to help you fight Rend Blackhand. Afterwards, he went on to hunt Nefarian by himself and failed, and then was turned into one of Nefarian's puppets. The last thing Valistraz does before you start the fight is to give everyone a buff so that you can help kill him faster. Even when he kills players of the raid, he'll say,
"Forgive me, friend.
No!
Your death only adds to my failure."
Wait! I am so sad right now. You guys have like no clue. I am so sad right now. What do you mean? He's just a guy!
Coincidentally, Valistraz was also one of the hardest bosses in the raid and was commonly known as Valistraz the Guild Breaker, and is also the reason Blizzard makes sure the first couple of bosses in a raid are a lot easier than the rest, because of just how hard Valistraz was as the second boss of the raid.
Oh.
Well fought, Wakener. We will meet again.
Rith Herald.
Number 4, the Paragons of the Calaxy. I hate bugs, and I hate bug people.
Stop, you're a fucking spider now. Hiruma Ridex! You are literally a spider. What are you saying to me right now? I hate bugs. That is crazy. I'm not. You are literally a spider. I'm a robot. You're literally a spider. Is Hiruma a spider? He is a spider. He is literally a spider. What? This is crazy. If only YouTube chat could see you lie, this is crazy.
But even I felt bad about having to kill the Paragons in the Siege of Orgrimmar. You see, in the Dread Wastes, you spend the whole zone going around waking up the Paragons of the Calaxian, learning a lot about their history and backstories of each and every one of them. They were even a major faction that you had to grind rep for and do a whole bunch of dailies with. And while you were in the zone, you could even have one of the Paragons come with you and give you a special buff for that zone. And together with the Calaxi, you take down the Empress Shak'zir. But upon reaching Exalted with their faction, one of the Paragons, Kilruck the Windreaver, will give you a friendly warning.
Awakener, your deeds have earned you the trust of the Calaxi. You are to be rewarded.
Oh, this is the guy.
Me. We Mantid are an elder race. The Pandaren you associate with, they are but children. They have their role to play. Each cycle, our young swarm their walls. The Pandaren slay the weak. The strong return. With each generation, we grow ever stronger. Before your history began, our empire was vast. We shared this world with our sister kingdoms, Ankiraj and Ajol Nerub. Our gods were many and powerful. We Mantid worshipped the 7 heads of Yasharaj. Great was the Old One, and terrible was his wrath. He consumed hope and begat despair. He inhaled courage and breathed fear. When the usurpers came, the ones you call Titans, Yasharaj was destroyed. His last terrible breath has haunted this land ever since, but the shadows he left behind are mere whispers of his former glory. Your gods are not your gods, outsider. I tell you now because you have earned this warning. If the old ones ever return, we Mantid will once again stand by their side.
Okay, is this guy kind of a homie though? Also, why does he sound like, you know those like mechanical keyboards? He's not a homie. Okay. I mean, he tried to give us like a warning. He was like, I hate you, but like also, we will 100% like betray you. So just like, oh, word of warning. Which I kind of fuck with that. I'm not gonna lie. Like, it makes sense. It checks out.
The wisest among you will do the same.
Even as you enter their room in the Siege of Orgrimmar, they will even say,
I did warn you, Awakener.
So to be fair, they did warn you where their true allegiances lied. And when Garrosh uncovered the heart of Yasharaj, it whispered to them, and they joined Garrosh without question. So it was up to you to take them down. You even have to kill Kovak as trash before the fight. Who you helped raise from a baby through a series of daily quests.
No, really? We had to kill our own baby? This is fucked up and evil. This is so evil. We raised him, and then we murder his ass. Ugh. Ow. They have a team to play for, but when they aren't playing, they're homies. Oh, this is so fucking sad. He didn't drop loot. That's your biggest concern? We raised a worthy opponent. You guys. Come on, man. He can return as a battle pet? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we get him back later then as our pet. That destroyed me at the time. This is so sad. This is actually really tragic. Oh my goodness. I know I don't sound like I'm crying, but this is really sad. Oh my god. His battle pet is really good too. Oh, great. Then parental love as deep as the Mishimas from Tekken. Oh my god. Was it that shallow? By the way, I fucking love Tekken. I'd love to do like a deep dive on Tekken lore one day. Maybe one day. is it betrayal when they tell you what they will do? I mean, technically, they're just being like, hey, by the way, you know, if our god comes back, we're totally gonna side with our god, and you're just kind of like, okay, bet. And then like in like the next like week or so, their god really does come back, and they're like, okay, bye. Tekken, yeah, in Tekken lore, volcanoes don't exist. Volcanoes are a suggestion. You might as well throw them into a red-colored swimming pool. It's the same thing. It's a guarantee. No, volcanoes are just a suggestion in Tekken. They are red-colored swimming pools. Nothing happens. It is very fun. I love Tekken.
Number 3, Archivon in VOA.
Okay, who's that?
Archivon was the first boss you could kill in VOA. A raid you could only access if your faction won Wintergrass. Just outside the instance, there's a thing you can read that was written by Archivon himself. It appears Archivon has been keeping a journal. It appears to be written in multiple languages. A tally has been kept on the cover.
He's like smart.
Day 10. The makers are gone. I have been left to watch. The halls are quite empty. I thought the makers want me to watch the hall, but they never specifically said, Archivon, watch the hall. Maybe it's okay if I watch the outside too? It would probably be less boring outside. It's decided. I am now responsible for watching the hall and the outside. I shall take on my new responsibility next month. The outside is much more open than the hall. There are convenient cliffs and mountains bordering it. I'm now confident that the makers meant for me to watch this too. I hope they don't notice that I've only been in the hall for the first decade. I invented a new game today too. It's called Kick the Revenant. I made it from the front of the keep to the main road today. Before next year, I'm going to try to land it over the river. Some little green people came today. I have added them to my watching responsibilities. The little green people have built extra buildings here now. More buildings seem good. I think I will speak to them this week and thank them. I thanked one of the little green people today for the extra buildings. He told me that he'd be bringing more people for me to watch soon. Lots of them. I'm excited to have more things to watch. The little green people brought a lot of others, pointed them at each other, and then they all started fighting. I have trimmed my watching responsibilities back to the hall for safety, but I brought a lot of their valuables with me so that it can maybe be less boring this time. Things have gotten much worse. I am not sure what the makers want me to do. I'm trying to stay in my hall, but the violent people come in after me several times a day. They take my valuables. My brothers are back. It turns out they were sleeping in other closed-off halls. I'm a little mad they left me alone to do all the watching, but I shared my shinier valuables with them.
Okay.
Archivon stopped journal. Instead, watch puny little men fight. When they finish, Archivon wake up and see who touch orb fastest.
Archivon was just sitting around, not bothering anyone, and yet both factions killed him many times for literally no reason other than to steal from him.
Fuck the murder hobos! Oh my god, the player characters suck! The player characters actually suck so bad. This is crazy. He was just vibing. He was just chilling. And then we go in with our little like pointy fucking swords and just stab his ass. No. Oh my god. I can't. He drops a mammoth? Okay. Okay. Yeah. But like, he's just a guy. He's literally just a guy. 10 gold? The gear wasn't even that good. That is so fucked up. Oh, you killed him. You're a mage, you use a sword. You throw spells at him. That is so mean. That is so uncalled for. What did he ever do? He was just vibing. Why did he just give us this elephant? Is Lox purchasing you watch one of his videos? No, you're watching it because now I am traumatized for a completely different reason. I am traumatized for a completely different reason. It's because player characters are the absolute worst. They kill like some of the most innocent people around. This is so fucked up and sad. Yeah. I will actively choose not to contribute to this by not playing the game, guys. This sucks.
I am proud to have died at your
No.
hands.
Is that who I think it is?
For the Horde.
For the Horde?
Number 2. General Nazgrim in the Siege of Orgrimmar. Nazgrim may not have agreed with all of Garrosh's actions, but he also would not betray the person he pledged himself to, and basically says no hard feelings when you fight him. He also is a major Horde quest giver in 3 zones spanning 3 different expansions. So Horde players knew him very well before having to face him down.
So, it has come to this. Together, we have learned and grown over the years. And now, we find ourselves face to face on the battlefield. Do not think I will go easy on you, nor do I expect any quarter. What we do now, we do for the Horde, both of us. I am Nazgrim, Fist of the War Chief, General of the Horde Army. If I must die today, I will die with honor in battle. It is an honor to finally face you in combat, Lotaro Gar, for honor and for the Horde.
For the Horde.
You have learned much and learned well. An honorable battle in the end. I stood by the war chief because it was my duty. And I am glad that it was you who struck me down.
No.
May your strength lead the Horde into a new era of prosperity.
No! What the fuck?
He does eventually come back as a Death Knight, though.
I am crying right now. I haven't even played the dumb quest yet. Am I just gonna cry again when, like, we have to finally kill him? This is so sad.
And is immediately on board to fight some demons,
No.
which kind of lessens the death a bit, and the reason why he's only number 2 on the list and not number 1.
It gets worse. Okay, I will let you guys, like, guess who it is. Okay? I'll let you guys guess who it is. Drop your comment. Who do you guys think is the one guy that we feel extra bad? Okay? In 3 seconds, we're gonna keep playing, okay? 3, 2, 1. I don't know who this is. I don't know who this man is.
Corkron, move out. Champions, watch your backs. The Scourge have been caught.
Join me and we will crush this world in the name of the Scourge for the glory of the Lich King.
My boy died at the Wrathgate. I am here only to collect his body.
It's Sourfang's kid!
Sourfang Jr. This one is especially sad considering all that Sourfang has gone through. Sourfang is a veteran of the First, Second, and Third Wars. He was also put in charge of the Might of Kalimdor, an army created of both factions to fight the Karaji of the Ahn'Qiraj and Cthulhu. A person respected by both factions so much, no one objected to him being in charge of both of the factions' forces. He was also leader of the Kor'kron in the Northrend campaign to stop the Lich King, as well as a mentor to Garrosh. And he was there when the Horde banded together to take him down, as you meet a bloody and bruised Sourfang on your way to fight the Paragons of the Klaxi. During the assault on the Broken Shore, he gets shot out of the sky by a fell cannon and survives, and come battle for Azeroth, he looks to be another major player. All that to say, I doubt there's another character in game who's been through as much as Sourfang has. And then you have to face down his only son who died at the Wrathgate, so that he can collect his body and give him a proper burial next to his mother.
You will have a proper ceremony in Nagrand, next to the pyres of your mother and ancestors. Honor young heroes, no matter how dire the battle. Never forsake it.
Biggs, I hate this. Oh my god. We watched his dad kick his ass and we helped? We did that? We really did that? Oh my god. We're fucking monsters. We kinda got him killed first. We killed him? Yeah, I remember the cinematic of him claiming his son's body. I just didn't remember. I just didn't know we killed him too. He was undead. Oh, he couldn't do it, so we did it for him. He dropped the best loot is a crazy thing to say, by the way. We had no choice. I mean, yeah, we had to kill him so that Sarfay could get his body back, but like, oh. I don't want to make... I like Sarfay. I don't want to make him sad. You know? Like, I don't want to kill his son. I don't... Oh, man, this is so fucking tragic. Can I get, like, an 07 in the chat? Oh, man. Let's look at another video, and then I think we could end for the night, actually. Because we've been going for, like, what, 6 hours now? Deathbringer's Will was a lit as fuck drop. We are monsters. We do this for like things. This is so sad. 10 most sought after armor transmog. What is transmog again? Oh, you know what? Top 10 raid bosses who went undefeated the longest. How about that? That sounds good. Also, thank you for the resub, Ingeniator. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cosmetics. Okay, should we do the cosmetics one or should we do the raid bosses that couldn't be defeated? Biggest downgrade? Let me look for it. It's somewhere on the... Oh, okay, here it is. It's somewhere on the list, for sure. Hey, guys.
Let me take you to a fantasy world.
Okay.
A world filled with whimsy and wonder. Here, anything is possible.
I don't know about that,
It is a world filled with savage orcs, Amazonian elves, alien goat people, bestial monsters, and yet people still play humans. But it gets worse than that. Humans in World of Warcraft used to be far more cooler during the ancient times of Azeroth, and to truly discover how far they've downgraded, we need to head up to the frozen north.
Yep, I've been watching... Yep, I've basically been watching WoW lore for like 6 hours. We have actually seen Daughter of the Sea. The video isn't out yet, but it will be out. I don't know when. It's good and not sad. Great. We need something that's not sad to wipe away all the sins that we've done as player characters. Ooh. Oh, hang on, guys. Oh, we had to cut Daughter of the Sea out because of the copyright. Unfortunately, that means we won't be able to watch Daughter of the Sea on stream either, because the copyright will 100% come get us. And that means I can't monetize my videos. So that means I can't pay... If I don't monetize my videos, I can't pay for WoW. What a cruel cycle. What a cruel fucking cycle.
When the Pantheon first discovered Azeroth, it was infested with the presence of the old gods. In order to dispose of this void threat, they created Titanforge beings made of steel and stone, whose mission was to defend and shape Azeroth into an inhabitable world while the Pantheon disappeared into the cosmos. Creations like the Earthen molded the world's mountains. Mechanomes maintained the Titan machineries, and the Vrykul were one of the defenders while this new world was shaped into their liking. The Vrykul participated in the War of the Black Empire, a mighty battle lasting thousands of years that ended with the old gods imprisoned and a world protected. Or so they thought. Within his prison, the old god Yogg-Saron infected the Forge of Wills with the Curse of Flesh. This meant that any new Titanforge created would slowly deteriorate into beings of flesh and blood.
I hate this. You guys can't see it because my big fucking head isn't... Okay, hold on, guys. I am not looking at this by myself. We as a community, we are gonna look at this together. I don't care if I'm not, like, if I'm blocking, like, this bit for a bit. It's fine. I'll block it. We need to look at this as a community. I refuse to look at this myself. Why?
And this curse would start to affect older generations as well. Over the spans of generations and generations, the Iron Vykrul's skin became brittle and weak. Priestesses went into deep meditation to find a cure for this debilitating affliction, and the Vrykul realized that if they were to survive, they would have to adapt.
I love this. Being human is a debilitating condition. Also, I kind of... Oh, hold up. Now my head's blocking it. I kind of love how, like, everyone's got clothes. It's just the guy is still like, I'm not going to put on a shirt. Here's a lot awesome. I've just been this. No, dude, we were playing WoW yesterday. We watched, the cinematics itself were like 11 hours long, at least, right? And we watched like all of the cinematics, and now we're learning more about like World of Warcraft. It's kind of crazy. That's not my fucking height, guys. It's not my height. Also, I'm gonna shift myself again so that you guys can look at this with me. I refuse to look at this by myself. We gotta do this together.
They would have to find strength in new avenues. And out of all of the Vrykul clans, the Dragonflayers rose to power with a newfound strength from a close ally.
Okay. The dragons.
By
not the
taming
dragon.
And befriending wild proto-drakes, the Dragonflayer clan was able to defeat one of their biggest enemies, the Jalgar, a race of humanoid bear people who would retreat into central Kalimdor, where they would eventually be known as the race called the Furbolgs we know today.
The what now?
Back in the frozen north, the curse that afflicted the Vrykul seemed to mutate, and 15,000 years ago, an event happened that would change their society forever.
Push by Odin's will. I command you to push. By the gods, it's disgusting.
What the fuck?
Seemingly overnight, the curse had evolved, and new Vrykul born were disfigured runts.
A guy walked up to me and said, "I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam, I'm a teepee, I'm a wigwam." I said, "Relax, man, you're too tense."
Someone needs to explain that joke to me. I don't get it.
These children were seen as ugly and weak, the exact opposite traits Vrykul society valued.
You know, that's how my mom felt. Probably. Who knows? That's crazy.
They were deeply divided on what to do about this issue. On one hand, they are their children who can still be raised to be useful members in their society. But on the other hand, the Vrykul race must remain pure, and these cursed bastard children only seek to taint the lineage of their race.
A duck walked into an apothecary and he said, "Give me some chapstick and put it on my bill."
What? Would you abandon your kid if they kept making dad jokes? Oh, he's too tense. Oh, you know, that makes sense now. I had no idea. You'd abandon your kids? That is fucked up and evil in an instant. No, I make jokes like these all the time. I feel like I don't hear like good dad jokes. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what a good dad joke is. But hey. Oh man. Also, do not kill your kids for loot, guys. They do not drop anything.
It was up to King Yimron, ruler of the Dragon Flayers, to make the decision. The Vrykul did not know the curse of flesh was the old god's doing. They assumed that this affliction was because the Titans had abandoned them in their time of need and damned them to this curse, leaving them with this new blight on their society.
Well met.
Go away.
So I have this idea for a great movie.
I'm not kidding though. If I ever had a kid and he came out looking like Braum from like League of Legends, I'd be like, what?
It's about two gnomes who find a bracelet of power.
Go away!
And they have to take it to the burning steps and cast it into the cauldron.
Okay.
They form the Brotherhood of the Bracelet. It could be a three-parter called Ruler of the Bracelet.
I hate your damn gods!
Uh-huh. The first part would be called the Brotherhood of the Bracelet, followed by a couple of towers, with a climactic ending called Hey, the King.
You invade my home and then dare to challenge me? There is a reason I am king! Your death is only the beginning!
Holy shit! R.I.P. Braum. You can yeet the children even when they become adults. Who knew? They've cracked the code. Yeet the children even if they become adults. Let's fucking go.
Enraged by his betrayal of
don't actually yeet children and or adults. Do not do that, guys. I'm just saying. Do not yeetus the fetus.
Trust of the Titans, King Yimron outlawed the worship of their gods and directed his rage at the runts that poisoned his people. By the king's decree, the malformed children and their families were ordered to the Shalibrorn for execution. Of course, many of these families did not voluntarily forfeit their lives, and that is why King Yimron had barbarians like Scotty the Ruthless to hunt these families down and take care of them himself.
Cover for me. I got a whiz behind a tree.
Yo!
These families realized that the North was no longer a place that could be called home, and they fled with their children. There's whispers of an ancient burial ground of a Titan Watcher called Tears Fall. Maybe there they could find solace, and their children could grow up to be mighty warriors just like them. So, they left, traveling into the great unknown so their cursed children could live a life where they did not get treated as monsters.
Curse you! Curse your mother! I will break your head down your throat, you Odin himself would be under the ground.
I thought I was bad. Holy shit.
In the lands that would later be called the Eastern Kingdoms, the Vrykul taught their children the values of their society, how to hunt, smith, and fend for themselves. Their culture was founded around crowding around the campfire, telling stories of ancient heroes, noble sacrifices, and daring battles. One of the legends that was instilled into their culture was the legend of Tyr, a Titan Forge keeper who was the epitome of order and justice, who sacrificed himself to cleanse Azeroth of a great evil. This legend would be the source of inspiration for their home.
Wait, I need to look at this one more time.
Who was the epitome of order and justice, who sacrificed himself to cleanse Azeroth of a great evil. This legend would be the source of inspiration for their homeland, which would later be called Tirisfal Glades, and his silver hand would become the defining symbol for the paladins of the Knights of the Silver Hand, who would be established thousands and thousands of years in the future.
Hell yeah. If you want me to react to that, can you drop it under the react channel on my Discord? That way I can add it to my playlist after stream. That is so fucking funny though. I choose to believe that happened. He flipped horizontally and flew at the guy like a nuke. It is that 100% that is canonically what happened, guys. Do not tell me it is not the case. That 100% happened.
Over time, the Vrykul either died off or left to go back to the northern reaches of Azeroth, leaving their children to live for themselves. The remaining Dragonflayers up north realized that killing ugly babies does not stop you from making ugly babies, so to fend off the curse of flesh, they all went to hibernation for the next 15,000 years, and even slept through the great sundering of the world. And, by the way, this did not help with the curse. But these gross, disgusting children had found a way to survive in this harsh world and became a race that would show great promise in the years to come. And this is the foundation of the humans in Warcraft, and their story continues as they learn to carve their own place in this chaotic, dangerous world of Azeroth.
I'ma be for reals. If you really think about it, aren't humans just really ugly babies? Right? Humans are just really ugly babies, huh? That makes sense. That checks out. That checks out. That really checks out. Okay. Okay. You know what? Understandable. Have a nice day. Wow, is that WoW? Hi, Lily. It is WoW. We were doing WoW reacts today, but I think I might end the stream here. So that I can go take a break after 6 hours of WoW. Maybe I'll go watch the whatever's left of Elimination Chamber. Let me see who to rate while we decide. We're just ugly Vrykul babies here. This is truly very tragic and not great. So let's see. We can rate Sunny. We can rate Sunny. Sunny's online. Wait. Oh, Mamie's live too. We can rate Mamie too. You know what? Fuck it. We'll rate Mamie. I don't think I rate my wives often enough. Therefore, we will be rating Mamie. If you guys don't know who she is my undead queen. We're all ugly babies until Mio gets her Manscaped sponsorship. I'm just saying, Manscaped, sponsor me. 98.1% of my viewers are men. Okay, that's like at least 98 people. You know, that could potentially buy a Manscaped kit. I'm a girl though? Yeah, you're the 1.8% of women who watch me. You're the 1.8%, but hey, I'm just saying there's at least 98 people I could shill Manscaped to. Tell me I'm wrong. Me and my girlfriend watch you if you're available. Tell your girlfriend that we could totally show Manscaped, bro. I'm just saying, it's a very real thing that we could do. Oh shit, I can hear my own voice. That scared me a little, but it's okay. Let me see. I'm gonna redirect you guys to Mamie on like YouTube too. Okay, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Good night, guys. I hope you guys have a good night. I hope you guys have a great day. I mean, I'm not saying I'm going to sleep now, but tomorrow when we wake up, we're gonna have a long day tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow we are gonna be doing, guess what? Guess what? 12 hours of Metal Gear Solid. You tell them, sister. Hell yeah! Sleeping at 9:14 a.m. Wait, is that what time it is in Singapore? If we don't think about the time, it's fine. It checks out. If we don't think about it, it's okay. But anyways, bye guys, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for Metal Gear. If you're interested, drop by. If you're not interested, I'll drop my schedule and you'll see like when the next WoW watch along is. But I love you guys, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, bye.